Chapter 1679 Return. Futian raised his cup toward the powerful fighter from the Yuanyang clan and said, "I'll definitely head to the Yuanyang clan to have a look if there is the opportunity." The two of them raised their cups toward each other. Futian then told the people from the Shao clan, "I'll go raise a few toasts. I'll head there with my teacher," Xiao Muyu said as she stood up with her wine cup. Xiao Tan saw how proactive Xiao Muyu was and nodded slightly. Futian was willing to become closer to the Shao clan. Xiao Muyu was a good bridge between them. Furthermore, Xiao Muyu was very respectful of Futian. Even though they had not been master and student for very long, they did get along rather well with each other. Futian wanted to reject her. After all, Xiao Muyu now had the status of the Shao clan's goddess. However, he did not say anything when he saw Xiao Tan nod his head. The two of them stood up together. Xiao Muyu followed beside Futian. In that instant, several people looked toward them. Futian walked to the area where the Yuanyang clan was in. Yuan Hong immediately freed up a seat and said, "You can sit here." The person beside him cooperated and stood up. Futian did not reject the offer and sat down. Xiao Muyu sat down behind him. That caused many people to be rather shocked. Xiao Muyu no longer had an ordinary status, yet she willingly took up a supporting role at this moment. It seemed like her respect for Futian stemmed from deep within her heart. "Thank you for what you did in the God's Relic. I've come specially to give you all a toast." Futian smiled as he raised his cup toward the group. "I also wish to help my teacher extend his gratitude." Xiao Muyu followed Futian's actions. The elder of the Yuanyang clan smiled as he nodded. If they were not master and disciple, the two of them did look like a fine pair. "Friend Yi, is the goddess your first disciple?" the elder of the Yuanyang clan asked. "She should be my first official disciple." Futian nodded as he said. "However, with a disciple like Muyu, I suddenly have the urge to take in even more disciples." "I know, female disciples." Yuan Hong laughed as he chimed in from the side. "No, I might set up a school when I return to the heavenly mandate realm in the future. I'll spread my path and teachings. Isn't taking in a bunch of disciples one of life's greatest joys?" Futian said half-jokingly. "School?" Yuan Hong was a little shocked. Futian's abilities were still rather weak. If they were in the lower realms of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path, Futian's current battle capabilities were enough to rule over a realm. However, his strength would not be enough for him to set up a school in one of the 9 supreme regions. "It's going to be a small school. At the very most, I'll affiliate myself with the other factions of the Heavenly Mandate realm. After all, I am familiar with them. I could even drag Xiao Muyu along to consolidate my position," Futian said casually. "That's feasible." Yuan Hong nodded. "However, I just said that casually. If I truly set up a school and want to take in disciples in the future, the Yuanyang clan must send me a few students with good potential. It's best that." "You know it," Futian said as he squinted. Yuan Hong's expression darkened. This lad's reputation had spread across the realms, yet he did not know how to pay attention to his image. "All right, I'll gather a few good students for you when that time comes and get them to enter our school. But don't play favorites," Yuan Hong promised. He knew that Futian was only joking. Xiao Muyu was a female disciple. What could Futian do to her? They were merely kidding. "Then that's a deal," Futian said. "I'll await that day. I will keep my word," Yuan Hong promised. "I'll also give you my word in place of Yuan Hong." The elder of the Yuanyang clan smiled as he said. "Then let me give you my thanks." Futian did not go into detail and merely narrated his plan in a joking manner. The Yuanyang clan would naturally understand him when the time comes. It was up to them what they would do. He could not elaborate his plan in detail like how he had told it to Xiao Tan. He had to hide a little of the truth. Futian chatted for a while here, then went to propose a toast with Xintian Academy and the Nantian Divine Kingdom to thank them for their actions outside the God's Relic. This was only a way of strengthening their relationship. He did not expect them to be his allies if something happened in the future, but he wanted them to not be his enemies when that time comes. After the banquet, The powerful fighters of various factions left one after the other. Although the Shao clan politely got them to stay, those were mere formalities. None of the factions would stay for real. It was evening. Futian bade his goodbyes and prepared to leave. "Teacher, can you not stay for a few more days?" Xiao Muyu asked Futian. "Friend Yi, Muyu is not wrong. This journey has been rushed, and we have not treated you appropriately. If you do not have anything urgent to attend to, why be in such a hurry to leave?" Xiao Tan also tried to get him to stay. It would be good if Futian could stay and give the juniors of the Shao clan some pointers. If he took a fancy to any of them, Futian might even take them in as his disciple and nurture them as he did with Xiao Muyu. Xiao Muyu nodded her head seriously. She looked at Futian longingly and said, "I haven't had the chance to serve you well." Futian looked at Xiao Muyu's pitiful expression. Xiao Muyu was even pulling on his sleeve. He did not bear to leave. "Muyu, we are family. You don't have to put on an act in front of me," Futian said with a smile. Xiao Muyu's expression darkened. She released her hand and rolled her eyes toward Futian. "Didn't you say that you want to be served well by your disciple? I really can't bear to see you leave so soon." "I believe you," Futian said with a smile. However, she was acting more exaggerated than she was before. Her pretense was too obvious. She had underestimated him as his teacher. Futian turned to look at Xiao Tan and the rest of the people and said, "Elder, we'll have many chances in the future, but I really have several things to accomplish." "That's fine." Xiao Tan did not insist after he saw that Futian was determined to leave. He said, "Come frequently if you have the time. You can inform us if you encounter any trouble." "All right. Thank you, Elder." Futian nodded. "I'll take my leave." He then said to Xiao Muyu, "You've already become the goddess of the Shao clan. You have to train well. As the chief disciple, you must not tarnish my reputation." "I know," Xiao Muyu said in frustration. "I'm leaving," Futian said. He then left together with Xia Qingyuan and the 3 other people in his group. His group disappeared into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Xiao Muyu dragged her long black gown and walked forward. She only stopped when she reached the front of the steps. She got into a daze as she looked at the figures gradually disappearing into the horizon. Fate was a wonderful thing. She remembered that she had met Futian because he had snatched her lotus and the god's relic for Xia Qingyuan. Now, he had become her benefactor. Even though he was very improper, he left a deep impression in her heart. They had only interacted for a short time, yet he had taken up an important position in her heart. "You can't bear for him to leave?" Xiao Tan asked as he walked to Xiao Muyu's side. "A little," Xiao Muyu nodded as she said. "That lad is exceptional. Who knows what kind of storms they would create in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path now that they had left." Xiao Tan muttered, "We can only wait and see." It was clear that he thought highly of Futian. Futian continued to train silently when he returned to Xintian Academy. Time passed without him knowing. Half a year has passed. Futian did not cause trouble during this time. No one in Xintian Academy disturbed him. Half a year later, Futian and his group secretly left Xintian Academy. However, he still invited the attention of several people. After all, many people in the area outside Xintian Academy were paying close attention to Futian. However, no one expected Futian, who had trained silently for a year, to suddenly disappear with the rest of his group. When several people came to the pavilion the next day, they realized that it was empty. The matrix was also destroyed. It was as if Futian had never come here. Xintian Academy naturally caught wind of the news. However, Xintian Academy and Futian had a transactional relationship. They naturally did not care if Futian stayed or not. In the Tianhe realm, within the mountain ranges, this place felt like paradise. It was extremely quiet. No one disturbed the area. A young lady was training at the peak of a mountain. She was surrounded by sword will. However, she seemed to have sensed something. She opened her eyes and looked up in the sky, only to see a powerful aura descending into her surroundings. Her expression suddenly changed. She turned around and moved quickly, but her Grand Master already knew of her intentions. He stood in front of her silently. Ping'an, it's your Uncle Master, the Sky River Great Elder said. Su Ping'an froze for a moment, then turned around and looked up in the sky. She saw a figure descend from the sky. He had white hair and was dressed in a white robe. He was incredibly charismatic. It was Futian. Futian's figure descended in front of Su Ping'an. He reached out and stroked Su Ping'an's face and said, Ping'an, how's your cultivation coming along? His teacher, Qi Xuangang's senior, had died in battle for him. His son had also committed suicide and left behind the lone Su Ping'an. Futian truly saw Su Ping'an as his junior and family. I've broken through the first level, Su Ping'an said. Uncle Master, your demeanor has changed. Your Uncle Master is already a Renhuang, the Sky River Great Elder said. He walked over and looked at the powerful fighters in the air and asked, Are they all your partners? Futian nodded. We've come here to get you to come out of the mountains, Grand Master. For what? The Sky River Great Elder asked. Futian told the Sky River Great Elder his plans of setting up a school at the Heavenly Mandate Realm. The Sky River Great Elder fell silent. I'll definitely attract the attention of the Shin clan if I leave. The Shin clan might seem to have forgiven me over the years, but they are always keeping an eye on me, the Sky River Great Elder said. Thus, we'll have to trouble Lord Taishian and pull the members of the Shao clan into the school when that time comes. That way, we would be able to resist the pressure of the Shin clan, Futian said. All right. The Sky River Great Elder nodded. Come notify me when that time comes, I'll head there directly. All right. Futian nodded. He turned back and saw Little Condor flying to his side. This is my demon beast partner. Its thoughts are connected to mine. It'll stay here so that I can notify you when the time comes, Futian said. That way, he need not make another trip here. That's good. The Sky River Great Elder nodded. Since that is the case, I'll have to head back to the Heavenly Mandate Realm first, Futian said directly. He had no intention of staying. Go. The Sky River Great Elder did not attempt to hold him back. Futian nodded, then looked at Su Ping'an and said, Ping'an, work hard. When that time comes, you can come to the Heavenly Mandate Realm with the Grand Master and train. And I know. Su Ping'an nodded. Her Uncle Master saw her as a child, but her cultivation level was not low. Grandmaster, I'll head off now, Futian said as he sliced through the air and left. He brought his group from this place back to the Heavenly Mandate Realm. Chapter 1680 Return to the Heavenly Mandate Realm. Recently, the Heavenly Mandate Realm was not peaceful. In the past year, conflicts kept erupting. The source of the conflicts was due to the clashes in the God's Relic. Shu Huang's son from Purple Gold Rat clan had suddenly killed a member of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty and joined forces with Futian's group to go against them. How could the Heavenly Mandate dynasty tolerate such a betrayal? After the top forces returned to the Heavenly Mandate Realm, a few large wars had erupted. Currently, the Purple Gold Rat clan obtained 3 top-tier divine arms. Their combat power had also risen greatly. Although it was still impossible for them to take on the Heavenly Mandate dynasty, the Purple Gold Rat Emperor was cunning. He did not stay in the Purple Gold Rat clan at all, instead leading a group of elite Purple Gold Rats outside of his territory. This made the dynastic overlord of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty cautious. He did not dare to directly send troops to destroy the Purple Gold Rat clan. After all, the 2 clan lords of the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven were still alive. If the Heavenly Mandate dynasty destroyed the Purple Gold Rat clan, then Purple Gold Rat Emperor would be like the 2 clan lords of Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven and be trouble in the future for the Heavenly Mandate dynasty. Hence, the dynastic overlord of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty gave the Purple Gold Rat clan a way out. If they surrendered their 3 divine arms to his Heavenly Mandate dynasty, he would let bygones be bygones. Purple Gold Rat clan had only obtained a total of 3 divine arms, and they had managed to do so by completely offending the Heavenly Mandate dynasty. How could they possibly hand the divine items over with just a word from the other party? Hence, the two parties had been at a standstill. The Purple Gold Rat Emperor only agreed to surrender one ritual implement to settle the score between them. The Purple Gold Rat Emperor was not a fool. If he actually surrendered the 3 ritual implements, would his opponent truly let them go? He feared that if he did so, the Heavenly Mandate dynasty would destroy them all regardless. The rise of the Purple Gold Rat Emperor was originally not glamorous. He had seen many despicable acts and had committed many atrocities himself. He had betrayed and murdered his masters before. How could he possibly compromise so easily now? After that, the dynastic overlord of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty took another step back and only demanded 2 divine arm ritual implements to settle the matter. The Purple Gold Rat Emperor still did not agree. The Heavenly Mandate dynasty was working closely with the Violet Heavenly Palace. The Heavenly Mandate dynasty might give a ritual implement to Violet Heavenly Palace. If the 2 forces formed an alliance, they could still wipe the Purple Gold Rat clan off the face of the earth. However, the Purple Gold Rat clan was not foolish either to reject the Heavenly Mandate dynasty, and kept dragging on the negotiations. During this process, small skirmishes kept occurring, and many cultivators from the Purple Gold Rat clan perished. They had sought reinforcements, and asked for aid from the demon clans in the Heavenly Mandate realm. However, no one answered their call for aid. The forces of the demon realm originally looked down on the Purple Gold Rat clan even though they had all joined forces with Futian in the God's Relic. On the surface, they seemed to have been in the same alliance as the Purple Gold Rat clan. However, in reality, things were not that simple, especially after a few of the top figures among the juniors of Demon Clan returned, having forged flawless divine wheels. Everything became even more obvious. The Purple Gold Rat clan was not included in Futian's plans at all. That meant that Futian had intentionally given them 3 ritual implements in order to stir up conflict. As for the 3 top-tier ritual implements, they would not be going anywhere. If everything went according to Futian's plan, the Heavenly Mandate dynasty and the Purple Gold Rat clan would most likely have nowhere to run. When that time came, wouldn't the ritual implements still end up back in Futian's hands? After the few members of the demon clan that managed to forge flawless divine wheels returned, they had been cultivating in seclusion. News of them becoming Renhuangs was tightly guarded. The people of the outside world did not even know that they had broken through to the next plane. Only their own forces knew about it. Now, they only needed to wait for news to arrive. Futian was obviously going to slaughter his way back here. That day should also be not too far away. In the lands of the dragon gods in the demon realm and the Heavenly Mandate realm. For the dragon gods, everything was as usual. There was nothing out of the ordinary. Right now, there was a rumor circulating among the dragon gods. Rumor had it that Long Chun might have already become a demon emperor, and that he might have already broken through to the next plane in Tianshan Academy. However, this news had yet to be verified. After he returned here, Long Chun had been in seclusion on Dragon God Mountain and had not come out at all. The seniors among the dragon gods also did not speak of this matter. Hence, there was only a rumor. No one knew the truth. At the moment, many demon emperors of dragon gods looked up to the sky in the distance. Their demonic aura churned. There were a few very powerful auras heading in their direction. Soon, dazzling divine light descended, and a group of silhouettes appeared in the sky above dragon gods. Many dragons flew up to the sky and roared at the incomers, showing signs of animosity. This group actually dared to invade dragon gods directly? A few figures walked out from the purple gold dragon god fortress, located amidst a mountain range. When they looked up to the sky, they spotted the leading white-haired youth at a glance. His silver-colored hair was dancing in the wind, while his white robe fluttered. His temperament was unparalleled. "All of you, back off!" a voice rang. All the dragons which were in the sky retreated. Those who had seen Futian before recognized that he was the leader of the group. Futian and the group advanced without stopping, heading straight towards the tallest purple gold dragon god fortress, which was located in the distance. Above this purple gold dragon god fortress in the mountains, huge dragons spiraled. The scene was extremely awe-inspiring. A majestic silhouette garbed in a long purple-gold robe with a crown on his head walked forward. His temperament was extraordinary. A single gaze gave off an overbearing sensation. This was the patriarch of the dragon gods, king of the divine dragons, purple-gold dragon emperor. The figures of Yi Futian's group descended unto the steps of Dragon God Fortress. They raised their heads and looked up at the purple-gold dragon emperor in the sky above. "I am Junior Yi Futian, Your Highness Dragon Emperor." Yi Futian bowed slightly and said, "In order to avoid the notice of others, we directly appeared within the territory of dragon gods. May Your Highness pardon our intrusion. It is of no consequence," Purple-Gold Dragon Emperor said indifferently. His authoritative gaze swept across the crowd, and he said, "You may all leave." "Understood." The various dragons were full of doubt, but they still left the area. Dragon Master actually personally welcomed Yi Futian. The group behind Yi Futian was also very powerful. They seemed to be cultivators of the celestial gate of vast heaven. Why did they directly come to dragon gods? Yi Futian's group and the Heavenly Mandate dynasty were sworn enemies, the type that would not cease until the other party was wiped off the face of the earth. It was naturally impossible for them to appear in the Heavenly Mandate dynasty's territory openly. The Heavenly Mandate dynasty would certainly go all out to try and kill them. Hence, their first stop upon returning to the Heavenly Mandate realm was Dragon God's territory. "Come on up," Dragon Master said to Yi Futian. Yi Futian nodded, and a part of his group headed up the stairs. However, many of them also remained down below. "Arrange rooms for them to rest in. Let no one from the outside know about this," Dragon Master ordered. His tone was extremely dignified and overbearing. "Understood." Servant dragons walked out from the side and headed down to arrange rooms for the people below. Yi Futian secretly approved inside. Purple Gold Dragon Emperor understood what Yi Futian wanted to do by returning this time. Hence, he had temporarily given the order to prevent news of Yi Futian's return from leaking out. If news of Yi Futian's return were to leak out to the ears of the dynastic overlord of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty, wanting to destroy the Heavenly Mandate dynasty in one swoop would not be so easy. "Let us talk inside." Dragon Master turned and brought Yi Futian inside Dragon God Fortress. At the same time, he ordered, "Summon Longqin." The inside of Dragon God Fortress was resplendent gold. Huge dragons were carved into the stone pillars and appeared extremely majestic. The infrastructure here was massive. Just the inner layer was already hundreds of meters tall. It itself was built inside the mountain range and was very magnificent. Yi Futian only brought Jiangqingzi, Hua Jiangshan, Yusheng, and a few others with him. "Sit," Dragon Master said. He himself sat in the seat of the Dragon Emperor. He then turned to Yi Futian and said, "Many thanks for helping Longqin. Senior, you do not need to be so polite. I did not help him unconditionally, therefore, you do not need to thank me," Yi Futian replied. "Longqin will take my place in the future. Things have become even more perfect than I planned. As for your previous request, I also know of it. Establishing an academy in the Heavenly Mandate realm is not an issue. Our dragon gods are willing to be a part of this," Dragon Master said very decisively. The prophecy foretold that the reason behind the changes that occurred to the mountains where the demon realm originated was all to confirm one thing. The powers in the Heavenly Mandate realm were about to shift. This was inevitable. Dragon Master also glanced at Gu Donglu beside Yi Futian. Gu Donglu had inherited the teachings of the demon monarch. "Many thanks, Your Highness Dragon Emperor." Yi Futian nodded his head slightly and said, "Junior has no intention of seeking dominance in establishing an academy. I merely wish for the academy to train the cultivators of the Heavenly Mandate realm equally, be they humans or cultivators from the demon realm, and improve the ability of the Heavenly Mandate realm. In the future, if another figure like Longqin appears in Dragon Gods, I am confident that I can do the same as I did with Longqin." Prior to this, although Senior Gu Tianqing said that he wanted to establish my third elder brother as the new king, my third elder brother is of the same mind as me. He only wants to pass on teachings at the academy. if in the future an Imperial Realm figure truly appears in our Heavenly Mandate realm, then, Yi Futian assured. Dragon Master naturally understood what Yi Futian meant to say. Yi Futian wanted to put his mind at ease that he would not contend for dominance. However, if an emperor truly appeared in the world, then there was nothing much to be said. That person would certainly become the master of the Heavenly Mandate realm. Or perhaps, an emperor was not needed. The cooperation between dragon gods and Yi Futian was also a way for dragon gods to be a part of all this. Otherwise, if they were to be completely detached, Yi Futian would cooperate with other forces, and they would be left standing alone. Yi Futian was doing what Gu Tianxing himself had not been able to do back in the day. This sort of person was difficult to encounter even across hundreds of years. If a person who had just reached the Renhuang Plain had said this to Dragon Master, that person would most likely have been immediately killed by Dragon Master with a slap. What about the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty as well as Violet Heavenly Palace? What are you prepared to do about them? Dragon Master inquired. This matter certainly needed to be settled before establishing the academy. Yi Futian said that the location of the academy would be in the territory of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty. That was the center of the Heavenly Mandate realm. This also implied that before that happened, the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty would definitely disappear. Your Highness Dragon Emperor, could you help me inform the other forces and ask them to gather here to discuss this matter? Yi Futian asked. Since he had decided to act, he would do it in one fell swoop and not leave any loose ends. The dynastic overlord of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty was not a pushover. He had to die. They could not allow him to escape here alive, otherwise he would be a huge problem in the future. Chapter 1681 The Plan. The Heavenly Mandate Dynasty was situated in the center of the Heavenly Mandate realm, and had prospered there for generations. The rise of Gu Tianxing caused the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty to begin to decline. The Heavenly Mandate Dynasty was currently in the weakest state of its history. Hence, the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty was anxious to cultivate another peak figure, and they had chosen Yi Tianyu. Yi Tianyu, who was considered to be born supreme, shouldered the heavy burden of reviving the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty. However, things do not turn out the way people want them to. At this point, the members of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty realized that it would most likely be difficult for Yi Tianyu to bear this responsibility. In the Heavenly Mandate realm alone, there were already a number of people who surpassed him. Yi Futian alone was already a tall mountain that was insurmountable for Yi Tianyu. He was previously an insignificant existence. Now, Yi Tianyu was not even qualified to stand at the same level as him. In the God's Relic, with just one spear thrust, Yi Futian had spared his life. Right now, outside the main palace of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty, the dynastic overlord of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty stood there. An authoritative will surrounded his body. Below the stairs in front of dynastic overlord, someone was bowing on all fours and reporting something to him. The dynastic overlord of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty had a stern expression. A faint sense of authority emanated from his body. Yi Futian had left Tianshan Academy. After emerging from God's Relic, the energy and will that Yi Futian displayed made even the dynastic overlord feel threatened. If he could, he would have killed Yi Futian in the City of the Ruins. However, he was unable to do so. After that, Yi Futian had convinced the various forces to speak up for him and save his life. He then went over to Tianshan Academy. The Heavenly Mandate Dynasty naturally also sent its members over. They actually sent quite a few over separately. The members trained outside of Tianshan Academy. They did not deliberately keep an eye on Yi Futian. In that region, Yi Futian's every move could be seen by many people. They did not need to spy on him intentionally. They would naturally also catch wind of Yi Futian having left the academy. If it had just been Yi Futian who left, it might not have attracted their attention. However, this time, Yi Futian had brought everyone with him when he left Tianshan Academy, including the members of the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven, who were heading over to regroup. As for where they were headed after they left, it was not easy to track down. If the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty wanted to track down Yi Futian's group, they had to use their wills, and the other party would also be able to detect their presence. They could not lock down the location of Yi Futian's group. Can we deduce where they have gone? The dynastic overlord of Heavenly Mandate Dynasty asked. Your Highness, if our guess is correct, they might have returned to the Tianhe realm. They might have also returned to Taishan Mountain in the higher heavens realm, the other party responded. Before this, Yi Futian remained in Tianshan Academy as a form of self-preservation. It was because many people had their eyes on him after he emerged from the God's relic. Hence, he had trained in Tianshan Academy for more than a year to let this issue gradually fade into memory. As long as he trained in Tianshan Academy, they could not touch him. As time passed, this matter also faded from people's minds. Yi Futian also did not waste this time. He distributed many ritual implements to the point that he didn't have many left himself. Other than that, he became the master of goddess Xiaomuyu from Xiao clan, forging an intimate relationship with Xiao clan. The dynastic overlord of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty nodded his head slightly. The possibility of Yi Futian having returned to the Tianhe realm and Taishan Mountain was indeed high. It was slightly better if Yi Futian had returned to the Tianhe realm. If he had returned to Taishan Mountain and managed to convince Lord Taishan to stand against their Heavenly Mandate Dynasty, who among the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty could withstand Lord Taishan? However, Lord Taishan would probably not come running over to the Heavenly Mandate realm to begin a massacre for Yi Futian. There was no reason for him to do so. Of course, even if the possibility was not very likely, the dynastic overlord had also made preparations for such an eventuality. He had already sent people to keep an eye on Taishan Mountain. If there were signs of any large mobilization, he would hear of it. As for Sky River Great Elder, the dynastic overlord was not afraid of him. Even though the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty was not what it once was, it still had its foundations. If the mob from the celestial gate of vast heaven that was dispersed, with an additional Sky River Great Elder dared to approach their Heavenly Mandate Dynasty, dynastic overlord would make sure that their group would never leave Heavenly Mandate Dynasty's territory alive. Keep an eye on the demon realm as well, the dynastic overlord of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty instructed. The forces of the demon realm had close ties with Yi Futian. In God's relic, the juniors of the demon realm had joined forces with Yi Futian. When they were in Tianshan Academy, rumor had it that they also came in contact with him. Although the chances of the forces of the demon realm rising up to deal with their Heavenly Mandate Dynasty for Yi Futian were extremely slim, the dynastic overlords still had to be concerned about the possibility. Understood. It is just that it is not easy for our men to infiltrate the demon realm. We won't be able to get first-hand information, his subordinate replied. Although the previous huge incident in the demon realm had caused the human cultivators and the cultivators of the demon realm to no longer have any obvious divide between them, it was impossible for humans to approach the regions where the main forces of the demon realm resided. Once they approached the territories of these forces, they would stick out like a sore thumb. The Heavenly Mandate Dynasty could only rely on demonic beasts to help keep an eye on these regions. They also could not control demonic beasts that were too powerful, and so could not manage a tight watch. No matter. Just keep an eye out for any movements, the dynastic overlord of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty simply responded. He was not too concerned. Although they had to be wary, they did not need to be too anxious and spend too much energy on the matter. He turned around and headed into the main palace behind him. He entered into the magnificent palace. There was a silhouette sitting quietly inside. The silhouette had an extremely sharp gaze. His gaze seemed to glow with golden divine light. The aura on his body was frightening. Any news on Yi Futian? The silhouette asked as he turned towards dynastic overlord of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty. He did not show much respect. He seemed to not be ordinary. After all, in the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty, the dynastic overlord was a supreme existence. Everyone had to refer to him as Your Highness. However, the dynastic overlord of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty did not feel as though anything was wrong. His expression was very calm as he nodded his head. So you overheard it. Yi Futian has left Tianshan Academy. Where do you think he has gone? I have sent people to keep an eye on the Tianhe realm. If there are any signs of movement there, they will come and report to me," the other party answered. Clearly, they both had rough estimates on the whereabouts of Yi Futian and believed that he would head to the Tianhe realm. "All right." The dynastic overlord of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty nodded his head slightly. While thinking about Yi Futian, a cold gleam flashed past in his eyes. If Yi Futian had stayed in Tianshan Academy, we wouldn't be able to do anything to him. However, since he has left, I would like to see where he can run away to. It was hard to imagine that a top figure that shook the Heavenly Mandate realm, the commander of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty, would be so concerned about a junior, and be so anxious to eliminate him. If Yi Futian knew about this, would he feel honored? Of course, Yi Futian and the dynastic overlord of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty happened to hold the same view. The dynastic overlord of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty wanted to kill Yi Futian to avoid future trouble. It was also the same for Yi Futian. In the territory of dragon gods, powerful cultivators furtively arrived one by one. Their trip here did not draw the attention of any outsiders. Moreover, those who came were all influential figures in the demon realm. Their arrival caused the hearts of the guards, who stood on guard outside of Dragon God Fortress, to tremble. What were these top figures doing here? The guards noticed that even the Demon Emperor of the Sky Demon Court had arrived. Divine Elephant Emperor was here too. The underlings who came together with the two emperors were also powerful figures in their respective forces. They were famous in the demon realm. There was hardly any connection among these three demon clans before this. Dragon gods and the Sky Demon Court were not even on good terms with each other. They were secretly competing to see who was better. The two emperors of the demon clans would not usually meet each other too. However, today, the Golden Raven demonic Great Elder came and set foot in the Dragon God Fortress. In the main palace hall, the Dragon Emperor, the Demon Emperor, and the Divine Elephant Emperor were all gathered. Yi Futian was here too. "How's Xiang Meng's training going?" Yi Futian asked the Divine Elephant Emperor. Prior to this, 3 cultivators broke through to the Renhuan plain, but Xiang Meng was not one of them. He was not even half a Renhuan yet. Naturally, it was impossible for Yi Futian to lend him a hand in proving his way. "He is already preparing to attempt a breakthrough. He has been waiting for your news," Divine Elephant Emperor replied. "After we settle this affair, let's start an academy and let Xiang Meng cultivate in the academy," Yi Futian suggested. The Divine Elephant Emperor nodded in agreement. Actually, the Divine Elephant Emperor had the closest relationship with Yi Futian. Naturally, the former did not need to worry about Yi Futian treating the Divine Elephants shabbily. "I also have a junior who is at the same plane. In the future, I will need your help too," said a cultivator who was standing beside the Golden Raven demonic Great Elder of the Sky Demon Court. Yi Futian looked towards him. He knew who the speaker was. The speaker was Kunping demonic Great Elder of Sky Demon Court. In reality, Golden Raven demonic Great Elder and Kunping demonic Great Elder were not on good terms. However, after June returned to the Sky Demon Court, Kunping demonic Great Elder found out that he had actually forged a flawless divine wheel. Kunping demonic Great Elder was shocked, and he regretted his decision of not asking his juniors to cultivate alongside Yi Futian. "No problem. After we have set up the academy, Junior will not keep the knowledge to myself. Senior, you can relax," Yi Futian said. "Many thanks," Kunping demonic Great Elder replied. He was not close to Yi Futian. Yi Futian helping his junior was considered a huge debt of gratitude. Hence, he could only return the favor to Yi Futian in advance. The few influential figures of the demon clans were impressed by Yi Futian. Yi Futian possessed the ability to produce renhuangs with flawless divine wheels, yet he did not keep the skill to himself. Instead, he chose to help them. Yi Futian's temperament was one of a kind. After all, in the Heavenly Mandate realm, he had been without equal. "Let us discuss our next action. What do you have in mind?" the Golden Raven demonic Great Elder asked. Since they were going to deal with the Heavenly Mandate dynasty, his thoughts were the same as Yi Futian's. They would eliminate this threat in one fell sweep to avoid any future troubles. "Both Senior Golden Raven demonic Great Elder and Senior Kunping demonic Great Elder are proficient in speed, are you not?" Futian asked. Our speed should be the fastest in the demon realm, Golden Raven Demonic Great Elder said as he nodded his head. Senior Divine Elephant Emperor is proficient in the Great Path of Suppression? Futian inquired. The Divine Elephant Emperor nodded his head. Can you suppress and seal off the entire Heavenly Mandate dynasty? Futian asked. As long as I am not interrupted by people from the same plane, it should not be a problem, Divine Elephant Emperor answered. If another person of the same plane were to break his way or attack him while he was using his way, it would affect him. Understood. Futian nodded his head and said, I think that the operation this time must be a one-hit kill. We can call it a beheading operation. Our first target is the dynastic overlord of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty. We must not let him escape and must kill him. Next are the upper-level Renhuangs of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty. We must keep an eye on all of them and try to kill them all. After that are the middle-level as well as lower-level Renhuangs. As for the members below the Renhuang plane, they won't be able to escape even if they tried. For the members at the lower planes, even if they escaped, they would be of no threat. Hence, their targets for this operation were clear. The stronger the person was, the more they had to be killed on the spot. Cultivators of dragon gods and the celestial gate of vast heaven will be in charge of offense. You will kill your way through the Heavenly Mandate dynasty, Futian ordered. Divine elephants will be in charge of suppression, sealing off the entire Heavenly Mandate dynasty. Cultivators of Sky Demon Court are proficient in speed, so you will guard outside the seal and hunt any cultivators who attempt to escape. We will not let anyone slip through the net. How about the Violet Heavenly Palace? Asked a cultivator of divine elephants. Futian would most likely hunt them too, right? While I was on my way here, I issued an order to 10,000 Divine Mountain, asking them to keep an eye on the Violet Heavenly Palace, Futian said. After we eradicate the Heavenly Mandate dynasty, we will move towards the Violet Heavenly Palace directly. This time, he would surely kill all of them. Chapter 1682 Heading Ill. In the Heavenly Mandate realm, everything was as usual. Nothing was out of the ordinary. In the vast Heavenly Mandate realm, there were countless cultivators. Everyone was busy with their own matters, working hard in their training. Battles, pillaging, and massacres were happening all the time. In Brahma's pure sky, high above the clouds. In a palace where clouds and mist lingered, a stunning figure quietly sat. Her jet-black hair danced in the wind behind her. In her mind, there were countless images flashing past. The images seemed to be situations that were really playing out in various parts of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. The images included small clans, ruins, and powerful forces. The countless images were like memory fragments. They formed a complete picture within her mind. Suddenly, a silhouette directly appeared in her mind. It seemed to occupy her mind. It also became more real and clearer. The aura on her body fluctuated and released a chilly will. Her dazzling eyes opened. At that moment, the surrounding mist and clouds churned endlessly. Your Highness? Down below, a goddess looked up at the sky above when she sensed this aura fluctuation. I'm all right, Brahma's pure sky empress said calmly. Her voice contained a somewhat cold and indifferent tone. She stood up. Her stunning figure was like that of a model in a painting, transcending the mundane world around her. She looked into the distance. Why was she feeling uneasy? She felt as though something big was going to happen. Her perception was very sharp. The images that flashed in her mind was not something she made up. Has something happened in the outside world recently? Brahma's pure sky empress asked as she stared at one of her underlings. Aside from the conflict between the Heavenly Mandate dynasty and the Purple Gold Rat clan, there is not much happening, a goddess replied. Brahma's pure sky empress went silent for a moment, then she said, Monitor what's happening in the outside world. If anything arises, report it to me immediately. Yes, Your Highness. Someone received the order while bowing, then left the palace. At the same time, at the majestic Violet Heavenly Palace, many cultivators appeared at a corner outside of the Violet Heavenly Palace. They were on guard against all possible dangers. A few silhouettes moved towards them. The visitors did not release any aura, appearing exceptionally friendly. However, the cultivators of the Violet Heavenly Palace, who knew the identity of the visitors, knew that they should not let their guards down now. Even the Palace Lord of the Violet Heavenly Palace walked out from the palace and stared at the three visitors who were approaching them. Naturally, the Palace Lord knew the leader of the incoming group. He was very familiar with him. Similar to the Palace Lord, the leader was one of the top figures in the Heavenly Mandate realm, the Lord of 10,000 Divine Mountain. Swiftly, the three figures arrived before the cultivators of the Violet Heavenly Palace. The Palace Lord of the Violet Heavenly Palace asked, "What brought you here?" "I have been meditating on the mountain and have lost touch with the outside world. I am here to get some fresh air while visiting my old friend," Lord of 10,000 Divine Mountain said with a smile. "Since I am passing by the Violet Heavenly Palace, I thought of meeting up with the Palace Lord, whom I have not seen in a long time." Palace Lord of the Violet Heavenly Palace naturally would not believe whatever Lord of 10,000 Divine Mountain had just said. Would the other party really come to visit him if he did not have anything in mind? "What matters do you have with me? Stop beating around the bush," the Palace Lord of the Violet Heavenly Palace said directly. "Nothing. I am just thinking of having a chess match with the Palace Lord at the absolute territory of Heavenly Thunder." "What do you think?" Lord of 10,000 Divine Mountain replied. The absolute territory of Heavenly Thunder was a secret realm in the Violet Heavenly Palace. It contained Futian Divine Thunder. Only the core disciples of the Violet Heavenly Palace could access the place and cultivate in it. Besides that, the terrifying way of thunder was stored in the absolute territory of Heavenly Thunder. Hence, outsiders were forbidden from entering it. Lord of 10,000 Divine Mountain wanted to enter the place. Could it be that he wanted to make use of the place for cultivating? "We are old friends. Palace Lord, you won't be so stingy with me, right?" Lord of 10,000 Divine Mountain provoked with a smile. "Since you are so interested in it, then you are welcome to come in." The Palace Lord of Violet Heavenly Palace actually did not reject his request and agreed to this suggestion right away. "After you," the Lord of 10,000 Divine Mountain said with a smile. Then, both groups moved into the Heavenly Palace. In it, endless thunders volleyed in the sky, as though it was a world of thunders. The absolute territory of Heavenly Thunder was in the palace. In the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty, in front of the main palace, another person had come to make a report. "What's the matter?" A voice came from the main palace. "Your Highness, there is some movement in the demon realm," the subordinate reported. After he said this, the dynastic overlord of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty stepped forward. In an instant he had arrived before the sky stairwell. He looked down at the member below and asked, "What movements are there?" "Recently, in the demon realm, there have been faint sightings of cultivators leaving the Sky Demon Court, dragon gods as well as divine elephants," the subordinate reported. "How many cultivators are there, and where are they headed?" the dynastic overlord of Heavenly Mandate Dynasty inquired. "We are not very sure. Our men could only notice that there was movement, but they could not determine any more information," the other party replied. Their men did not dare to approach near the territory of the demon realm to spy. They could only obtain very obscure information. As for where those cultivators had gone, the spies were even less certain, as it was impossible for them to track them. "That means that their numbers are few?" the dynastic overlord of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty asked. "It should not be too many," the other party replied. "Continue to monitor the situation," the dynastic overlord of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty said. "Yes, Your Highness," the other side responded. He then left. The dynastic overlord of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty frowned slightly. What were these forces from the demon realm planning to do? "Father!" At this moment, a silhouette walked up from behind the dynastic overlord of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty. It was the Crown Prince of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty, Etienne. Not long ago, he had finally reached the Renhuang Plain. In reality, he had been close to the Renhuang Plain for a very long time. Back then, when he was training in the Divine Palace, he was already infinitesimally approaching the Renhuang Plain. His original intention was to enter the god's relic and, when he encountered a fateful encounter, break through the shackles of the plain and prove his great path. However, in the god's relic, he had encountered Futian. One spear thrust from Futian had immediately severed all these thoughts of his. His state of mind had received an extremely heavy blow. After emerging from the god's relic, for a very long time, he had been unable to readjust back to his old self. Not long ago, he had finally proven his great path, a whole year later than he had initially expected. It was also naturally impossible for him to forge a flawless divine wheel. He only managed to forge a celestial level 1. Currently, Tianyu's temperament had become even more extraordinary. After reaching the Renhuang Plain, he no longer had his previous arrogance. He had become more restrained. However, his temperament had become even more outstanding. "Why have you come over? Has your plane become stable?" the dynastic overlord of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty asked. Tianyu nodded and asked, "Has he left Tianshan Academy?" The dynastic overlord of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty naturally knew who Tianyu meant. He nodded his head slightly and said, "Although you were slower than Futian in reaching the Renhuang Plain, the Renhuang Plain is just a beginning. It is not impossible for you to catch up with him in the future. Father, you do not need to console me. In the future, I will only focus on surpassing my own limits," Tianyu said. His state of mind was different from before. Prior to this, he had always been in the shadow of Futian. However, now, Tianyu had walked out from that shadow. On his cultivation journey, he would no longer desire to compare with anyone else. Instead, he would focus on his own way and keep on advancing. As for Futian, Tianyu could only acknowledge that if Futian did not die, he would certainly advance even further than himself. "It is best that you can look past all this." The dynastic overlord of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty nodded his head slightly and said, "After Futian has fallen, you should go out and travel around." Tianyu did not say any more. He knew that his father had always kept an eye on the movements of Futian, and would certainly want to kill him. Right now, Futian's existence was already a threat to the Heavenly Mandate dynasty. They definitely could not just sit back and wait for him to develop further. They were well aware of this point. In the demon realm, within the territory of dragon gods, many dragons circled above. The roars of dragons reverberated in the sky. Futian was there too. He sat on a gigantic, divine dragon, inspecting the dragons which were roaming in the sky. His gaze was piercing as he looked into the distance. Dragon Master had left. Next, the rest of them would move towards the Heavenly Mandate dynasty at the same time, with the goal of eradicating the latter in one swoop. "Let's go," Futian ordered. As soon as he spoke, the roars of dragons thundered in the heavens and the earth. Even those who were outside of the territory of dragon gods could hear the shocking roars of dragons. Countless powerful demons raised their heads and stared in the direction where dragon gods were. In the sky, many gigantic dragons traversed through the space, covering the sun and moving towards the far distance. When a demonic beast saw this scene, it trembled in fear as it fought the urge to prostrate. After the dragons left, the demonic beast ran as fast as it could. It was going to spread the news. Where were the dragon gods going? On top of dragon gods, the cultivators of the Sky Demon Court and divine elephants also started their journey. Their movements stirred up a commotion. They were moving in the direction opposite of the demon realm, where the human cultivators resided. This alarming news spread like wildfire. Like an earthquake, the entire demon realm was shocked by it. Top figures of the demon realm were charging towards the territory where human cultivators resided. Was a war between demons' clans and humans about to erupt? However, there were no signs of war prior to this. Why did the demon clans suddenly start a war? Could it be that the demon realm wanted to conquer the Heavenly Mandate realm? The humans had been at peace with the demon realm for decades. It had been a long time since a war erupted. Now was the peace about to be destroyed? It did not occur to the cultivators of the demon realm that the three top demon clans were not planning to conquer the Heavenly Mandate realm. Instead, they were joining forces to attack one specific force. Everywhere the three demon clans passed, chaos arose. The armies led by upper-level Renhuangs advanced at an incredible speed. They left the demon realm, crossed the border marker, and appeared in the territory where human cultivators were. When the human cultivators saw the armies of the demon realm led by demon emperors, their hearts quivered in fear. What was happening? The area ruled by the Heavenly Mandate dynasty was still as calm as still water. However, the three demon clans were approaching. Chapter 1683 Cusp of an Invasion. The Heavenly Mandate dynasty was once the absolute overlord of the Heavenly Mandate realm. It dared to claim itself as the Heavenly Mandate dynasty as it was the ruler of the Heavenly Mandate. This dynasty, which stood in the central region of the Heavenly Mandate realm, ruled over a boundless territory. Several other dynastic factions surrounded the Heavenly Mandate dynasty, with each of these factions ruling over a piece of unending territory. All of these factions made up the overlord-like status of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty. If not for the battle many years ago, the Heavenly Mandate dynasty might still have been the absolute overlord of the Heavenly Mandate realm. They even once wanted to reunify the Heavenly Mandate realm and restore the former glory of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty. Gu Xingtian, a man who had appeared out of nowhere, crumbled all of their plans. The battle back then was earth-shattering. Blood was shed everywhere. Ever since then, no one dared to attack the Heavenly Mandate dynasty. Even the celestial gate of vast heaven, who was said to have the 12 deities, was ultimately dissolved and destroyed in their battle with the dynasty. It was imaginable just how powerful the Heavenly Mandate dynasty was back then. The 12 deities of the celestial gate of vast heaven were all upper-level Renhuangs. Even though the current Heavenly Mandate dynasty was ailing now, it still harbored extraordinary strength, just not as powerful as before. They were not as prosperous and powerful as they were back then. The battle back then made the Heavenly Mandate dynasty never to have the thought of unifying the Heavenly Mandate realm ever again. Instead, they pinned their hopes on the next generation's Etianu. The central region of the Heavenly Mandate realm was ruled by the Heavenly Mandate dynasty. All of its territory were its spheres of influence. The first dynastic faction was the vast army of the demon realm. When they stepped onto the central regions of the Heavenly Mandate realm, it was the Yi dynasty. At this moment, behind one of the city walls governed by the Yi dynasty, people within the city suddenly felt a suffocating pressure. The people then looked up at the faraway horizon. The next moment, their figures started to tremble greatly. "That is, the demon clan," some people said with trembling voices. What did they see? Divine dragons were flying past the horizon. Kunpings blocked off the sun when they extended their wings. A wave of terrifying demonic pressure descended onto the surroundings. It caused the legs of several people to go limp. Then, the sky suddenly darkened. When they looked up, they saw that the great demons had completely covered the sky. What? What do they want to do? Some stuttered. Soon, the powerful fighters of the Demo clan flew past their heads. They were too fast. If not for them being much higher than the people above them, the demons might have disappeared from their field of vision in an instant. They turned back to look at the demons. They looked into the distance. If they continued straight in that direction, they would ultimately reach the Heavenly Mandate dynasty. Many people felt suffocated when they thought about that. The sky was changing. The demon realm is about to start a battle. A sound rang in the surroundings. The demon realm was charging directly in the direction of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty. They were not here as guests this time around. Furthermore, there had not been any warning of this. The messengers would not be able to head to the Heavenly Mandate dynasty as fast as the demons could. They might not even have time to relay the news using telepathy. What was this aside from war? Emperor Yi stood in a large majestic hall in the palace of the Yi dynasty. He looked up and into the distance. His heart was also trembling violently. Even though he was much more powerful than most of the people in his dynasty. Even though he was merely the ruler of a border dynasty, he was still a middle-level Renhuang with a 6th-tier divine wheel. He was immensely powerful. He had sensed the movement when the demons were still far away. Something big was about to happen. Hum! A radiant divine light flashed past. He was incredibly fast as he turned around and sprinted in the direction of the heavenly Mandate dynasty. He was the ruler of the Yi dynasty, but at the same time, he was also a subordinate of the heavenly Mandate dynasty. Furthermore, he had a considerable relationship with the Yi clan in the heavenly Mandate dynasty. After all, every ruler of the respective dynasties could only take the position of the emperor of the heavenly Mandate dynasty approved of it. A ray of golden divine light of unparalleled radiance shot out from above the faraway horizon. At the next moment, a golden figure instantly broke past the sky. The figure moved past the air like it was teleporting. Its powerful aura landed directly onto Emperor Yi. Its aura was terrifying. Emperor Yi's expression changed drastically. His speed drastically increased until he was at his limits. There were only his blurry afterimages on the horizon. No one could see his main body. Emperor! Countless people from Emperor Yi's palace looked up to see the vanishing figure. They also saw the incandescent golden figure on the horizon. It was a terrifying existence that was at the level of a demon emperor. The figure was surrounded by radiant illusory figures. It was a golden-winged giant pink bird. The demon army that was advancing on the horizon did not slow down in their invasion. It was as if they did not see anything. They continued moving forward. At this moment, the people on the ground felt a sharp pain in their eyes. They saw an infinite golden divine light. The golden-winged giant pink bird vanished from its original position. When they saw it the next time, it was at a faraway place. There seemed to be an immense figure of the golden-winged giant pink bird on the horizon. A gentle voice rang out. At the next moment, several people saw a figure fall from the sky. Emperor! When they looked over in that direction, several people raised their heads and looked at the sky. They saw the falling figure. It was Emperor Yi. Their hearts shook violently. The ruler of a dynasty had been killed on the spot. He had lost his life. Furthermore, it only took one hit. The radiant figure who was dressed in a long golden robe walked forward on thin air and joined up with the army. It was as if nothing had happened. An upper-level demon emperor. The hearts of many people were shaking violently. An existence that could murder Emperor Yi in one hit was undoubtedly an upper-level demon emperor. Furthermore, it should have been a golden-winged giant pink bird from the Sky Demon Court. An extraordinary existence of the demon realm. A ruler of a dynasty was murdered without even a chance of retaliation. In the air, on the back of a divine dragon, Futian stood silently. His long robe crackled in the wind. He looked on at the scene unfeelingly. He knew of the relationship between the heavenly Mandate dynasty and the surrounding dynasties. Today, anyone who interfered with them would be killed. That emperor must have been doubtful about why the army of the demon realm had descended. However, he did not expect that his erroneous judgment of wanting to notify the heavenly Mandate realm caused him to be killed on the spot. He stood no chance. Countless people looked at the sky in a daze. At this moment, no one doubted the motive of the demon army. They directly killed the ruler of a dynasty without saying a word. Did this need to be elaborated? They had come to extinguish the heavenly Mandate dynasty. Soon, the demon army on the horizon started to become blurrier. Then, they disappeared from the field of vision of the spectators. Countless people gathered at the same location. They looked toward the place where Emperor Yi had fallen. They looked at the corpse in a daze. It was as if all of this was not real. Will the heavenly Mandate dynasty collapse? Some people muttered as they looked at the vanishing army far away. At this moment, all of them felt an unprecedented sense of crisis. This might be the downfall of the heavenly Mandate dynasty. Someone else had come to attack the heavenly Mandate dynasty after Gu Tianxing did back then. This time, the battle would be even more terrifying than back then. Does anyone know what happened? A figure asked. He was also in a daze. It was like this was a dream. Why would the army of the demon realm come to attack the heavenly Mandate dynasty? Who could tell them the reason? I think I saw him, someone said softly. He was still looking at the sky in a daze. Who? Countless gazes landed on the person who spoke. The person who spoke turned to look at the crowd. Back then, he had attended the celebration at the Violet Heavenly Palace. Thus, he recognized the white-haired youth. Yi Futian! The army of the demon realm charged forward. Finally, the dynasties near the central region of the Heavenly Mandate realm were shaken. It was like a tsunami. It had come suddenly, yet ferociously. Several figures came forward from the palace of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty. They were powerful renhuangs. They had grim expressions, their auras pulsing intensely around them. They were all headed directly toward the sacred hall of the palace. The Emperor of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty had sensed the commotion. He had already stepped out and was standing on the steps. "Emperor, we are being attacked by the army of the demon realm," a voice rang out. The voice felt like a bolt of lightning on a sunny day. It rang clearly within the ears of the powerful fighters in the palace. The army of the demon realm had attacked. "What factions of the demon clan are there?" the Emperor of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty asked. "The Divine Dragons, Sky Demon Court, and Divine Elephants. 3 armies of the demon realm." It was another alarmed voice. The renhuangs in the palace could no longer sit still. They took to the skies and moved in the direction of the sacred hall. The Emperor of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty clenched his fists tight. An unbelievably overbearing aura swelled outward and enveloped the boundless Heavenly Mandate dynasty. The glory around his body radiated upward and illuminated the sky. At this moment, the Emperor of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty looked like a deity. His body rose upward slowly until he stood high up in the air. The thing that he had thought to be impossible was happening. The formation of an alliance by the juniors and the God's Relic had turned into a large alliance of the demon realm and the Heavenly Mandate realm. He did not understand. He closed his eyes slightly. Countless powerful fighters appeared all around him. They were all looking at him. At this moment, the Emperor of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty was calmer than usual. He closed his eyes and spread his divine spirit outward. It expanded continuously. Soon, the boundless Heavenly Mandate dynasty was enveloped within his divine spirit. Countless images appeared in his mind. His divine spirit raided the area manically. Many people clearly felt his divine spirit brush past him. It even felt as though they could see the deity-like figure standing in the air above the sacred hall. It was the Emperor. At this moment, in the Imperial City, a figure was walking on the road. He had no aura and was extremely silent. He was like an ordinary person. However, at this moment, he stopped in his tracks and sensed the divine spirit sweeping past him. He looked up toward the direction of the palace. The next moment, a violent aura erupted from within his body. Boom! In an instant, the unbelievably violent aura surged out and swept past the bodies of countless people with him in the center. Several people trembled as they looked toward him. Who was this person? Thump! The ground was crumbled with a footstep. The figure took to the skies and stepped on thin air. With every step he took, several people on the ground spat out blood. Why? A voice spread toward him. It was the voice of the Emperor of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty. At the same time, his divine spirit continued spreading outward. At the other 2 directions of the Imperial City, terrifying auras also burst forth and applied pressure on the entire city. Chapter 1684 Embattlement. 4 powerful fighters appeared in each of the cardinal directions of the vast Imperial City of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty. They stood on the horizon. Their terrifying authority spread out around them and radiated throughout the Imperial City. Their aura enveloped the palace of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty. The 4 of them had 9th-level divine wheels and came from 4 different factions. Of course, including the Emperor of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty, who was standing in the air above the palace, there were 5 unparalleled fighters in the area. The 4 powerful fighters who appeared were the Dragon Master of the Divine Dragons, the Golden Bird Demonic Lord of the Sky Demon Court, the Divine Elephant Emperor of the Divine Elephants, and Jiang Qingzi of the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven. Any one of them was in existence that stood on the apex of the Heavenly Mandate realm. They were people who could cause the Heavenly Mandate realm to tremble with the stomp of their foot. They had infiltrated and hidden in the Imperial City of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty before the army had set off. That was because they had to keep an eye on the powerful fighters of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty. Even though they were a great distance apart, it felt like they were looking at each other in close range within the radius of the Emperor of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty's divine spirit. It was unsurprising that Jiang Qingzi would attack the Emperor of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty. There were factions that stood on opposite sides. The animosity between the Heavenly Mandate dynasty and the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven stemmed from a long time ago. It was destined to end with one party dying. However, why would the three great demon emperors of the Heavenly Mandate realm's demon realm help the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven? He did not understand. Was this solely because of the one-time alliance their juniors had in the God's Relic? Even though those juniors could become the future successors of their respective demon clans, how could they have influenced a war of such a proportion? Why would three people at the level of a demon lord take action? Thus, his question was naturally directed toward the Dragon Master and the two other powerful fighters. He could not understand. There was no reply. The four powerful fighters only had one motive for coming here, which was to kill the Emperor of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty. Since they were going to kill him, there was no need for any redundant words. Thump! A dull thud rang out from the horizon. The noise rang throughout the imperial city. They saw countless golden illusory figures descend from the horizon. An unparalleled pressure of the great path suppressed the people below. Countless people looked up at the sky. They saw countless golden screens of light suspended in the air. Many golden divine statues of deities appeared out of thin air. Everyone felt insurmountable pressure. This was especially so for the people in the palace of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty. Those with lower cultivation levels found it hard to steady their feet. They rose and looked into the distance in fear. Boom! Another dull thud rang out. The majestic palace shook fiercely. The magnificent hall that pierced into the skies trembled and looked ready to fall. The sky-stomping technique was the Divine Elephant's most powerful technique. This time, the Divine Elephant Emperor was personally releasing this ability. All of the powerful fighters in the palace took to the skies. Yi Tianyu had also appeared. He stood in front of the hall and looked into the horizon. Within his incandescent gold eyes, he saw a majestic illusory divine figure that looked like a demon god. The figure was infinitely large. The figure of this divine elephant had its four legs planted firmly in the four cardinal directions of the palace. It caused the entire palace to be suffocated under an authoritative aura. He also felt as though there was an entire sky above his head. It was heavy and suffocating. His father had asked for a reason, but the other party did not answer. However, Yu Qianyu faintly had an answer in his heart. Was it because of him? Why could he do things to such an extent? He was able to get people at the peak of the demon realm to fight for him. He was a person at the lower levels of Renhuang. No matter how exceptional his potential was, he did not have the right to even speak to such powerful figures. Furthermore, he managed to get these powerful figures to work for him, even at the cost of igniting a battle of epic proportions in the Heavenly Mandate realm. Rumble! At this moment, the palace was trembling. Countless rays of golden light suddenly shone out from the ground under the palace. Incandescent symbols shone with divine light. From the sky, one could faintly see a majestic array. The endless glory spread toward the body of the Emperor of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty. The vast sky and the great path in the surroundings swarmed into his body. At this moment, the Emperor of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty looked as though he was the master of this world and was resonating with the great path of this universe. His body was clad in a divine armor of the great path, and he had a crown on his head. Even though he was still standing in his original position, everyone sensed that everything had changed. At this moment, the Emperor of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty looked like a deity. The ultimate technique of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty was the Heavenly Mandate deification technique. It transformed a person into a deity, and imbued him with limitless abilities and an endless stream of great path. At this moment, the Emperor of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty was like a deity. He raised his hand and pointed in the air. A radiant ray of golden divine light burst forth in the sky. Millions of divine rays of light pushed forward. It was as if one finger of a deity was enough to extinguish many realms. The attack flew straight toward the Divine Elephant Emperor, who was suppressing the surroundings. He knew what the intentions of the Divine Elephant Emperor were. He wanted to suppress the entire palace and capture everyone in one swoop, to extinguish his heavenly mandate dynasty. The sight of 1,000,000 rays of light piercing into the sky was majestic. However, it had not reached the Divine Elephant Emperor when a figure blocked off the position. It was the Dragon Master, the Purple Gold Dragon Emperor. According to the plan, the Divine Elephant Emperor would not need to attack in the battle against the Emperor of the Heavenly Mandate Realm. The Purple Gold Dragon Emperor, Demon Lord of the Sky Demon Court, as well as Jiang Qingzi, would be responsible for attacking the Emperor of the Heavenly Mandate Realm. Not only did the Demon Lord of the Sky Demon Court specialize in long-range attacks, but his speed was also equally terrifying. That, coupled with the Purple Gold Dragon Emperor's violent offense and Jiang Qingzi's support, it was impossible for the Emperor of the Heavenly Mandate Realm to escape alive if they worked together. Even if they could not kill the Emperor at the moment, they could at least trap him. The Divine Elephant Emperor and the rest of the powerful fighters were responsible for exterminating the Heavenly Mandate dynasty and killing everyone else to ensure that there were no mistakes. Seeing the assault of the 1,000,000 rays of divine light, the Dragon Master of the Divine Dragons punched forward. In that instant, the horizon seemed to have shattered. It was not an illusory feeling, but something material that could truly be felt. The sky roared and trembled. The strength of the dragon god erupted. Countless illusory purple gold dragons seemed to appear on the horizon. They blasted the great path back and caused the sky to crack. The endless stream of divine light was also destroyed. This attack had happened in the sky, but it caused the hearts of countless people on the ground to jump intensely. It was uncomfortable. People who were at a lower level than Renhuang let out dull grunts. They felt incredibly heavy. Even though this attack had happened an extreme distance away from them and could be said to not involve them, the attack still impacted them. The feeling they got was extremely uncomfortable. Their organs were flipping around in their body and felt that they were about to shatter. The two attacks scattered after they hit each other in the air. The powerful fighters who had been standing in the 4 cardinal directions now appeared in 3 corners with the palace of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty in the center. The Divine Elephant Emperor was alone in his corner. That made the Emperor of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty realize that the Divine Elephant Emperor would not participate in the battle against him. Instead, the Divine Elephant Emperor's target was the entire Heavenly Mandate dynasty. The 3 other powerful fighters were the ones who were here to kill him. At the same time, in the palace, the vast army had arrived. They were split into 3 camps. They charged straight for the palace. "They're here." The people became numb. Other than the 4 powerful fighters who had come here first, the army behind them had also arrived. 3 armies from the demon realm. Furthermore, they were all made up of demon emperors. None of them were under the level of Renhuang. In a battle of such a proportion, any resistance put up by people under the level of Renhuang was useless. They were a burden. In fact, even lower-level Renhuangs would not have too large of an impact on the battle. The people who could directly influence the battle were the apex-level figures. The outcome of the battle would only depend on the lower-level fighters if the people fighting at the very top were at a stalemate. Yi Futian Gu Donglu. Some people saw 2 figures in white robes standing side by side. One was dressed in a white robe and had white hair. He was absolutely charismatic. Even though many people had not seen him before, they did hear about him on multiple occasions. Who else could he be other than Yi Futian? The person beside him was naturally Gu Donglu. Many years ago, Gu Tianxing had come to attack them. Now, his grandson, Gu Donglu, had also stepped into the imperial city of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty. Furthermore, they walked in just like that. They could only step in like that with absolute confidence. They were not afraid that the Emperor of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty would kill them. That was because the forces of the 2 camps were unequal. No matter how powerful the Heavenly Mandate dynasty was, could they deal with the alliance of 3 great demon clans and the return of the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven? These were 4 apex-level factions. Furthermore, Each one of these apex-level figures had brought along ritual implements. The powerful fighters by Yi Futian's side included the Kunping demonic Great Elder, Golden Giant Peng Bird Emperor, Huajiang Shan, as well as powerhouses from the Divine Dragons and Divine Elephants. They all had 8th-tier divine wheels. That, coupled with their ritual implements, allowed them to defend against their enemies for some time, even if they were too powerful fighters with 9th-tier divine wheels. Furthermore, with the 4 influential figures ganging up on the Emperor of the Heavenly Mandate Realm, there was no chance for the Emperor of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty to launch a full-powered attack toward them. Thus, they dared to charge forward and invade the palace of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty. They pushed forward under the witness of countless gazes. Finally, their figures stopped. Yi Futian looked up at the Emperor of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty. The other party also looked at him. They interacted with their gazes. One was in existence that stood at the peak of the Heavenly Mandate Realm, the Emperor of the Heavenly Mandate Realm. The other was a junior who had just stepped into the level of Renhuang. Their statuses were completely unequal. However, at this moment, the white-haired youth had caused the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty to step into despair. The divine authority of the Great Path pressed toward where Yi Futian was at. The Great Path crashed around him. However, the influential figures around Yi Futian released their aura and sealed off the space they were at. They did not give the Emperor of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty any chance of killing Yi Futian. "How did you convince them?" the Emperor of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty asked Yi Futian as he stared at him. He could not understand why the 3 great demon clans would aid Yi Futian. Yi Futian looked at him and did not give a direct answer. Instead, he said, "The reason is no longer important. Today, the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty will be destroyed. The Heavenly Mandate Dynasty will be destroyed!" The Emperor of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty glared at Yi Futian. Indeed, his Heavenly Mandate Dynasty would definitely be defeated by such an unequal formation. They had no chance. However, there was intense killing intent in his eyes. That gaze seemed to signal that Yi Futian would definitely die. Yi Futian shifted his gaze away from the Emperor of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty and looked toward another figure. He looked at the Prince of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty Yi Tianyu. This was his 3rd senior's place of destiny. His animosity with the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty paled in comparison to his 3rd senior. His 3rd senior's animosity with the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty was a vengeance that spanned 3 generations. Let it all end today. Chapter 1685 Final Battle. In Brahma's pure sky, the Empress finally understood why she had the persistent feeling that something big was about to happen. Her beautiful eyes seemed to pierce through the void while she was in her large hall. Her eyes saw the situation that was happening incredibly far away. That was the direction of the central regions of the Heavenly Mandate Realm where the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty was. A breeze blew past and caused her robes to sway. She could not have expected this. This day, the 3 great demon clans had moved out together and wished to exterminate the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty. An uprising had suddenly risen in the Heavenly Mandate Realm. There had been no warning. "I'll head out for a moment." The Brahma's pure sky Empress took a step forward, and her figure immediately disappeared. The goddesses under her looked up to see that the Empress's figure had disappeared and let out confused looks. They had the feeling that something was off. Did something happen? They realized why the Empress was acting weird not long after. The news spread from the Brahma Sky City into the Brahma's pure sky. Yi Futian had led the 3 great demon factions, the Divine Dragons, Sky Demon Court, and Divine Elephants, as well as powerful fighters from the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven in an invasion into the central regions of the Heavenly Mandate Realm. They might already have reached the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty. The news came like lightning. It caused countless hearts to tremble. Was the Heavenly Mandate Realm going to undergo massive change? Many years ago, Gu Xingtian had been unable to exterminate the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty, but he had caused the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty to become weakened. Ever since then, the dynasty had never restored itself to its former glory, but the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven also paid a heavy price. However, the person who attacked the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty this time was not Gu Xingtian, nor was it the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven. Instead, it was 4 top-notch factions. This time, it was possible that the Heavenly Mandate dynasty would be exterminated. The once absolute overlord of the Heavenly Mandate realm had been weakened from its glory days. This day, it might walk toward extermination. At the same time, in the Violet Heavenly Palace, a powerful fighter rushed around manically. He charged directly into the Violet Heavenly Palace. He had not arrived, but his voice could be heard from far away. Futian had led the 3 great demon clans and the celestial gate of vast heaven in an invasion of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty. His voice was like lightning in the horizon, exploding suddenly within the Violet Heavenly Palace. In that instant, multiple figures from the Violet Heavenly Palace took to the skies. There were constant crackles as countless bolts of lightning descended. At this moment, the Violet Heavenly Palace shone with endless purple light. The absolute territory of heavenly thunder had terrifying divine thunder. Amidst the countless bolts of lightning, 2 figures were sitting cross-legged in the air. They were in the middle of a game of chess. However, at this moment, the voice that rang throughout the Violet Heavenly Palace rang out. A bolt of lightning landed directly on the chessboard. The palace master of the Violet Heavenly Palace placed his piece down. Rumble, his action was a little heavy. It caused the chessboard to be blasted into pieces by the lightning. The palace master of the Violet Heavenly Palace looked up toward the other figure who was also sitting cross-legged. There was a destructive lightning aura in his eyes as he stared at the opposite figure. "You already know about this?" he asked. This day, the master of the 10,000 Divine Mountain that he did not have many dealings with suddenly arrived at the Violet Heavenly Palace and wanted to play a game of chess with him. He did not think too much about it just now. He had thought that the other party wanted to experience the absolute territory of heavenly thunder. However, at this moment, he suddenly realized something. The demon clans were not the only ones who had joined forces with Futian in the God's Relic. There was also the 10,000 Divine Mountain. If Futian had convinced the 3 great demon clans to attack the Heavenly Mandate dynasty, then was the 10,000 Divine Mountain convinced along with them? After all, the 2 parties had a commonality. They had gotten into an alliance with Futian in the God's Relic. More coincidentally, the master of the 10,000 Divine Mountain had come to the Violet Heavenly Palace. He had appeared here. "Our game of chess is not over. Are you destroying the board just because you are about to lose?" The master of the 10,000 Divine Mountain smiled. He waved his palm. Instantly, a new chess board appeared between them. The chess pieces appeared out of thin air and landed in their original positions. It was as if everything was normal. He raised his hand and placed a piece down, then looked up at the palace master of the Violet Heavenly Palace. He smiled and said, "It's your turn." The palace master of the Violet Heavenly Palace understood the situation when he saw the other party's reaction. The other party had not answered him, but at this point, there was no need for an answer. It was clear that the other party knew about this. Then, the reason that he came to the Violet Heavenly Palace was to the Divine Dragons, Sky Demon Court, and the Divine Elephants? The palace master of the Violet Heavenly Palace guessed. "How did he convince you guys?" 4 top-notch factions had stepped out for Futian. It felt ridiculous, no matter how he thought about it. "Play out your move first, Palace Master," the master of the 10,000 Divine Mountain said casually. The Palace Master of the Violet Heavenly Palace looked down at the board, then casually tossed out a chess piece. The master of the 10,000 Divine Mountain smiled, then placed the piece down. At this moment, the black pieces of the Palace Master of the Violet Heavenly Palace were surrounded by the white pieces on the board. The piece that the master of the 10,000 Divine Mountain placed just now was not eye-catching, but it seemed to be the most important move. There was no special reason. It's just that it has been many years. The Heavenly Mandate realm might become different, it should become different. The master of the 10,000 Divine Mountain lowered his head and murmured. It felt like he was talking to himself. How different? The palace master of the Violet Heavenly Palace was confused. He did not understand. Back then, Gu Tianxing appeared out of thin air and suppressed an entire generation. He could be described as incredibly charismatic and unparalleled in the heavenly mandate realm. Even so, I was still rather indignant. Even though I am far from comparable to Gu Tianqing was ultimately unable to become the person that would define his era. He was ultimately just a little off. The master of the 10,000 divine mountains said. His outcome was as I imagined. He died while he was at his peak. It was a pity. What do you wish to express? The palace master of the Violet Heavenly Palace asked. Now, the person who would define his generation has appeared. The master of the 10,000 divine mountain looked up at the other party. He stood up slowly. An unparalleled pressure of the great path swelled out. Rumble. Ancient lightning peaks in the absolute territory of heavenly thunder collapsed. The mountains crashed downward and swallowed the absolute territory of heavenly thunder. At the same time, on the horizon, countless divine mountains appeared and blocked off the sky. At this moment, countless people from the Violet Heavenly Palace looked up to see the divine mountains floating in the air. The divine mountains were pressing downward. They enveloped the Violet Heavenly Palace within an endless stretch of divine mountains. It was as if this space had been buried and sealed off. At this moment, in the absolute territory of heavenly thunder, two figures took to the skies and headed straight for the clouds. One of them was bathed in an infinite divine aura of lightning. Rings of lightning circled him. They looked like divine lightning that could destroy worlds and instilled fear in the hearts of people. The figure on the other side seemed to have a contract with the divine mountains that sealed off the violent heavenly palace. It seemed as though they were one entity. At this moment, the palace master of the Violet Heavenly Palace finally realized why the other party only brought 2 people along with him. He had brought the 2 other strongest people from the 10,000 Divine Mountain. Of course, it was to make it convenient for him to do battle. There were no burdens. If they were to fight in the Violet Heavenly Palace, everyone in the Violet Heavenly Palace was a burden. How could he fight this battle? If the battle were to start, the Violet Heavenly Palace would crumble. No one under the level of Renhuang would survive. In the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty, the Emperor of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty had the same reservations as the Palace Master of the Violet Heavenly Palace. This was the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty, their home ground. However, in a battle of such a proportion, the home ground might not give them the advantage. The destructive capabilities of a peak-level Renhuang were too terrifying. Back then, he had joined forces with his father to do battle with Gu Tianqing. However, it caused many deaths. Many powerful fighters had died. Furthermore, the powerful fighters of the other party wielded the absolute advantage today. Of course, in such a situation, the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty was facing a crisis of extinction. However, the Emperor of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty wanted to take a gamble. Futian claimed that the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty would be exterminated. However, he felt indignant. Tianyu, get into the sacred hall and take care of yourself. The Emperor of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty told Tianyu using telepathy. He had just said this when his deity-like figure took to the skies. He was like a golden bolt of lightning piercing straight for the heavens. All of you leave. Having cultivated his abilities to such a level, the Emperor of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty was also an extremely decisive man. Even though he wanted to take the gamble on a slim chance, it was more than likely that the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty would be exterminated. While he took to the skies, the palace of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty transformed into an intensely shiny divine matrix. Countless symbols within the divine matrix shone and gathered around his body. His aura reached an extreme. This scene caused the powerful fighters to feel that if not for their embattlement, if only one figure at the same level of the Emperor had come to fight him, they might have been trapped here by the other party. Boom! A dull thud rang out. The power of the divine elephants that was holding down the sky seemed to have been shattered. The Emperor of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty charged out and wanted to escape from the battlefield. He knew that if he left, the other parties would definitely follow him. The 3 top-notch figures had come to deal with him. There would be a chance that he could reverse the situation if they chased after him. A violent wind blew past. It brought about an unparalleled scorching will. A divine sun bird appeared in the sky. It was humongous and melted everything in its path. It scorched the heavens like a sun, swallowing everything around it. It dragged its opponents into a sun world. At the same time, the Dragon Master and Jiang Qingzi charged over. Just as he had guessed, the three powerful figures were here to kill him. Retreat. The powerful fighters from the Heavenly Mandate dynasty wanted to escape, but they saw the Divine Elephant Emperor walk on air and release giant rumbles. The divine authority of the Great Path descended and nearly caused the entire palace to collapse and fall. The powerful fighters knew that even though the Emperor wanted them to retreat, they might not actually be able to. At this moment, a figure walked out from the crowd. Yi Tianyu looked at the figure who was walking out. It was Gu Donglu. In the past, when he attacked the celestial gate of vast heaven with the heavenly dynasty, Yi Tianyu had also walked toward Gu Donglu like that. However, he did not achieve victory in that battle. Now, the scene of Gu Donglu walking toward him felt familiar. Powerful fighters from the demon clans walked out. Their pressure enveloped the battlefield that the two people were at to prevent anyone from launching a sneak attack on Gu Donglu. Yi Futian looked at the battlefield calmly. He had spared Yi Tianyu's life in the god's relic. He had said that he had to leave Yi Tianyu for his third senior. This was their destiny. Rumble. A perfect divine wheel burst forth. It shone with incredible radiance and blinded Yi Tianyu. His father wanted him to leave, but he did not do it. He wanted to face the situation directly. This was his destined battle. He did not escape. It was just that this destiny was a little different from the one he imagined. Yi Tianyu released his pressure as a Renhuang and stepped forward. This was the first battle he was going to have since he stepped into the level of Renhuang, but this might also be his last battle. Chapter 1686 One High. The powerful fighters of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty realized that they could no longer escape. At this point, the prince of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty, Yi Tianyu, had no choice but to take the battle head-on. This destined battle that had spanned 3 generations had erupted in the palace of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty. In the past, Gu Tianxing had also fought the old emperor here. In this generation, Gu Donglu stood in front of Yi Tianyu. No matter if it was the past or present, it felt as though the Heavenly Mandate dynasty was at a disadvantage. Was this the reason for the decline of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty? The perfect divine wheel had an incredibly radiant divine light. The divine wheel was naturally made up of Jiuxian diagram. It could also be called the Jiuxian divine wheel. An incredible divine light radiated from Gu Donglio's body. It was as if deities had descended onto the mortal plane. He was truly charismatic. At this moment, he looked like a fairy. The Jiuxian divine wheel spun around the heavens and turned into a divine image that blocked off the sky. An endless divine glow was pulsing and resonating with the great path and the surroundings. That image became larger and larger. It completely blocked off the sky and covered the battlefield where the two of them were standing on. Pure-blooded dragons roared. Ancient phoenix danced in the sky. Ferocious beasts like the Tao Tai and Xiongqi appeared. It was as if all of the demon gods had appeared in the image. Light of the 9 words circled the fighters. Countless ancient words descended onto the surroundings at the same time. It was everywhere. Gu Donglu might not have needed to activate such a powerful technique today. However, he recalled that his grandfather had once done battle here. Since that was the case, he should put the matter to rest. The divine picture of Heavenly Mandate was also released as the deification technique erupted. Yi Tianyu was like a deity. However, compared to the radiance of the other creatures, he looked like he had lost a little luster from the old days. He looked a little dull. Even though he had incredible talent, there was someone stronger than him. The pressure of the divine wheel and the authority of the descending ancient words continuously impacted Yi Tianyu's body and soul. Indeed, the distance between them was great. He could never have expected that the two people who were once on equal footing as him, when he reached the Renhuang plain, would have pulled the distance between them this far apart. It was clear that he was the one left behind. Boom! An exquisite lethal will bloomed. An incandescent fairy light radiated from the Jiuxian diagram. The surroundings were in resonance. The radiance released by the 9 words turned the great path in the surroundings into one. At the next moment, the endless stream of ancient words descended. Futian looked at the descending ancient symbols. It was as though every ancient word was made out of sword will. However, they were much stronger than the will possessed by a Renhuang of the same level. His swords looked like the swords of the mystical way. Mystical light radiated throughout the surroundings. Everything under the Jiuxian diagram was destroyed. Tianyu knew how the battle would end when he sensed the pressure. Everything had been decided when the perfect divine wheel appeared. He took a step forward and moved toward Gu Donglu. He used the rest of his strength to walk toward the endless words made out of sword will that was crashing down. In that instant, blinding light erupted from Tianyu's body. It was as if all of the light in his life was shining at this very moment. Swords were destroying everything under the glorious light. However, there was no end to the descending symbols. Finally, the words pierced through his shining body, and Tianyu stopped in his tracks. He looked at Gu Donglu, then shifted his gaze toward another direction. He looked in the direction of Futian. Actually, if not for the fact that they were born into different camps, if Futian had gone to the Divine Palace, they might have become friends. Perhaps this was destiny. Under the blinding light, the prince of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty, the person who was hailed as the Almighty Sun, Tianyu, vanished into the brilliance and died. The powerful fighters of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty witnessed this scene. The prince of the dynasty had been killed. Furthermore, the emperor was being attacked by 3 powerful figures and was also in deep trouble. Under such a situation, no one could have protected Tianyu. They were in the same predicament. The Heavenly Mandate dynasty was facing a crisis of extinction. Would the Heavenly Mandate dynasty, who had stood at the peak of the Heavenly Mandate realm for countless years, be completely destroyed today? Futian had a calm expression when he saw Tianyu vanish. However, his heart was overcome with emotion. The once arrogant prince of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty had died just like that. However, he ultimately displayed his spirit as the prince of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty in the final battle. He was unafraid and had died in battle. Rumble dull thuds rang out in the sky. The emperor of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty knew that Tianyu had died. He forced back his grief and wanted to create a path of blood. However, the combined abilities of the 3 top-notch figures and the premium ritual implements they wielded did not pale in comparison to the treasure in his hands. He could not leave. The 3 powerful fighters were in no rush to kill him. They trapped him relentlessly. Otherwise, it would be troublesome for them to give the emperor an escape route if they were not careful. Thus, they would rather be more cautious and slowly trap and kill him than give him a glimmer of hope. There was a blood-colored glow in the emperor of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty's eyes. Were they still not going to attack? He had charged up into the sky for the gamble of a slight chance. He had hoped that his allies would take action and deal with Futian. However, the other party had not attacked even now. Even though his so-called allies were not dependable, he could not accept the fact that the other party had so mercilessly witnessed the scene. However, even so, the emperor of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty did not betray them. He hoped that they would be able to accomplish a one-hit kill. At this point, all he hoped was for Futian to be killed in one hit. As long as Futian died, there was a chance that this crisis could be resolved. Futian was the core figure in the alliance of the 4 great factions. If he died, there might be a chance that this alliance would be dissolved. "Take action," Futian said. The powerful fighters of the Demon Clan and the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven stepped forward and went in search of their enemies. They had the numbers advantage in this battle. That, coupled with the Divine Elephant Emperor blocking off the sky, made the outcome of this battle clear. Futian had made this plan to kill the Heavenly Mandate dynasty in one strike. He had trapped all of the top-notch figures of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty and had not allowed them to leave. Boom in the air, the Divine Elephant Emperor stomped his foot down. The Divine Elephant seemed to take a step forward in the endless space. Several fighters of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty were unable to withstand the attack. They spat out blood and crawled on the ground. Even the fighters at the level of Renhuang let out dull grunts. If not for being wary that he might take his allies down with him, the terrifying Divine Elephant Emperor would have stomped down on a larger scale. Even so, the fighters saw 4 massively thick legs of the Divine Elephant step on the 4 cardinal directions. They were like 4 divine god pillars. 4 powerful fighters at the level of Renhuang were directly crushed to death. They did not even have the chance to retaliate. Buildings also crumbled at a manic rate. Everyone was flustered. This day was the doomsday of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty. At this moment, the Divine Elephant Emperor glanced at the sacred hall of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty that was still standing. Even though it had suffered from an immense tremor, it still stood stably in its place. It did not collapse. This sacred hall might have been specially built and could harbor a spell matrix. He scanned the area with his divine spirit and found that his divine spirit was blocked off by the hall. This sacred hall could obstruct the divine spirit. He stomped down once again with his foot. The Heavenly Mandate dynasty had to be destroyed. There was no need for the sacred hall of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty, which symbolized the highest authority of the dynasty, to continue to exist. The giant leg of the golden divine elephant landed on the air above the sacred hall. A loud rumble could be heard. The air above the sacred hall caved in and pushed the hall into the ground. However, the sacred hall did not collapse completely, even though several cracks have appeared. At this moment, horrifying energy suddenly erupted from within the crack. The expression of the Divine Elephant Emperor changed slightly. He lifted his leg and pushed it down quickly. The Divine Elephant shook the skies and wanted to crush the sacred hall under its foot. At the same time, a ray of divine light suddenly erupted from within the sacred hall and pierced out into the surroundings. It caused many people to be unable to open their eyes. "Careful!" the Divine Elephant Emperor roared. He unleashed his suppressing great path to its extreme. He had clearly realized that something was wrong. There was someone in the sacred hall. Furthermore, that person was a top-notch existence. More terrifyingly, the other party had held himself back for this long, and had not taken action all these while. He had not done anything even though Etienne had died before him. What was his motive? It was similar to their motive for coming to the Heavenly Mandate dynasty, to kill with one strike. However, his warning seemed to have come too late. An incandescent ray of golden light pierced through the air. A divine spear penetrated the skies and flew straight toward Futian's body. For a top-notch figure, the distance between them was negligible. The expression of the Divine Elephant Emperor changed. The target of the other party was Futian. Rumble, rumble. Countless sounds of impact rang out. The bodies of the Golden Wing Rock Emperor and Hua Jiangshan were blasted backward. They could not defend against the attack. The golden divine spear pierced through the air and arrived before Futian. Everyone's expression changed to reveal a look of shock. The golden divine glow was exceptionally blinding. Boom! Futian's body was covered in a golden sacred hall. The sacred hall was then blasted backward. Inside, Futian crashed fiercely onto the walls of the sacred hall. Buildings collapsed while he was retreating. The golden sacred hall finally came to a stop. It did not shatter. It did not even have a crack on it. Whew! Everyone took a deep breath. It was too close. They had thought that Futian would be killed. A charged strike of a top-notch fighter was indefensible. However, a space ritual implement had saved Futian's life. He must have also gotten that from the god's relic. It was no wonder that he would step foot on the battlefield. As it turned out, he had a treasure like that in his possession. Futian looked at the figures on the other side while he stood in the sacred hall. It was not just one person. 2 other powerful fighters emerged. However, they were all suppressed by the Divine Elephant Emperor's great path of suppression, and did not have much destructive capability. The Golden Divine Nation! Futian did not expect the powerful fighters from the Golden Divine Nation to appear within the Heavenly Mandate dynasty. Had they always been waiting for him here? Chapter 1687 finished. The lineup Futian brought today already overshadowed the strength of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty. After all, it was the 4 top forces banding together. Naturally, he had not counted the golden divine nation. The golden divine nation, located in the higher heavens realm, was not one of the powers of the heavenly mandate realm. Furthermore, how would they have known that he would come to the heavenly mandate realm? Golden divine nation aside, even the overlord of the heavenly mandate dynasty could not have anticipated that he would come to attack. Even the golden divine nation did not have the ability to predict the future. Then there was only one possibility left. The golden divine nation would rather wait for an opportunity while staying at the heavenly mandate dynasty. They were not necessarily waiting for him to come but waiting for an opportunity to deal with him. It just so happened that he attacked at this time. If the golden divine nation were able to predict the future, then there would be more than just 3 cultivators. Even if they added 3 more, it would never surpass the lineup presented by Futian and the others. Of course, this was because no one knew that he would persuade the 4 principalities to form an alliance. If the battle were to be waged in another way, such as the battle between the celestial gate of vast heaven and the heavenly mandate dynasty, in which 3 major characters from the golden divine nation were blending in under cover of another, then it would be enough to determine the outcome of the battle. That would be enough to demand his life. 3 major characters of great power came to the heavenly mandate dynasty just to wait for a chance to kill him. Clearly, this was an order from the Lord of the divine nation. After the slaying of his 2 descendants, the Lord of the divine nation was presumably still unwilling to let the matter rest even with the intervention from the empty imperial palace. So he had employed another method to deal with Futian by blending into the heavenly mandate dynasty. The reality of this situation was quite similar to what Futian had imagined. In the turmoil at the God's Relic, the cultivators of the empty imperial palace came and spoke so that none of the top forces were in a position to attack Futian freely. After all, everyone knew that the empty imperial palace was under the command of Dongwang the Great. The golden divine nation also had other concerns. Empty imperial palace had given a warning. He had to take it into consideration, but how could he forgive the deaths of his sons? What kind of man was the overlord of the divine nation, that he would really let Futian off the hook with just a few words? Should his 2 sons die in vain? Therefore, he sent men inside the heavenly mandate dynasty. These 3 cultivators were secretly from the heavenly mandate dynasty. The grievances between Futian and the heavenly mandate dynasty would boil over sooner or later. When the time came for the battle to break out, even Dongwang the Great would be hard-pressed to interfere. Futian's death would then have nothing to do with the golden divine nation. Today, Futian happened to come and attack. Once Futian entered the heavenly mandate dynasty, would they not resist? Killing Futian here and now would free them of any future worries. However, with the arrival of Futian this time, the lineup was frightfully strong. Even with their 3 strong cultivators, they were at an absolute disadvantage. They did not make themselves known. They had even kept quiet when Tianyu died. They were only waiting for the moment when the other party relaxed their vigilance so that they might vanquish him with one blow. Killing Futian would cause the alliance to collapse, and then none of these forces in the heavenly mandate realm would dare to keep them. How strong was the golden divine nation? In the higher heavens realm, the golden divine nation was probably the strongest power outside the divine palace. However, because the divine palace cared not for the grievances from the outside world, it could be said that golden divine nation was the strongest power in the higher heavens realm. This could be seen by Guy Shusher's daring attack on Futian outside the divine palace without any concerns. There were powerful men in the divine nation who acted as divine generals under the command of Dongwang the Great. And now there was no power that could be regarded as a threat to the golden divine nation. It could be said that even in the times when the old overlord of the heavenly mandate dynasty was in charge, the golden divine nation would still be able to suppress it. It was a pity that this mortal blow failed to end Futian's life as she wished, and a spatial divine implement saved Futian's life. If it were just armor worn on his body, no matter how excellent of an implement it was, Futian would still die. That might of the way was enough to kill him through the defensive armor. Even a divine implement would still depend on who was using it, and it was impossible to use it against Peak Renwang. However, in that case, the person who used it would die while the divine implement would still stay intact. Unless the realm was higher than the level of the divine implement, it was impossible to destroy the implement through attack only. Therefore, a spatial divine implement happened to be of use. Of course, this kind of divine implement did not appear to have a substantial effect, and the efforts in refining one such divine implement could be used to refine many other divine implements. As such, it was very rare. Even so, Futian was injured through the air, but his injury was not serious. 1 divine wheel 9th order and 2 divine wheel of the 8th order. Futian stared at the opposite side. Such a lineup was truly worthy of him. Even forces at the level of the Golden Divine Nation were able to send this kind of power, waiting for their opportunity, at the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty. Boom! Suddenly, heaven and earth became extremely heavy, and many cultivators felt it was difficult to move. A majestic and massive golden divine elephant suppressed the sky from above and stomped down. The divine elephant emperor himself turned into the golden divine elephant, and an aura of the demonic emperor enveloped heaven and earth. He stepped into the sky and stomped on that cultivator of the 9th order from the Golden Divine Nation. At this time, he couldn't care less about suppressing the inside and outside of the palace. The presence of someone of the Divine Wheel 9th order was too great a threat, and could only be dealt with by him. In order to prevent the opponent from having a chance to kill the others, he had to drag the opponent with all his strength to prevent him from threatening the lives of the others. Go! He spat in a strong and powerful voice. It was for the demonic clan and the cultivators from the celestial gate of vast heaven to evacuate. Of course, it was not really an evacuation, but to have them leave his attack range. When someone of his caliber unleashed all of his power to attack, he could take down a whole city. But now only one person was his target. There was no need for him to say anything more. A terrible storm swept out, and it was not up to anyone to decide whether they wanted to go or not. Futian was inside the spatial sacred hall, and under that violent storm, the hall was knocked loose and flew out, taking him with it. The Divine Elephant Emperor did not directly attack but repelled everyone with a shockwave. Otherwise, one stomp from him would kill not only the enemy but also his own people. In the center of the vast palace ground, the giant foot of the golden divine elephant smashed down, and the world seemed to collapse under this single stomp. Endless storms came down to destroy all the buildings below as they were shattered and pulverized madly at this moment, turning into fragments. In just an instant, more than half of a majestic imperial palace was shattered and reduced to ruins. Somewhere far away, the people who watched the battle from the imperial city of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty were trembling. They had never thought that there would be such a day. Someone wanted to destroy the dynasty. The divine general of Golden Divine Nation seemed to turn into a divine god. His body suddenly elongated. As the ancient golden god stood upon the ruins, endless divine light bloomed from him, casting light into the endless space. That breath was truly astonishing. They were thinking how fortunate it was that Futian was not killed in that blow. Even Futian secretly sighed in relief. Fortunately, he had reaped a lot in the god's relic, and after studying the divine implements, he found that this spatial implement possessed the ability for defense. Otherwise, facing a Renhuang of the Divine Will 9th Order, he never could have dodged if they attacked suddenly. After all, no one had thought that there would be such a top-level Renhuang inside the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty. Accompanied by a loud noise, a golden storm swept out centered on the palace grounds, and all the ruins swept backward. At this moment, some other buildings in the palace that hadn't collapsed were destroyed and spilled outside the palace. Futian glanced at the battlefield yonder. Although the opponent was a 9th Order Renhuang, the Divine Elephant had no problem dragging him down with its strength. Don't let them go, Futian said as he glanced at the cultivators from the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty in the distance. Even with the 3 powerful cultivators from Golden Divine Nation, the strength was still extremely unbalanced. It was very clear to them that there were still 3 top figures above who were besieging the Overlord. Now that they were doomed to be defeated, to flee was the only way. If they stayed alive, then they still have a chance for revenge. But clearly, Futian could not simply watch them go. I have divine implement to protect me, don't worry about me, Futian continued. Good. As his words fell, demonic emperors and the Renhuang from the celestial gate of vast heaven attacked at the same time. Simultaneously, demonic emperors also appeared on all sides of the palace, mainly the great demons from the Sky Demon Court. They had surrounded the area according to Yi Futian's prior instructions, to prevent the Renhuang from the Heavenly Mandate dynasty from escaping. The Kunping demonic Great Elder and the Golden Wing Rock Emperor aimed directly at those two who were the Divine Wheel 8th Order, while Hua Jiangshan stayed by Yi Futian's side. Although Yi Futian had ordered them to unleash their attacks, it was impossible to have no one left by his side. The battlefield instantly expanded and continued to grow larger in the sky above the palace of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty. The Heavenly Mandate dynasty had a very deep background. If it was a single power, the number of Renhuang in the Heavenly Mandate dynasty, no matter in numbers or realms, were definitely the strongest in all of the Heavenly Mandate realm. If it was not for the alliance of several top forces, it was impossible to destroy the Heavenly Mandate dynasty. However, this was destined to be a battle of great disparity. Just like when the Heavenly Mandate dynasty and the Violet Heavenly Palace besieged the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven, and the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven disintegrated right away. But this time, Yi Futian didn't want to give the opponent a chance to escape. Master Hua, you go as well. Don't you want to slay the enemy yourself? Yi Futian said to Hua Jiangshan. Hua Jiangshan was the clan lord of the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven, so naturally, he wanted to participate in the fight, but both Yi Futian and Gu Donglu must be protected. Rest assured that we are not so weak. If we can't stop it, I will summon the divine implement for defense, Yi Futian said. Very well. When Hua Jiangshan heard Yi Futian say so, he also stepped forward to join the battle. Even with the three great Renhuan of the Golden Divine Nation joining in, it was still a one-sided situation. It's over. In the distance, countless were watching this battle, and the sound of collisions sounded in their ears again and again, causing their hearts to beat violently. The Heavenly Mandate dynasty had been dominating the Heavenly Mandate realm for many years. It was about to meet its end today. Everyone could see it. Just as Yi Futian had said, the dynasty should be destroyed. It was just that no one thought that the Heavenly Mandate dynasty would be destroyed at the hands of a white-haired young man who was new to the realm of Renhuang. He had not even been famous for long. Death of an era. When the Lady of Brahma's pure sky arrived at the imperial city of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty, the war had already been going on for a long time. She stood far above the sky, looking at the battlefield. The entire palace had been turned into a ruin, with many from the Heavenly Mandate dynasty buried underneath. Some were of the Renhuang existence. The entire imperial city was permeated with a terrible storm of the Great Path. There were battles taking place in different places, and there were also Renhuang figures who had fallen. A quarter of the buildings in this most prosperous main city of Heavenly Mandate realm were destroyed, with cracks appearing on the ground. What was before everyone's eyes could no longer be discerned as a place that was once the most prosperous place in all of the Heavenly Mandate realm. The collapse of a dynasty. Even though she was an empress at the peak of her power, the Lady of Brahma's pure sky was still not at peace. She gazed at the white-haired figure who was standing above the palace. Had it really been destroyed for good? Of course, she could also see the battlefield where the overlord of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty was located. At this time, the overlord was hit with another violent impact. The punch from the Dragon Master that could break apart space blasted on the armor that he was wearing. A mouthful of blood came out of his mouth, and the overlord of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty was already very weak at this moment. Encircled and suppressed by three people of the same level power, he could not keep fighting for much longer. But he couldn't leave now even if he wanted to. If it weren't for the three great cultivators who were being overly cautious and choosing not to take too much risk, perhaps the battle would have ended already. However, because they were so sure of their victory, they were in no hurry. They chose to consume the energy of the other until death so that none of the three were injured. There were also Renhuang, who took action against Yi Futian. Renhuang who were lower in rank were not stopped by anyone but were allowed to be obliterated by Yi Futian and the others. Only those of the Divine Wheel 5th Order or above were stopped by the others. If Rehuang, who were positioned higher above, unleashed their attack remotely, Yi Futian and the others would enter the spatial divine implement. They didn't leave him with even a glimmer of hope or opportunity. Retreat. The three cultivators from Golden Divine Nation knew that no more could not be done today. It was not their time to kill Yi Futian. If they persisted, it was highly likely that they would also end up dying here. The Divine Elephant Emperor stepped forward, wanting to chase them down, but Yi Futian merely said, "Let them go." Only then did the God Elephant Emperor's footsteps stop, and 3 arcs of golden divine light sailed across the void and disappeared. The main target today was the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty, and it was not so easy to detain the other party. Another reason was that they planned on destroying the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty once and for all, but Golden Divine Nation was a different story. If the Divine Elephant Emperor had really dragged them into killing the top figures of the Golden Divine Nation, then the Overlord of Divine Nation would have an excuse to kill them in return. He didn't want to drag down his allies. "I'll go up and help," the Divine Elephant Emperor said. The overall situation had been determined, and now they just need to detain the Overlord of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty. Then this war would be completely over. However, he had not yet reached the battlefield when the fiery flames above the sky flooded the void. It was a golden sacred fire that burned heaven and earth, as a golden divine solar spear pierced through the armor worn by the Overlord of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty. In an instant, the infinite golden divine solar fire rushed into the other's body. Instantly, the Overlord of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty turned into a man on fire, a divine general bathing in the divine fire, except that the divine fire was burning his body madly. Boom! The fireball dropped down from the sky, and someone else descended. The Dragon Master's purple gold divine fist blasted on his opponent's body, stopping the Overlord's fall, and causing his body to tremble violently. As the bright celestial light bloomed, Jiang Qingzi added another blow. Numerous people in the Imperial City raised their heads and looked there. They saw the Master of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty, falling down weakly from the sky above. With a loud bang, the body of the Overlord was smashed into the ruins, with the 3 top figures landing at the same time, appearing in 3 different locations. Even at this moment, they were still guarding against his possible escape, displaying a degree of caution. There was a sound that came from the ruins as a figure climbed out from the inside and stood on top of it. His whole body was still radiant all over, even though he had almost nothing left. It seemed that he was still unable to let go of his dignity, as the Overlord of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty. That brilliant divine light seemed to be burning up the last of his power. Those eyes looked past through the void toward Yi Futian, who was in the distance. He had never thought that he would fall into the hands of a youngster. Once upon a time, he had not even considered Yi Futian as an opponent for his son, Yi Tianyu. But the white-haired young man who had been standing there was the one who choreographed this battle and the destruction of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty. How very sad was all this. "Your Majesty!" There were those from the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty who were still alive, and they looked at the Overlord who was standing there, feeling extremely sad. He suddenly smiled, somewhat ironically, and said, "I have stepped over Gu Tianxing, but not a youngster." However, Gu Tianxing still did not win. "If it were not for you, I wouldn't necessarily lose." Gu Donglu was also at Yi Futian's side. He admitted that he had lost to Yi Futian, but he still did not admit that he had lost to Gu Tianxing. The one who defeated the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty was not Gu Donglu. "It's just that time has moved up a little," said Yi Futian, expressionless and looking at the Overlord of Heavenly Mandate Dynasty. Without him, the 3rd senior brother would not show up so quickly, so he would bear it and cultivate until one day he could set foot on the Heavenly God realm under his own power. Actually, the battle between 3rd senior brother and Yi Tianyu had proven many things. "Let me understand it before I die. How did you persuade them?" The Overlord of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty looked at Yi Futian, and then at the top figures of the 3 major demonic clans. Giants of the 3 major demonic clans would rather take orders from a youngster? At this moment, he still felt all this was extremely absurd. He didn't understand why he had lost. Why did war erupt between the celestial gate of vast heaven and heavenly mandate dynasty? Yi Futian asked. Gu Tianxing was too domineering. The other responded. Because Gu Tianxing was too strong, the heavenly mandate dynasty felt threatened. It was not because he was too domineering, but because the heavenly mandate dynasty would not allow him to have the same kind of overbearing existence as themselves. Is this correct? Yi Futian asked. Yes, the overlord explained. The heavenly mandate dynasty is powerful, so you would never allow another to be stronger than yourself. Any force that threatens the position of the heavenly mandate dynasty is not allowed to exist, isn't that right? So, the heavenly mandate dynasty will always be the overlord of the heavenly mandate realm, but the upper limit of the heavenly mandate realm will always only be the heavenly mandate dynasty. Yi Futian sarcastically said. Even without us, there would have been another Gu Tianxing. The destruction of the heavenly mandate dynasty was just a matter of time. You don't have the true strength to climb to the top, and yet prevented the others from crossing over. How could you not be destroyed? Yi Futian continued. After the destruction of the heavenly mandate dynasty, I will join forces with other principalities in this land to create an academy for the realm, to preach to the world so that all cultivators of this land would have the opportunity to become stronger and pursue the great path. I never thought about being the overlord of the heavenly mandate realm, nor did I want to command all the venerable figures of the heavenly mandate realm. That was the reason why they were willing to help me. The overlord of the heavenly mandate dynasty looked at that figure and was silent for a moment. Suddenly he smiled, a little presumptuously. He looked at those around him, the Dragon Master, the Golden Raven Demonic Lord, and the Divine Elephant Emperor, and said, Do you believe him? However, he found, sadly, that the three powerful cultivators just looked at him indifferently. His presumptuous voice, in the ears of the others, seemed to be just pathetic. He understood the expressions behind these eyes, and he discovered, sadly, that the three major demonic masters actually believed it all. They believed that Yi Futian could deliver. People are different from each other. The overlord of the heavenly mandate dynasty and Yi Futian were clearly different kinds of people. Perhaps, the emperor of the heavenly mandate dynasty could never understand Yi Futian, but everyone else did. The facts were in front of them that Yi Futian had allowed their progeny to cast the perfect divine wheel, and also promised to build the academy for preaching. If Yi Futian did not wish to see someone else become stronger than him and didn't want to look over his shoulders, he, Gu Donglu and the few others would have been the sole owners of the perfect divine wheels in heavenly mandate realm, and he wouldn't have the idea of establishing the academy. Therefore, in this battle, they withheld their opinion by mutual understanding, and the master of 10,000 Divine Mountain was of the same mind. So he told the palace lord of Violet Heavenly Palace that Gu Tianxing was not the one who could lead them, but Yi Futian would be. You can die now. Yi Futian looked at the overlord, who was laughing wildly, and then lost his voice. There was some pity in his eyes. The overlord understood the meaning in his eyes. As a dominant figure of the heavenly mandate realm, Yi Futian was looking at him with pity in his eyes. He suddenly laughed again, arrogantly, as a terrifying divine light erupted from him. The extremely powerful way of killing directly slew toward Yi Futian, ignoring the space distance between them. Above him, the giant foot of the golden divine elephant stomped down, directly on top of his head. Boom! A dull sound came out, and the will of the way dissipated. The ruins were flattened by one stomp, and a huge pit appeared. In the distance, some from inside the imperial city of Heavenly Mandate Dynasty couldn't bear to look. After all, it was the emperor of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty, the giant who had commanded the Heavenly Mandate realm for many years. Dying in such a miserable manner was a sad affair, to say the least. The Lady of Brahma's pure sky also trembled in her heart. Had that one single stomp killed him? She turned to walk away, but her heart was not at peace. She was thinking about Yi Futian's words and also thinking about the destruction of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty. Yi Futian also left. And what followed was naturally the clearing out of the battlefield. At sunset, everyone had already retreated. Some were still crying in the ruins, but more were looking at the ruins and tried to sort out a myriad of emotions. An era is over. someone whispered, which resonated with many others. The divine dynasty that had ruled the heavenly mandate realm for countless years, and dominated the central area of the realm for many more, had been annihilated in a day. The era that belonged to the heavenly mandate dynasty was now over. A new era will also begin, someone said, and everyone was looking at the speaker. The end of an era naturally meant the beginning of a new one. I will wait here for the establishment of the academy, the speaker whispered. Many people's eyes showed a fierce passion, which also expressed their heart's true desire. This ruin had buried the heavenly mandate dynasty, but there would be a better era yet. Outcome. This was indeed the end of an era, as the heavenly mandate dynasty was not the only force that had been completely destroyed. The violet heavenly palace, from which all the thunder in the world came from, had also encountered a horrific disaster. When Futian and the others reached the violet heavenly palace, the palace lord and the master of 10,000 Divine Mountain were no longer there. But the incomparably majestic palace had half collapsed. In addition, none of the cultivators seemed to be there. One of the greatest forces of the heavenly mandate realm was now empty. Of course, there were still many people there, buried under the palace forever. Just as Futian and the others arrived, two more figures descended and walked up to them. The two of them had frightful auras, and each carried top-level ritual implements. The palace lord has abandoned the violet heavenly palace and fled, but the mountain is pursuing him, said one of them. Upon hearing the news, the palace lord of the violet heavenly palace had struggled, but he had known that his force had ended. 3 great demon forces had allied against him, as well as the celestial gate of vast heaven. The heavenly mandate dynasty could not bear it, and had been destroyed. The cultivators of 10,000 Divine Mountain had descended upon the violet heavenly palace, watching them. They could not just sit back and not fight. After the battle started, he had realized he could not handle the master of 10,000 Divine Mountain, and in the end, had not dared to delay. He had abandoned the violet heavenly palace and fled. We left some people here, but the vast majority fled, continued the man who had come. These were the 2 strongest people in 10,000 Divine Mountain beside the Mountain Master, the only 2 who had divine wheels at the 8th tier. They also had powerful ritual implements. If they had not faced the palace lord of the violet heavenly palace, there were probably no people who could have stood up to them. In a battle between top figures, numbers mattered little. Moreover, the hidden techniques of the violet heavenly palace were far inferior to those of the heavenly mandate dynasty. So, the 2 of them had not said that they had been able to defeat the cultivators of the violet heavenly palace, but given the ritual implements they carried, they could not have been defeated. Once they had started fighting, the people of the violet heavenly palace had started to flee. Futian nodded. Farewell. He turned to those beside him and asked, Can any of you track him based on his aura of the Great Path? I can, said a golden raven demon. The 2 of them are probably fighting all along the way, so the aura of the Great Path must be very clear and easy to sense. I will go. Demonic clans were very sensitive towards auras, and the aura left behind by the battle between 2 top figures would be extremely powerful. It would be possible for him to follow it. Thank you, said Futian with a nod. It was definitely best that the golden raven demon go. He was the fastest. If the others hide their auras as they flee, it will be difficult to track them, said a dragon master. I understand. Elders, please use your divine senses to search through the area around the palace. The rest of you go out in different directions and try your luck. Why don't we just look for those who are mid and upper level Renhuangs? Said Futian. There were few people at those levels outside of the violet heavenly palace, so it would be very easy to distinguish them. If they ran into one, it was highly likely they would be from the violet heavenly palace. When people of lower levels lost themselves in a crowd, it would be impossible to find them. Said everyone, nodding. Many figures rose into the air, going off in different directions. We will wait here. The palace lord of the violet heavenly palace will not escape, said Futian. One of the ritual implements he had given to 10,000 Divine Mountain was an item that increased speed. He had asked the mountain master of 10,000 Divine Mountain to stick close to the palace lord of the Violet Heavenly Palace. Yi Futian and the others landed on the Violet Heavenly Palace, standing outside the ruin. He remembered the first time he had come here for one of their banquets. At that time, he had defeated Zhang Yuan, a member of the Violet Heavenly Palace who had a supreme body of the Great Path. Elder, there has been great enmity between the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven and the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty for many generations. I leave the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty in your hands, and the 3 demon clans will split the Violet Heavenly Palace between them, all right? Yi Futian said to Hua Jiangshan, who was still standing guard beside him. Obviously, this was showing favor to the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven, but the 3 demon clans understood. Yi Futian and they were very close, and in the battle between them and the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty, they had been sorely pressed, suffering the worst losses. Now that things had turned, Yi Futian wanted to build them up again. We will talk again when this is over, said Hua Jiangshan. Yi Futian nodded slightly. Several top figures were not there, so it was indeed a bit too early to speak of this. Time passed. They were not waiting for the Golden Raven Demon to return, but for the cultivators of the 8 great thunder methods to descend upon them. Of the 8 method masters, only one was missing, the purple underworld. But the other 7 all came. Obviously, the purple underworld knew their own limits. 7 Renhuangs came to the Violet Heavenly Palace, looking up at Yi Futian and the others as they stood in the sky. They bowed slightly and said, "We have come here to ask your forgiveness." They had taken part in many different things and had thus wrought their own collapse. Yi Futian was just a junior, and he was at a lower level than them. However, he was famous and prestigious, and moreover, they could not clearly see what the current situation was. The Violet Heavenly Palace had been destroyed, and the palace lord had fled. They thought of fleeing as well, but for one thing, they did not want to abandon the foundations of everything they had created, and for another, who knew if Yi Futian had left people behind to deal with them? If he had, then they would never escape. Thus, they could only swallow their pride and come here to ask for forgiveness. Moreover, even if Yi Futian had not left people behind to deal with them, and even if they could escape, Yi Futian would eventually remember them and send people to kill them. There would be nowhere safe in the Heavenly Mandate realm. They could only flee to other realms. Yi Futian looked down and swept his indifferent gaze over all of them. There was no expression on his face, and he did not answer. Were they there back then? He asked Hua Jiangshan. Yes, said Hua Jiangshan with a nod. Elder Hua, Emperor Yi, we did not dare disobey the orders of the Violet Heavenly Palace, said one of them with a bow. He was distressed as he naturally remembered the grudge between them. As far as I know, you are not the Violet Heavenly Palace's vassals, said Yi Futian. We are not, but we all follow the thunder methods. Although we are not direct vassals, we all understand that we cannot gainsay a single word that the Violet Heavenly Palace says, said the man sincerely. One more thing. Before we came here, we went to the Purple Underworld to invite them to come and beg for forgiveness. They refused, and so we put them down. They are under control now, and you may deal with them as you wish, said another Renhuang. A look of surprise came over Yi Futian's face. So it was not that the Emperor of the Purple Underworld knew his own limits. He had just not wanted to come. And so he had been killed? He looked at the figures below him. Clearly, one had to be fierce in order to cultivate up to that level. They had not even given the Emperor of the Purple Underworld a chance to speak. They had probably been afraid that he would drag them down with him, and so had cut him off. After all, the Emperor of the Purple Underworld was the one that Yi Futian had the deepest enmity toward. He had tried to kill him several times and had captured Gu Donglu. Yi Futian looked at Hua Jiangshan behind him and said, You may decide, Elder. Really, his targets had just been the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty and the Violet Heavenly Palace. As for the followers of the 8 great thunder methods, he had truly forgotten about them. But they had been afraid, and so had taken the initiative to come and apologize. All right, said Hua Jiangshan with a nod. In that case, execute them. The 7 cultivators' hearts twitched fiercely. Elder, Master! They looked up at Hua Jiangshan, eyes full of fear. In that case, execute them. The words were so simple and spoken so lightly. And yet he wanted to kill them. Will you do it yourself? Said Yi Futian. Since this was what Hua Jiangshan wanted, he had no objection. The world of cultivators was not a place for mercy. If the celestial gate of vast heaven had not fled in their divine formation, they would have been completely wiped out by these people. And now they came here asking for mercy? If these people could ask for mercy, anyone in the world of cultivators could. They are not worthy, said Hua Jiangshan. Kill them, but as for their factions, leave them be. The battle had been decided by the leaders, so the 8 of them needed to die. The others could be spared. Yes, sir. A runhuang from the celestial gate of vast heaven flashed over, soon descending upon the 7 men who had come to admit their guilt. They had put their lives in his hands. These renhuangs seemed very vulnerable right now. One's level and one's power were always relative. Even legendary figures sometimes stood at the bottom and looked up at others. Of course, Yi Futian and the others were just the same. Except they currently stood at the peak of the world of cultivators. Afterward, more people returned, bringing with them a familiar figure. It was Zhan Yuan, the member of the Violet Heavenly Palace with the supreme body of the Great Path. Zhan Yuan would never have imagined that this day would come. Yi Futian stood above the Violet Heavenly Palace, holding his life in his hands. Cripple his ability to cultivate. Yi Futian did not pay too much attention to him, saying only the single sentence. It was as if in his eyes, Zhan Yuan was only worth that single sentence. After a while, the mountain master of 10,000 Divine Mountain and the Golden Raven Demon returned. The mountain master had been wounded, but not badly. His aura was not that stable, though. Yi Futian watched them as they came. The mountain master grinned and nodded at him, while the Golden Raven Demon said, "There's not even a skeleton left of him." "Farewell, elders," said Yi Futian, as if what they had told him had not affected him at all. But when he turned to look down at the Violet Heavenly Palace, there was something in his eyes. The Golden Raven Demon's words meant that yet another top figure was gone from the Heavenly Mandate realm. He waited for the other cultivators to return. Once they had killed some of the cultivators of the Violet Heavenly Palace, they began heading back. The 3 great demon clans returned to the demon realm, while the people of the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven returned to Celestial City. The whole city came out to greet them in a glorious celebration. At the same time, these events sent waves throughout the Heavenly Mandate realm. Everyone was talking about them. In Brahma's pure sky, the Empress had been feeling a little uneasy the past few days. As for the demon realm, the Purple Rat Emperor was conflicted. He did not know what to do. As for Yingzhou Mountain, they were trembling. They wanted to go and admit their guilt, but the followers of the 8 Thunder Methods had shown them that this was not a good idea. Chapter 1690 Visi. The Purple Gold Rat clan was resplendent and magnificent. Since the Purple Gold Rat Emperor had reached the peak of his power and founded the clan, they liked to keep everything luxurious. Perhaps this was because they had once been used to living underground. Now, down in the golden earth, the Purple Gold Rat Emperor led a group of cultivators, preparing to set out for Celestial City in the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven. Although there had been some enmity between them before, they had formed an alliance in the God's Relic. Yi Futian had destroyed the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty and the Violet Heavenly Palace, but had not sent people to watch them. It seemed that they were not worth destroying. After thinking for a while, the Emperor decided to go and admit his guilt. He brought some of their treasures as well as the rat, who had once offended Yi Futian in the mountains, to ask for forgiveness. The Purple Gold Rat Emperor was a figure capable of bending and stretching to accommodate. Moreover, today they were going to the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven. If Yi Futian would not forgive them, they could only fight to the death, trying to take Yi Futian with them. "Let's go," said the Purple Gold Rat Emperor. Suddenly, beams of golden light shone out as they prepared to set out. Just at the moment they were about to leave, the Purple Gold Rat Emperor suddenly frowned. He felt that something was not right. Then, his expression changed. Soon, several powerful demonic auras descended, as if they had come from a great distance. The purple gold rats' expressions all changed. They looked up into the sky, where 4 cultivators appeared at the same time. 3 great demon masters were there, in addition to Jiang Qingzi. At that moment, the purple gold rat emperor's heart froze. They were finished. This was the formation that had destroyed the heavenly mandate dynasty. What did that alliance mean? Futian had never planned to let the purple gold rat emperor go. The head of the Wang clan had died at the emperor's hands, so if he let them go, how could he maintain relations with the Wang clan? The celestial gate of vast heaven would not let them go either. Moreover, Futian was very aware of what was happening in the purple gold rat clan. They had discussed how to destroy him if there was a change in the celestial gate of vast heaven. Boom! Without any words, the 4 great figures attacked. They had always hated the purple gold rat emperor. Several of the rats showed strong looks of regret in their eyes. Why had they provoked Futian? Of course, this was not the main reason why they were being destroyed. After the Heavenly Mandate dynasty and the Violet Heavenly Palace were destroyed, the purple gold rats had disintegrated. The purple gold rat emperor and several of the top rats were killed, and the others were taken away by the 3 great demon clans. Each of the demon clans ruled over many races, so they did not completely exterminate the purple gold rats. It was like leaving the net open on one side, but in the end, the rats were enslaved. 3 of the great powers of the heavenly mandate realm had been destroyed, completely changing the balance of power within the heavenly mandate realm. But what was strange was the people of the heavenly mandate realm did not think that this change would weaken the realm very much. They even thought that the weakening would only last for a little bit. In the future, they would become even stronger. Perhaps this was because the heavenly mandate realm had never been very unified. And the youth whose name shook the 9 realms had said he would found an academy there where all the people of the world would be allowed to pursue their own path. They would not prevent others from becoming stronger. Moreover, all of the top figures of the realms seemed willing to believe that he could do it. And if that was the case, why wouldn't others believe it? The 10,036th year of the Divine Prefecture calendar would be one that was entered in the history books of the Heavenly Mandate realm. In Celestial City, the celestial gate of vast heaven began rebuilding. Countless people from the city came to help. Seeing the people of the celestial gate of vast heaven returning naturally made them very happy. As the celestial gate of vast heaven began to take shape, the cultivators from Yingzhou Mountain arrived. They had been afraid for a time after the purple gold rats had been destroyed, but no one had come to destroy them. Thus they had been relieved, knowing that Futian was not planning to attack them. Futian did not have any hostility towards them, but the 3 great demon clans went there to seize their treasures. This hurt them deeply, but they did not dare complain. Afterward, they could only lower their heads and promise not to cause trouble. The demon realm of the heavenly mandate realm was destined to be controlled by the divine elephants, the dragon gods, and the sky demon court. From then on, the turmoil within the heavenly mandate realm was ended. Now it would be a different story. Futian, Jiang Qingzi, Hua Jiangshan, Gu Donlu, and more were all at the celestial gate. They watched all the busy figures at the gate. Jiang Qingzi and Hua Jiangshan both had appreciative smiles on their faces. The celestial gate of vast heaven was finally recovering from their disaster. The threat from the heavenly mandate dynasty had been completely eliminated. Elder, when is the celestial gate planning on accepting new disciples? Futian stood above the celestial gate, hair flying in the wind and looking off into the distance. Right now, the people of Celestial City are clamoring to train here. First, I want to send our Renhuangs out through the various realms to bring back our people who scattered. Only then will we accept new disciples, said Jiang Qingzi. There were still many disciples of the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven who were far away. Many of those who were below the Renhuang level did not have the power to cross through realms. In realms like the 9 Supreme Realms, the Renhuangs will have limited influence. It might be hard for them to find people, said Futian. So the 2 of us are planning to go ourselves, said Jiang Qingzi with a smile. He and Hua Jiangshan would go as well. Futian smiled and nodded. The two of them would obviously not abandon the disciples of the Celestial Gate. So, what will happen here? Is Gu Donglu not here? Asked Jiang Qingzi with a smile. We have discussed this. In the future, the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven will not have several clan lords. All of the clan's power will rest with the elders and one single clan lord. This will reduce the amount of intrigue. Yi Futian looked at Jiang Qingzi in surprise. It seemed that he had guessed something. Are you planning? Jiang Qingzi nodded and said, Dong Lu, I give you the position of clan lord of the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven. A look of surprise came over Gu Dongliu's face. He looked at Jiang Qingzi and Hua Jiangshan and said, I am not worthy. Both in terms of experience and level, he could not contribute enough to the Celestial Gate. In the past, your grandfather built the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven with his own hands. If it weren't for him, we would never have experienced our period of prosperity. Although there were 3 great clans then, everyone in the Heavenly Mandate realm knew that your grandfather was the emblem of the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven. In the end, he sacrificed the Gu bloodline for the Celestial Gate to protect it. At that time, we also did some things we did not wish to. Now you have inherited everything from your grandfather. There is no question that we should give the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven to you. You are worthy of it. In the past, the 3 great clans had come together, sacrificing the Gu clan and even taking action against them. Although it had been many years ago, it still weighed upon them. Gu Tianqing had been the one to come up with it, but it still made them uneasy. Gu Donglu wanted to say something, but Hua Jiangshan smiled and said, For many years, I have been trapped at the 8th tier of the Divine Wheel. You have allowed me to put aside some things and find peace. Perhaps I will find a chance to advance to the next level. You young folks should worry about the affairs of the Celestial Gate. Now that the other 2 had said these things, there was nothing more that Gu Donglu could say. He was silent for a moment, then nodded and said, All right. He was the last member of the Gu bloodline. He would inherit his grandfather's will and lead the Celestial Gate forward. In that case, I can relax, said Jiang Qingzi with a smile. Given Gu Dongliu's close relationship with Yi Futian, not to mention his incredible talent, the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven would surely continue to advance. As for whether or not they would remain clan lords, that was not important. Futian, when are you planning to build the academy? Asked Jiang Qingzi. Once the Celestial Gate has stabilized, said Yi Futian. Before that, there is somewhere I need to go. Where? Asked Jiang Qingzi. Brahma's pure sky, answered Yi Futian. I will go with you, said Jiang Qingzi. Yi Futian did not refuse. At the moment, many people were watching him. Several days later, the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven was finished rebuilding. There were celebrations throughout the city. Later, the 2 great clan lords Jiang Qingzi and Hua Jiangshan announced that from then on, there would only be one clan lord, Gu Donglu. This news shook the Celestial City. On that day, Gu Donglu of the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven appeared before the people of the world for the first time in his capacity as clan lord. He stood on the steps, a halo of divine light around him and marvelous illusions in the air. The great path descended from the heavens, shocking everyone. This was the first time they had seen someone with such a brilliant wheel of the great path. He was heroic and noble, and those who had any objections to him being named clan lord could not say anything. He would surely lead the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven into a new era of prosperity. On that day, almost all the forces of the Heavenly Mandate realm were there for the celebration. But the Empress of Brahma's pure sky was not there. Yi Futian watched everything quietly from the side, a little bit of regret in his heart. Third sister was not seeing this scene. The other disciple of the cottage was not there. The next day, Yi Futian and Jiang Qingzi left. Xiao Qingyuan stood in the air high above the Celestial Gate, watching their retreating figures. All of the goddesses of Brahma's pure sky were there, standing in front of the Empress, bringing news. Gu Donglu had become the clan lord of the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven. Everything that had happened in the Heavenly Mandate realm recently was like a dream. It did not seem real. The whole Heavenly Mandate realm had turned on its head. The Empress had a calm expression on her face. She asked the goddesses to leave, then sat there alone. She could not quiet her mind. At that moment, the hair on the back of her neck stood up. She looked off into the distance. She seemed to be able to sense something. Two figures appeared below Brahma's pure sky. "Greetings, Empress." "It is I, Yi Futian," came a voice that rang through Brahma's pure sky. Everyone's hearts began to beat faster. There could be no other reason. These days, wherever Yi Futian went. Chapter 1691 The Hurt That Won. To be forgotten. This was not the first time Yi Futian had come to pay a visit, but he was refused before by the Lady of Brahma's pure sky. Would Yi Futian's visit be denied again this time? Yi Futian had not embarked on his journey alone to the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty and the Violet Heavenly Palace. In Brahma's pure sky, all the goddesses looked at the sky beneath, and Yi Futian clearly felt all their divine spirits focusing on him. However, as he looked up, his eyes showed no disturbance. Jiang Qingzi stood quietly next to him. Yi Futian had no quarrels with Brahma's pure sky and had no plan to do anything harmful there, so it was enough with just him by his side. In today's heavenly mandate realm, perhaps no one would dare not making some allowances for Yi Futian. The fact was, Yi Futian could influence all principalities other than Brahma's pure sky. However, for some reason, Brahma's pure sky seemed to intend on setting a boundary with Yi Futian. Last time, Yi Futian had also invited Qin He to the city of the ruins. However, the Lady of Brahma's pure sky did not permit it and brought Qin He back with her. Jiang Qingzi was a little puzzled about all this, and he wasn't clear why Yi Futian wanted to visit Brahma's pure sky. However, he didn't probe. He assumed that Yi Futian must have his own reasons. At this time, there were goddesses coming down from the Brahma pure sky, and the one in the lead was an unparalleled beauty, with the most alluring temperament. It was the premier virgin of Brahma's pure sky, Qin He. Qin He alighted in front of Yi Futian. Her eyes were full of smiles, and she whispered softly, "Since we parted ways at the God's Relic, young Master Yi, you are now famous in the 9 realms." "Don't tease me, goddess," Yi Futian said smilingly. He was always on good terms with Qin He, but they were not here today to chat about old times. He asked, "Is Her Majesty ready to receive me?" "Well, Her Majesty asked me to come to greet young Master Yi." Qin He nodded slightly and said, "This way." Yi Futian took a deep breath. This time, did the Lady of Brahma's pure sky finally decide to receive him? Lifting his feet, Yi Futian stepped up, walking toward Brahma's pure sky, but his steps were somewhat heavy. Even when he was destroying the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty and Violet Heavenly Palace, he had not felt this way. But at this moment, he was inexplicably somber and nervous. He was afraid that the result would not be what he wanted. His every step was heavy. He had always wanted to come to Brahma's pure sky to find out in person, but at this moment, he was walking rather slowly. Jiang Qingzi gave Yi Futian a surprised look. He was pondering the exact relationship between Yi Futian and the Lady of Brahma's pure sky. This was the first time he had seen Yi Futian behaved like this. Even when they were at City of the Ruins, surrounded and besieged by various principalities, he had never behaved like he was at this moment. What was making him so nervous? Stepping across the buildings and crossing over Heaven's Gate, they walked in the direction of Heavenly Palace. Finally, a staircase appeared in front of them that led directly to the peak of Brahma's pure sky. "Her Majesty is waiting for young Master Yi up there," Qin He said to Yi Futian. She then stood aside, not intending to go along with him. "Wait for me here," Yi Futian said to Jiang Qingzi. "Very well." Jiang Qingzi nodded. Today in Heavenly Mandate Realm, no one would dare to make a move against Yi Futian. Yi Futian walked up along the staircase, and it was very high. With heavy steps, Yi Futian climbed, and finally, he could see what was above. Raising his head slightly, he continued up, and misty clouds now appeared under his feet. Finally, he climbed off the staircase and came to Brahma's pure sky. In just an instant, his body seemed to freeze, and he could no longer take another step. Time seemed to stand still at this second. In Brahma's pure sky, a woman stood there quietly, peaceful and beautiful, just like someone in a painting. Refreshing and one of a kind, she was not so unapproachable as the Lady of Brahma's pure sky to make one felt out of reach. Her beauty was of the world, but that which could satisfy all imaginations about beauty, so that even in the world, she was not any less inferior to those goddesses. But it was not her beauty that touched Yi Futian, but the fact that it was such a familiar face. Countless times, this face that had appeared in his dreams, imprinted in the depths of his memory, an unforgettable face. Scenes from the past replayed in his mind. Her name was Hua Jiayu, a talented girl in the Qingzhou Academy. In her time, she had been a goddess worshipped by those at the academy. At the end of that year, the girl took his hand while watching the boats sailing around Qingzhou Lake and the fireworks that spread from the sky. She asked him if they were in a relationship or not. The goddess of his youth, innocent and beautiful. From Qingzhou Academy, Nandu clan, Nandu nation, to Eastern Barren territory, they had gone through many storms together and finally come out together. However, all of this was destroyed in that battle. In the battle that took place at the barren state and under siege from all the holy lands, she laid in his arms and told him that in the future, he must find a better woman because his empress ought to be someone who would make all others pale in the 9 heavens. She had also said not to be bossed around by that woman, however. Because in this life, she was the only one who could order him around. Scene after scene emerged. It was as if a lifetime had passed in front of his eyes. An instant could be so interminably long. There were tears in Yi Futian's eyes, but they were not tears of sadness, but of joy. This outcome seemed better than he had expected. He was so afraid that he would find nothing on this trip to Brahma's pure sky. He walked up to her and reached out, wanting to caress her face again. However, before he could do that, someone appeared in front of Yi Futian, standing between the two. Noble and unapproachable. Lady of Brahma's pure sky. Because of Hua Jiayu, Yi Futian had ignored her presence, but she was always there. Yi Futian frowned and wanted to speak. She is not the person you are looking for. The Lady of Brahma's pure sky spoke first. No matter what you have done, I can look past them. I owe you a favor, Yi Futian said. Since Hua Jiayu was still alive, then it was the Lady of Brahma's pure sky who had saved her. He would not pursue the reason why she had concealed the truth. As long as Jiayu was alive, it was enough. Your wife is dead. The Lady of Brahma's pure sky stared into his eyes. Yi Futian's heart trembled, and his face suddenly paled as he looked at Hua Jiayu. You know this better than anyone else. Your wife died for you. What you see in front of you now was formed from what was left of her soul. Although I reshaped her physical body, she is no longer your wife. The Lady of Brahma's pure sky continued. Yi Futian remembered that battle, in which Hua Jiayu was left only with a trace of her soul, and it dissipated between heaven and earth. But seeing Jiayu standing in front of him with his own eyes, he couldn't believe it. Jiayu. He looked at her. Hua Jiayu returned his gaze, and Yi Futian saw that her eyes were as calm as stilled water. There seemed to be no disturbances in her eyes. It was as if he was indeed just a stranger. At this moment, Yi Futian's heart suddenly ached. Wasn't it? How could it not be? The woman who had appeared in his mind countless times was now standing right in front of his eyes. What did you do to her? Yi Futian stared at Lady of Brahma's pure sky, and his eyes suddenly became extremely cold. Those eyes, cold as steel, actually made the Lady of Brahma's pure sky felt a sense of chill. I already told you that she is not your wife. Now, she is my direct disciple, and she will inherit my craft. In the future, she will inherit Brahma's pure sky and become the next lady who rules Brahma's pure sky. She looked at Yi Futian indifferently. Your disciple? Yi Futian stared at the other. Even if she had really forgotten about everything, she is still my wife. Even if it was just a remnant of her soul, it won't change anything. She's leaving with me. The lady looked at him and said coldly, If she's willing, I will not stop her. Yi Futian walked past her and stood in front of Hua Jiayu. He looked at her and stretched out his hands. However, seeing Hua Jiayu's eyes, he hesitated. So, he put his hand down again and whispered, Jiayu, it's me. Hua Jiayu turned around and walked away, then just sat there. Yi Futian's heart seemed to be struck by a sword. It was so painful that he felt like his heart was broken. Qizhou Lake was where we fell in love. Don't you remember? Yi Futian looked at her and asked. Book Mountain, on our wedding day, the Eastern Barren Territory came to congratulate us. Jiayu, don't you remember? Yi Futian continued. Yi Futian's voice was trembling. Everything that had happened, you should know better than anyone else, so why bother deceiving yourself? Lady of Brahma's pure sky turned to look at Yi Futian, saying, Your wife already perished in that battle. I want to take her away from here. Yi Futian insisted. You have vanquished the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty, the Violet Heavenly Palace, and the Purple Gold Rat Clan, so if you really want to do this, I can't stop you. If you want to forcefully take her away against her will and disregard her feelings, then do what you will. The Lady of Brahma's pure sky said calmly. Yi Futian felt a pain prick at his heart. He walked to Hua Jiayu and said with a smile, You little devil, did you really forget me? With her eyes closed, Hua Jiayu simply sat there quietly. Watching her, Yi Futian suddenly felt weak all over. Even though he was Ren Huang, it was as if he had exhausted all his strength. Then, I will come see you another day. Yi Futian displayed a bright smile, but it seemed somewhat forced. On the bright side, at least, she was still alive, right? Yi Futian looked at Lady of Brahma's pure sky and said, I may come from time to time in the future. I beg your forgiveness in advance. Lady of Brahma's pure sky frowned, seemingly displeased. Yi Futian ignored her reaction and turned to walk down the stairs. He went all the way down, and didn't seem to hear Qin He even when she greeted him. He left with Jiang Qingzi. After his departure, Brahma's pure sky remained quiet. The Lady of Brahma's pure sky looked at Hua Jiayu, who was sitting there. 2 trails of tears had streaked from her tightly closed eyes. When those beautiful eyes opened again, they were full of tears. When did his hair turn all white? A heartbreaking voice spoke. It seemed to contain endless sorrow and pain. It must have been hard for him to bear. The desperation must have been overwhelming. Would she forget about him? How could she forget? Even if she had forgotten who she was, or the whole world, she would never forget him. Forget, and you don't have to endure this kind of pain, a voice said. It was the Lady of Brahma's pure sky who spoke to her. Hua Jiayu raised her head to look at the Lady of Brahma's pure sky, and suddenly she smiled and replied, It is because it hurts that I won't forget. Chapter 1692 I am you, if you win. The Lady of Brahma's pure sky looked at her. It was because it hurt that wouldn't forget. That's your past life, not this life. Why endure the pain of your past life in this life? The lady asked. Since I remembered, then there must be just the one life. Hua Jiayu looked at her and responded. Lady of Brahma's pure sky looked down coldly, and an invisible breath bloomed from her, covering the space. Terrible light was released from Hua Jiayu's body. Hua Jiayu's body trembled suddenly. It was as if she was enduring extreme pain. Her face was distorted, and from her body, shadow after shadow was stripping out, and there seemed to be thousands of them being peeled away. All of them appeared around her. These shadows did not look like Hua Jiayu but were that of the Lady of Brahma's pure sky. Hua Jiayu's figure became elusive, no longer appeared real. Like a vague shadow, it could dissipate at any time. Finally, there seemed to be a light that switched on. And in this light, many paintings could be vaguely made out, and all those paintings were of the same person. If Yi Futian were there, he would find that every one of these paintings was a depiction of their shared memories, which had also appeared in his mind not long ago. Do you want the past life or this life? Many voices spoke as the many shadows that were surrounding her asked her at the same time. At this moment, that elusive figure seemed so fragile and precarious. It was as if it might disappear at any moment. You should know that even if he had destroyed the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty and the Violet Heavenly Palace, he could do nothing to me. That elusive figure suddenly laughed and said, Then your 100 generations worth of cultivation will disappear with me. The Lady of Brahma's pure sky fell silent. They both knew that this was the truth. Back then, when she rescued Hua Jieyu, the Lady of Brahma's pure sky felt the opportunity of enlightenment in her, so she had chosen a woman from the lower worlds to be the perfect embodiment of herself. However, it seemed that it might not have been so perfect after all. Her previous life had too strong of a hold on her. It was too strong to be erased. Since it's a no-win situation, let's make a bet. Finally, the Lady of Brahma's pure sky turned around and said, "Put out the lamp. I will let you go with him to cultivate. If I win, you are me. If you win, then I will be you." Hua Jieyu looked at her and asked, "How could I trust you?" "If you agree, I will cut off my own recourse," said the Lady of Brahma's pure sky. "Very well." Hua Jieyu nodded. The Lady of Brahma's pure sky turned around and saw those elusive figures merged into Hua Jieyu's body, while the lady herself stepped into the sacred hall in the heavenly palace. She closed her eyes, and an extremely powerful aura rushed directly into Hua Jieyu. At the same time, there was a voice resounding through Brahma's pure sky. "Starting today, I will be cultivating in retreat. From now on, everyone in Brahma's pure sky will need to assist Hua Jieyu. After I go into the retreat, if the Heavenly Mandate Academy is established, Futian Goddess will escort her there to cultivate." As the voice fell, the sacred hall suddenly lit up. Hua Jieyu looked ahead, then turned around and walked toward the staircase, looking down at the sky below. There were tears dripping down from the corner of her eyes, but a steely determination could be seen in those eyes. "If I forget about you, you would forgive me, right?" she said in a heartbreaking voice. She suddenly smiled and continued, "At least I will be by your side again." Leaving was for a more perfect return. Brahma's pure sky was shaken up, but no one knew just what kind of agreement they had made, or exactly what was at stake. Futian returned to the celestial gate of vast heaven. Now, the celestial gate of vast heaven had been re-established in the celestial city with Gu Donglu as the master of the celestial gate. Next, it should be the establishment of the academy. The celestial gate of vast heaven had already dispatched its cultivators to the location where the Heavenly Mandate dynasty once resided. They would work together to build the academy at Heavenly Mandate realm. Now, all the top forces in the Heavenly Mandate realm were getting busy. This was the first time that all of them were working hard toward the same goal simultaneously. Xia Qingyuan had also been working hard at cultivation. After receiving the lotus flower in God's relic, she made rapid progress, transforming her life spirit and merging one with the divine lotus. She had already experienced a transformation. On this day, she finished cultivating and walked toward the person in front of her. The man stood quietly on the edge of the palace, looking into the distance. He appeared quite lonesome. She walked next to him and asked softly, "Did you find what you were looking for?" "Yeah," Futian said with a smile. "I did." In any case, she was still around, right? Although the outcome was not exactly what he had hoped for, it was not bad either. That was why he told the Lady of Brahma's pure sky that he would be visiting again. Xia Qingyuan's beautiful eyes were slightly turbulent, but then she smiled a brilliant smile and said, "After so many years of hard work, you have finally accomplished your wish. Why didn't you take her back with you?" "She refused to come back with me," Futian said. Xia Qingyuan looked surprised. "But why? She had suffered such a grievous injury back then, maybe that's why she forgot everything. But as long as she is still alive, it's enough, isn't it?" Futian didn't know whether he was talking to Xia Qingyuan or to himself. He once thought that she had disappeared completely from his life, and it was Xia Qingyuan's intel that gave him a glimmer of hope. But he also knew very well that he had been tricking himself all these years with this desperate and elusive wish until he saw her in those elusive dreams. Now that he had seen that she was still alive, despite being a little disappointed, it was better than he had expected. Xia Qingyuan was taken aback at first, but then she understood what Futian meant. Had she really forgotten everything? "She will remember it," Xia Qingyuan said. "And you won't give up either, will you?" Futian nodded. He turned around and looked at Xia Qingyuan with a smile. "Thank you?" Over the years, he had never thanked Xia Qingyuan properly. If it weren't for Xia Qingyuan, he wouldn't have even started looking, and he wouldn't have this little bit of hope. Xia Qingyuan looked into his eyes, then smiled brightly and said, "Not at all. You helped me a lot too." She continued, "I have to cultivate now, and maybe it won't be long before I can become a renhuang, just like my father." After Xia Qingyuan finished speaking, she turned to leave. Yi Futian looked at her and saw her footsteps speed up. It was as if she was running away. With her back to Yi Futian, tears flowed freely from those beautiful eyes that had smiled so brilliantly. Just thank you? This wasn't what she wanted. However, it was still a very happy ending. After all, he finally found the one he loved, hadn't he? Perhaps this was the best outcome. When she entered the realm of Renhuang, she would return to Emperor Xia's realm and become empress so that her father could rest. Well, that would also be perfect. The center of the Heavenly Mandate realm was once the territory of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty, and it had been extremely unstable during this period of time. First, it was the destruction of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty that, like a thunderbolt, shocked the hearts of countless many. It could not be assuaged for a long time. As the symbol of the Heavenly Mandate realm, the Heavenly Mandate dynasty had stood for countless years. Its destruction was like a dream. But now, after the destruction of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty, its ruins had been cleared up. An academy was rising from the ground, and the area covered by this academy would be even greater than the former imperial palace. Many went to watch the buildings grew out of thin air inside the academy, which had elicited all kinds of emotions. After the destruction of a dynasty, would there be another stronger force replacing it? Numerous cultivators in the Heavenly Mandate realm had come here, especially many young people. They dreamt of entering this academy with their minds set on seeking the way. They all knew that this academy would be the future of the Heavenly Mandate realm, its strongest holy land for cultivation. At this time, outside the academy that was still under construction, there were many excellent figures that gathered there. Among them, there were two young people. It was a man and a woman. The man was unparalleled in his temperament, and the woman was unparalleled in her looks. When they walked together, they looked like a perfect match, a golden couple. "I didn't expect this," the young man said with a smile. "It has only been a few years since we came to the Heavenly Mandate realm together, and now his name rings through the entire realm. It is said that he is renowned even in 9 supreme realms. The history of the Heavenly Mandate realm was also rewritten because of him. It's surreal, all right," the woman said with a small smile. "I wonder how the others are doing with their cultivation. In any case, I am afraid that no one can overshadow his fame." The young man laughed. "Fortunately, we had no conflict with him back in the days, otherwise even my father would not be able to hold him back." These two were indeed Yi Futian's friends from Crimson Dragon Realm. Shishang, the son of the Crimson Dragon Emperor, and his wife, Yu Shifei. After the two married in Crimson Dragon Realm, they came to the Heavenly Mandate realm together. "How could you, given your character?" Yu Shifei smiled. "Shifei, do you think there would be a shortcut for us if we wanted to go to the academy to cultivate? We are not that lousy, are we?" Yu Shifei said in a low voice. They were the most outstanding cultivators in the Crimson Dragon Realm. They should be qualified to cultivate in the Academy of the Heavenly Mandate Realm. "That's right. We all came here together. A shortcut would be incredibly shameful." Shishang laughed. Moreover, he was the prince of the Crimson Dragon Realm, who came to the Heavenly Mandate Realm with Yi Futian. If he had to rely on his relationships to get in the academy that Yi Futian established, it would be too dishonorable. Aside from them, many people who knew Yi Futian had come here as well. For example, Emperor Qi that Yi Futian had met when he first arrived at the Heavenly Mandate Realm, as well as people from the Yun clan, like Yun Qianyu, who had always wanted to be his student. It was not until he was forced to save Yun Qianyu that he finally agreed. Yun Qianyu knew that this was not what her teacher wanted, but she just wanted to see him from a distance and watch. The academy was starting to form with the joint efforts of all principalities. It would not be long before it was completed. By then, who knew what could be achieved? On the opening day of the academy, would all the top figures in the Heavenly Mandate Realm make an appearance? Chapter 1693 The Cottage. These days at the celestial gate of vast heaven, there were powerful cultivators of Renhuang realm who departed successively, heading toward different places, some even to different realms. The academy that was built on the ruins of the heavenly Mandate dynasty gradually took shape over time, magnificent and impressive. However, it lacked the depth of history and charms from the past. After all, this was a brand new institution, and it would wait for someone to write it into history. Many cultivators had gathered at the center of Heavenly Mandate Realm, and the entire Heavenly Mandate Realm was in an uproar. Everyone wanted to be there to witness this great occasion. Not just the Heavenly Mandate Realm, but other forces of the 9 Supreme Imperial Realms had received the news and sent their people into the Heavenly Mandate Realm right away. After he came out of the God's Relic, Futian became famous in the 9 realms. His name was known by all. Now he had set off another wave in Heavenly Mandate Realm, and it would not go unnoticed in the 9 realms. Although the turmoil of the past had faded away, there were still many who had Futian in their minds. Even though he exerted great influence now in the Heavenly Mandate Realm, there were some principalities who didn't. It was still Empty Imperial Palace that gave these principalities pause. Empty Imperial Palace was the first to come forward and offered him protection. Thus, no one wanted to be the first to make a move on Futian, not even the Golden Divine Nation who harbored deep animosity toward him. As it turned out, they would only send men to lay in wait at the Heavenly Mandate dynasty for an opportunity. If Futian took the initiative to invade because they had defied Empty Imperial Palace's order and attacked him first, then the consequence would be very different. However, when the Heavenly Mandate Realm was steeped in turmoil, the celestial gate of vast heaven was quiet by contrast. But surprisingly to some, as time passed, Futian remained unstirred and did not let on when the academy would be finished, so it kept many in suspense. However, time was measured differently for those who cultivate. Several months could go by in just a blink of the eye for them. But the center of the Heavenly Mandate Realm became quite lively. As more and more cultivators arrived, including those who were from other parts of the 9 realms, it was inevitable that some altercations and disagreements would occur. No one knew what Futian was waiting for. But Futian was waiting for someone. The group was not yet complete. At the very least, the opening of the Heavenly Mandate Academy should be witnessed by the disciples who used to belong to the celestial gate of vast heaven. There were also a few others that he would like to see, hoping to be there together. These days, disciples from the Heavenly Mandate Realm had been picked up one after another, and Futian had even welcomed a group of special guests from the Crimson Dragon Realm. It turned out that after the older senior brother, Sword Saint, was teleported, he did not return to the Heavenly Mandate Realm but went to the Crimson Dragon Realm, which was closer, and returned to Qianye City. Therefore Futian, who had not planned on receiving those from the Crimson Dragon Realm, met in advance a group of people whom he had wanted to see but not yet seen. In Futian's calculation, the time was not yet ripe. His power may be strong enough in the Heavenly Mandate Realm, but there were still great potential risks. Therefore, he had planned to wait a while longer, but as soon as Renhuang from the celestial gate of vast heaven had found his older senior brother, the Sword Saint, there was no way they could be stopped. As a result, the celestial gate of vast heaven became even sportier. Many had arrived, and they all wanted to see it with their own eyes. "Little brother, what are you thinking?" a clear voice was heard asking. Futian turned and saw 2 people walking toward him. The man was peerlessly handsome, and the woman had an unbridled beauty. It was none other than Zhuge Mingyu. "My brother, you must miss me." A head popped out, and the beautiful Long Linger came to Futian's side and sat next to him. They hadn't seen each other for years, but it was as if they had never been apart. "Don't be naughty," Futian said smilingly. This little girl seemed to never grow up. "Second senior sister," Futian called out and stood up. Zhuge Mingyu walked up to him and stretched out her hand. Then she stood on her tiptoe and patted Futian's head. Futian looked quite indignant. As Renhuang, he didn't expect such treatment. "You don't seem to be any different now that you are Renhuang," Zhuge Mingyu said with a light smile. "But you seem to be a little better looking." Yi Futian looked resigned to his fate. It seemed that his senior sister just wanted to experience the feeling of patting a renhuang on the head. What could he do? Would you allow me some dignity? Yi Futian saw many around him were looking at them and felt that his image was completely destroyed. Yes, after all, you are now the legendary renhuang they all talked about. Zhuge Mingyu nodded in agreement. Back in the days in the Eastern Barren Territory, those in the Sage Realm were legends in their own right. They have never even heard of renhuang. And now, their little brother was a renhuang himself. But third senior brother is a renhuang too. Yi Futian smiled weakly. How about not bullying the wrong person? True, but he doesn't much feel like one at all. Zhuge Mingyu glanced at Gu Donglu with a smile, who was right next to her. And Gu Donglu always had a gentle smile on his face. When you bring Jieyu here, then the group would be complete, Zhuge Mingyu said again. Yi Futian's eyes darkened, and he could say nothing. Don't think so much about it. It is enough that Jieyu is still alive. No matter what had happened to her, she's still there, so what does it matter? Even if she had forgotten some things, you could always start over again. Zhuge Mingyu already knew what happened because Yi Futian had told them. In that battle, countless people in the Holy Ji Palace watched Hua Jieyu's demise, as the wife of the palace lord of the Holy Ji Palace, die on the battlefield. Even if the battle was won, that victory had come with an extremely heavy price tag. After that, Yi Futian departed to Qinzhou's city. That was when all his hair turned white. When Zhuge Mingyu learned that Yi Futian had seen Hua Jieyu, she was very happy for him because she had lost all hope. In fact, anyone who had witnessed what happened with their own eyes, except Yi Futian himself, would have lost hope. Yi Futian, because he cared too much, he almost wanted to deceive himself of what really happened. Yes. Yi Futian nodded. She was right. Worst come to worst, they would just have to start over again. He did not completely trust the Lady of Brahma's pure sky, but even at the very least, Jieyu was still alive. Futian. At this time, a man walked toward him, and it was the sword master of Lihan, who was followed by another man, Wang Chuan. Previously, Wang Chuan had been cultivating in the Crimson Dragon realm and happened to meet the renhuang from the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven, so he came along with them. His master, the Sword Master of Lihan, had already become the Sword Emperor. Sword Master, Yi Futian called out. The Celestial Gate had gone to all realms and rounded up more than half of all their disciples. They wanted to know when do you plan to depart? Sword Master of Lihan asked. Then let's go, said Yi Futian. It was unrealistic for Celestial Gate to round up all of their disciples all at once. Now that several months had gone by, everyone was waiting. It was no longer appropriate to continue the delay. Good, let me tell them, the Sword Master acknowledged. Not long ago, the mighty cultivators of Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven gathered together there. Now that the Heavenly Mandate realm was for all practical purposes, under Yi Futian's command, even if there was no one left at Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven, there was no fear that it would be attacked. This time, everyone at Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven was prepared to attend the ceremony to show their support. Depart! In an instant, a mighty force of cultivator embarked, heading toward the sky. Yi Futian and the others descended in the center of the Heavenly Mandate realm, where the newly constructed academy was located. Right on their heels, the cultivators from the demonic clans, as well as those from 10,000 Divine Mountain, also appeared, preparing to discuss matters regarding the establishment of the academy. The cultivators of the 9 realms had received the news, and soon, many cultivators of the top principalities in the 9 realms left to go to the Heavenly Mandate realm. Among them, there were those who were highly respected, but also just simple folks from various clans. At the same time, Taishan Mountain and Tianhe realm had also departed for the Heavenly Mandate realm. The Dragon Master, the Golden Raven Demonic Lord, the Divine Elephant Emperor, and the Lord of the 10,000 Divine Mountains seemed to have all arrived. Outside the newly completed academy, many people made the observation. They saw that these top figures of all sides had appeared after Yi Futian's arrival. Indeed, Yi Futian was the real center of all the attention. At this time, all the top figures were inside the academy. Have you decided on the name of the academy? Asked the Divine Elephant Emperor. Well, it's simply called Heavenly Mandate Academy, the place of preaching the way, Futian said. However, the academy will be divided into ordinary disciples and core disciples. The conditions are more relaxed for ordinary disciples, while core disciples will be put under careful scrutiny. At the same time, they will need to meet certain criteria, because these core disciples will be the elites of Heavenly Mandate Academy. Everyone agreed. Tiantian Academy and the Shangxia Divine Palace were not too different in their operations. The places of preaching were always more or less the same. In addition, among the core disciples of the Heavenly Mandate Academy, we will select the most genius talents, and they will become the real backbone of the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Even more, they would be the soul of the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Everyone looked somber and said, If so, the criteria must be higher in comparison. Of course. Futian nodded. The door could only be entered by those who possessed the perfect divine will. Although they had already anticipated it, it was still a surprise when they heard Futian's pronouncement. Only those who possessed the perfect divine will would be allowed in. Exactly what kind of disciples did they intend on creating? I have already thought of a name for this central power inside the academy, Heavenly Mandate Academy, the cottage. Futian continued. It will not be announced to the public, only we would know who are the disciples of the cottage. Previously, he had already discussed with the third senior brother that he liked the name Heavenly Mandate Cottage, but it was rejected by his second senior sister, Shuga Mingyu. She thought it was inappropriate. The cottage was not simply just a name, it had special meaning, and not just anyone could be qualified as a disciple of the cottage. Therefore, Futian changed his mind and gave up the idea of naming the academy as Heavenly Mandate Cottage. Instead, he would name it the Heavenly Mandate Academy and set up the cottage as a part of it. And only those who possessed the perfect divine will could have a chance to be admitted into the cottage. This also meant that Futian was almost certainly would be the one to control the process personally, without announcing it to the public. If so, how awesome would the future disciples of the cottage be? Very well. Everyone nodded, and there was no disagreement. So, the weighty news was officially released to the public. The name of the academy was to be the Heavenly Mandate Academy. After 7 days, the Heavenly Mandate Academy would be officially open its door in the Heavenly Mandate realm and invite everyone to come. And everyone was invited to come and observe the opening ceremony. Chapter 1694 Precaution. The first batch of disciples had already been internally decided when Futian and the rest of his group decided to set up an independent cottage within Tiantian Academy. Futian did not take on the role of dean in the new cottage. Instead, he naturally became the cottage manager of the Heavenly Mandate Academy. The first batch of candidates for the cottage consisted of Futian, Yusheng, Yaya, the sword master of Lihan, Longchen, Jun, Gao Huang, etc. Gu Donglu was already the master of the celestial gate of vast heaven and thus would not be training in the Heavenly Mandate Academy. However, this was unimportant. They were the first disciples of the cottage. Judging from this, the Heavenly Mandate Academy was merely a splinter of the cottage. Several days after the news was released, the first batch of powerful fighters from the Dou clan arrived early. They brought along Dou Zhao from the Dou clan. Ever since Dou Zhao forged his perfect divine wheel, he listened to Futian's instructions and returned to his clan. He trained in solitude for a period to stabilize his level and cultivated his will of the fighting god to an even higher level. "Senior, I'm here," Dou Zhao said with a smile as he quickly walked forward when he saw Futian. Futian had told him to call him his senior. Otherwise, he might have called him brother or teacher. "You sure are early," Futian said with a smile. "Of course. After all, I am also a member of the Heavenly Mandate Academy. How could I be left out of the Academy's creation? That's why I came early," Dou Zhao said naturally. He did not see himself as an outsider, and instead saw himself as a member of the Heavenly Mandate Academy. However, Futian did not mind that. How could he refuse the successor of the Dou clan from coming to the Heavenly Mandate Academy to train? Furthermore, Futian had also thought to leave a spot in the cottage for him in the past. Several people walked over. Some of them recognized Dou Zhao, while many others did not. "Oh right, I can now consistently activate the sevenfold will of the fighting god and have faintly touched on the 8th level. I've been rather lonely in the family. Do you want to spar, senior?" Dou Zhao was a little feisty. No one of the same generation as him in the family could satisfy him any more after he forged the perfect divine wheel and could consistently activate the sevenfold will of the fighting god. He triumphed over any low-level Renwang with absolute certainty. He could not help but have this thought: being invincible was too lonely. "I'll find someone to spar with you," Futian said with a smile. "Yu Xing." Yu Xing stepped forward from behind Futian. His muscular body was laced with an unbelievably wild pressure. An aura at the level of a demonic emperor radiated toward Dou Zhao. "Forget it, we are all brothers, let's not disturb the peace," Dou Zhao said naturally. He decided not to fight. When did this guy become a Renwang? Judging from his aura, he should also have a perfect divine wheel. Wouldn't that mean that my level was the same as his? What kind of battle would it be? I won't have the advantage in terms of strength. That's fine too. Futian nodded. We'll all be brothers after the academy is set up. To prevent loneliness, you can talk about cultivation with Yu Xing frequently in the future. I'll set up an independent, sealed platform. You won't be able to leave until you are defeated. Senior, the members of my family are here. Give me some face, Dou Zhao told Futian through telepathy. He then continued. We should focus on training after the academy is set up and give our juniors some pointers from time to time. Yu Xing is around the same level as me. We do not need to discuss our cultivation. Cough, cough. Dou Zhao coughed as he said his piece. He was the descendant of the fighting god and was now seen as the war god in the Dou clan. Futian should give him some face. Futian smiled. He looked toward the people behind Dou Zhao and said, Your journey here must have been hard, please. You're too polite, Emperor Yi. The group nodded. They felt rather uneasy. The people from the outside world did not understand, but the powerful fighters of the Dou clan were clear that Futian had something to do with Dou Zhao forging his perfect divine wheel. When they heard Futian's words, they sensed that Yu Xing, who was standing behind Futian, had also forged a perfect divine wheel. In their minds there was now one more wielder of a perfect divine wheel. The potential of this new academy was terrifying. As time drew closer, another terrifying aura descended from the sky above the Heavenly Mandate Academy. A group of figures flew down. Many people within the Heavenly Mandate Academy looked up to see that the two people in front of the group were elders with an exceptional demeanor. Lord Teacher. The people saw a figure step onto the sky to actively welcome the two figures. The people naturally knew who the white-haired figure was. Behind him, several influential figures also took to the skies. The two figures were clearly very respected. Lord Taixian of the Taixian Mountain in the higher heavens realm. The other person should be the Sky River Great Elder. Many people knew about the happenings in the 9th Supreme Imperial Realm. They had heard many things about Lord Taixian. It was rumored that he had already broken through the bottleneck and reached the level Gu Tianxing was at back in those years. And the two figures nodded. The group walked toward the academy. The black-winged condor dived down from the sky and arrived at Futian's side. At the same time, a beautiful figure dressed in a fiery red long dress also came to Futian's side. It was Little Phoenix from Taixian Mountain. Why is Lord Taixian and the Sky River Great Elder here? Countless people in the Heavenly Mandate City engaged in a discussion. The Sky River Great Elder was Futian's teacher. Could he also be here to enter the academy? Just how many influential figures would there be in the Heavenly Mandate Academy? Just who would be the first dean of the Heavenly Mandate Academy? Futian, I've already heard about your thoughts from your teacher. Your teacher is also willing to take up the position as the dean of the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Since that is the case, I shall take on the role of guest minister, Lord Taixian said with a smile. Futian was making a contribution to the world of cultivation by setting up the Heavenly Mandate Academy to spread his teachings. Furthermore, aside from his relationship with the Sky River Great Elder, Lord Taishian saw the Sky River Great Elder's disciple very highly. "Thank you, Lord," Yi Futian then said with a smile. "If that is the case, the first guest minister of the Heavenly Mandate Academy is decided." The Heavenly Mandate Academy was set up in collaboration with several factions of the Heavenly Mandate realm. Naturally, there would not be only one guest minister. The heads of the various factions would not take up any specific roles in the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Thus, they would all be guest ministers of the Heavenly Mandate Academy. They would also send powerful fighters from their factions to take up specific roles in the academy. Yi Futian had promised in the past that he did not set up the Heavenly Mandate Academy to rule over the Heavenly Mandate realm. This was not only his academy alone. However, everyone knew that Yi Futian would be a pivotal figure in the Heavenly Mandate Academy. "Do Zhao, since you are entering the academy to train, has any of the seniors in the Do clan considered becoming a guest minister of the academy? Of course, they can also take up the position of elder," Yi Futian said as he looked at Do Zhao. A guest minister was a title, while an elder was a specific role. "I'll discuss it with my family. There should be no problems," Do Zhao said. "Thanks for your effort, Junior," Yi Futian said with a smile. Several powerful fighters looked toward Yi Futian. Did this person want to pull in influential factions from all over the realm? However, most of the people understood his intentions. He wanted the Heavenly Mandate Academy to be stable. After all, many people had their sights on him. Another person descended from the sky. Several people looked up in the air. They saw that an enchanting figure had appeared in the sky. They were all charmed. "The Jyotian goddess of Brahma's pure sky has arrived," someone said. "Who's the person in the middle?" Several people let out looks of shock. No one had seen the enchanting lady in the middle. Even the Jyotian goddess was standing beside her? Furthermore, He was standing behind her. Many people were suspicious. Could she be the true successor of Brahma's pure sky? Yi Futian looked up. His gaze froze in that spot when he saw the figure. He was not the only one. The Sword Saint, Shuga Mingyu, and Gu Donglu also could not shift their gazes away from that figure. The battle in the barren state was still fresh in their minds. They were all alive, but the female master of the ultimate holy palace had died in the battle. Now she had once again appeared before their eyes. Sister Jieyu. Longlinger murmured to herself in a daze. Under the orders of the Empress, her personal disciple, Hua Jieyu, will enter the academy to train. A goddess in the air announced with a loud voice. Yi Futian's gaze did not leave Hua Jieyu's body. He deliberated for a moment, then said, "Please." He had just said this when the figures of the group from Brahma's pure sky descended into the academy. Yi Futian turned to look at them. He saw the ladies from Brahma's pure sky bow toward the influential figures. "Greetings to you, elders." Several people felt that was something strange going on. Yi Futian's emotion was off. They saw a figure walk forward. It was Zhuge Mingyu. She appeared in front of the people from Brahma's pure sky. Her gaze landed on Hua Jieyu's body. She had a warm and radiant smile. This was the lady that her junior loved the most. She had seen her junior grow up with Hua Jieyu. How could Zhuge Mingyu not be happy now that she had seen her again? "Jieyu, do you not recognize me?" Zhuge Mingyu's tone was gentle. However, Hua Jieyu only glanced coldly at her. There was no emotion in her eyes. Her gaze was bleak. "Second senior," Yi Futian shouted. Zhuge Mingyu turned to look at him. At this moment, she finally understood what Yi Futian was feeling. "Jieyu, can I chat with you in the future?" Zhuge Mingyu asked Hua Jieyu. "You've got the wrong person." Hua Jieyu turned around and walked to the side. Zhuge Mingyu looked at her figure. She stood there silently for a long time. It was not only her. Everyone who was once from the Holy Palace took a few steps forward. "Brother." Longlinger grabbed onto Yi Futian's arm. She was worried about him. "I'm all right," Yi Futian said. Just what did the Empress of Brahma's pure sky mean by this? She knew that Hua Jieyu had died. Why did she still use her name? "Futian?" Lord Taishian asked Yi Futian. "My wife." Yi Futian collected himself and gave the Lord a simple explanation. The influential figures of the heavenly mandate realm felt their hearts shake. Yi Futian. The Dragon Master said to Yi Futian, I heard that the technique practiced by the one in Brahma's pure sky is extremely unique. This might not be a simple case of memory loss. The technique cultivated by the Empress of the Brahma's pure sky is a secret to this day. The Master of the 10,000 Divine Mountains said, You have to be wary of a possibility. She might be using your wife for her cultivation. Yi Futian's pupils dilated. He involuntarily released a cold aura. What do you mean by that, Elder? What's she using her for? Yi Futian said. You have to be wary of that possibility. If that is the case, your wife will make use of you in her cultivation. Furthermore, you'll be willing to do so. The Master of the 10,000 Divine Mountain continued. Yi Futian's expression turned ice-cold. The other party got Jieyu to come train at the academy. There was indeed that possibility. Chapter 1695 Creation of the Academy. Yi Futian knew that Jieyu had secretly cultivated a technique. She should have obtained the technique when she was training outside with Xia Qingyuan the other time. It was because she cultivated the technique that she caught the attention of the Empress during the battle at the Holy Palace. It might also be the reason that she could still exist in this world. Otherwise, the last vestiges of her soul would have long scattered into the universe. If he thought about it that way, what the influential figures told him was probably true. That technique was the only reason Jieyu managed to stay alive, but her life was no longer her own. Also, there was one more incident that could prove the theory. In Brahma's pure sky, other than the Empress, there was also the Jyotian goddess and the great virgin Qin He. However, why would Jieyu become the personal disciple of the Empress and the core figure in Brahma's pure sky? Why would the Empress pay so much attention to her? However, if that was the case, wasn't the Empress worried that he would find out about the truth if she sent Jieyu to train by his side? Or in other words, the other party did not mind that at all. Yi Futian looked in the direction Jieyu was. He knew that the Empress of Brahma's pure sky had won. What could he do about the situation even if he knew about it? Attack Jieyu? Alternatively, he could go to Brahma's pure sky and attack the Empress. However, he did not know if Jieyu would disappear entirely if he did that. At this moment, Yi Futian's heart was in a mess. It's wrong! A thought flashed past Yi Futian's brain. He remembered something. In the past, he had sensed Jieyu's existence twice. Did that mean that even though Jieyu was being controlled by the Empress of Brahma's pure sky, she had not fully lost her sense of self? There might be a shred of consciousness hiding within her. That was why he could sense Jieyu's existence. A ray of hope shone in his heart when he thought about this. No one in the surroundings disturbed Yi Futian. This incident shocked all of the powerful fighters. Yi Futian's wife was being controlled by the Empress of Brahma's pure sky. Goddess Qin, you can also train together with her in the academy. Yi Futian suddenly looked toward the group from Brahma's pure sky and said. Qin He turned around and looked at Yi Futian with her beautiful eyes. She was a little hesitant. She had wanted to train with Yi Futian in the past, but the Empress did not let her. You can stay too. A goddess by Qin He's side told her. All right. Qin He nodded with a smile. She felt extremely conflicted. The disciple that the Empress had accepted was Yi Futian's wife. It was no wonder Yi Futian had asked about her in the past. As it turned out, everything was true. Yi Futian immediately averted his gaze when he saw Qin He nod. There were many powerful fighters here to congratulate him today. As the host of the occasion, now was not the time to discuss private matters. Both Lord Taixian and the Dou clan had come here out of respect for him. All he could do about Jieyu was to slowly consider the circumstances. Since the Empress of Brahma's pure sky had sent her here to train, he had time in the future to investigate the matter. Seniors, Yi Futian said. He led the powerful fighters toward the area where the banquet would be held. In reality, it was not only the Dou clan and Taixian Mountain who had arrived in the Heavenly Mandate City today. Many powerful fighters from top-notch factions of the other realms had also arrived and were mixed within the crowd. The large ripple that happened in the heavenly mandate realm after Yi Futian left Xingtian Academy had spread to the other realms. Currently, the heavenly mandate realm was almost unified. Even though the main aim of the Heavenly Mandate Academy was to spread teachings, all of the factions in the Heavenly Mandate realm were now standing on the same side with the help of the Heavenly Mandate Academy. They have become a superpower. Now, other than the fact that Yi Futian's cultivation level was still rather low, he already had the strength to fight against any of the top-notch factions. The soon-to-be-formed Heavenly Mandate Academy only lacked people who stood at the very top of the world. Thus, Yi Futian had invited Lord Taixian. Finally, the day that the Heavenly Mandate Academy would be set up had come. Heavenly Mandate City was filled with cultivators from all over the realm, especially those who had come from the areas around the Heavenly Mandate Academy. The city was packed. One would not be able to find an empty spot on the streets from the sky. Every area was filled with humans. A majestic affair like this was unprecedented in the Heavenly Mandate realm. At the very least, nothing of this scale had happened in the last 100 years. Sunlight fell onto the area that was once the imperial city of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty. It created a grand sight. The surroundings also had an ancient aura and the vicissitudes of history. Of course, the Heavenly Mandate city was no longer the imperial city of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty. It would become the outer city of the Heavenly Mandate Academy. The fate of this city was now inextricably linked to that of the Heavenly Mandate Academy. The tallest building in the academy was unique. It was a library. The structure of the building looked like pages of ancient scrolls piled up together to form an outer coating. At the tallest point of the library was an open ancient scroll that was 10 zhang tall. At this moment, several people were standing in front of the ancient book. Countless people looked over. They saw several top-notch figures such as the white-haired Yi Futian, the dragon master of the divine dragons from the demon realm, the divine elephant emperor, the golden raven demonic lord from the sky demon court, the master of the 10,000 divine mountain, Lord Taixian, the sky river great elder, and Gu Donglu. Every one of them had exceptional status. Below them, on the lower floor of the library, was an even larger group of powerful fighters. They were influential figures from top-notch factions. Jiang Qingzi and Hua Jiangshan from the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven were there. The two of them were once leaders of the Celestial Gate. Several people got a faint understanding when they witnessed the scene. Everyone on the highest level, other than Yi Futian, were all masters of an entire organization. That included Gu Donglu. He was now the only master of the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven. The people on the next level were the powerhouses of various factions. "Seniors, please inscribe your words," Yi Futian said with a smile. The Dragon Master, Divine Elephant Emperor, Golden Raven Demonic Lord, and the Master of the 10,000 Divine Mountain walked toward the cover of the ancient book. Each one of them inscribed a word. They were forceful, overbearing, suppressing, and splendid. The Dragon Master inscribed the word Heaven. The word harbored unparalleled weight. The Golden Raven Demonic Lord inscribed the word Mandate. Golden divine flames fell and caused the ancient book to release a radiant glow. The Divine Elephant Emperor started the word Academy with overbearing arrogance. The Master of the 10,000 Divine Mountain finished the word. He exuded radiance and his free-spirited will. The words released extreme radiance and glory. It caused countless hearts to throb with passion. Heavenly Mandate Academy. "Please inscribe your word, Lord," Yi Futian said with a smile. Everyone's gaze landed on Lord Taixian. Lord Taixian nodded. He inscribed a word in the book. The word he inscribed seemed to float outside the book. Path. As the word landed on the book, the will of the great path seized the surroundings. The entire Heavenly Mandate Academy seemed to be enveloped in the splendor of the word Path. At this moment, countless people looked at the word Path. Several people even wanted to sit down and cultivate on the spot. That was true even for powerful fighters at the Renhuang Plain. Yi Futian let out a smile. Back in Taixian Mountain, Lord Taixian etched a word in the sky when he surpassed his bottleneck. Now that he had effortfully invited Lord Taixian here, he could not let him go. Thus, he got the first guest minister of the Heavenly Mandate Academy to inscribe the word path. This way, everything was perfect. The words on the book implied that the Heavenly Mandate Academy was a place for spreading the great path. The group turned around and looked toward the distance. There were countless figures in the Heavenly Mandate city. There were groups from the sky to the ground. They all witnessed this lavish event of the Heavenly Mandate realm. Futian, you can make the announcement. Countless people looked at Futian. Even though he did not take up the role as the first dean of the Heavenly Mandate Academy due to his cultivation level, the creation of the Heavenly Mandate Academy was largely attributed to him. At this moment, it was natural for him to step out and announce the creation of the Heavenly Mandate Academy. All right. Futian nodded with a smile. He did not hold back. He stepped forward and stood on the sky alone. He looked down at the endless crowd. A breeze blew past. His white hair flew, and his robe fluttered in the wind. Countless gazes landed on him. This charismatic figure who had risen within the Heavenly Mandate realm within the span of a few years and had his reputation spread throughout the 9 supreme imperial realms had changed the entire Heavenly Mandate realm. Zhuge Mingyu stood within the academy and looked up at the figure in the sky. Futian had not left the Crimson Dragon realm for many years, yet he had made it this far. He sure lived up to his reputation. The greatest genius from the Eastern Baron territory, the Baron State, and the 9 states was like that no matter where he went. Furthermore, he would continue walking forward to create a history that belonged to him. The Sword Master of Lihan, Yaya, Yuxing, Yuwuchen, Huang Jioga, Wang Chuan, and the rest of the people who had been friends with Futian for many years looked at the figure in the sky. Their hearts were also overcome with emotion. Brother! There was a radiant smile in Long Linger's eyes. Her eyes were teary. She could not help it though she was not sad. Within the group of people from Brahma's pure sky, Hua Jieyu also had her gaze on the figure. There seemed to be a ripple in her eyes, but she quickly suppressed it. Her eyes once again turned cold, and without emotion. Today, the Heavenly Mandate Academy has been officially created. We'll spread the great path in the Heavenly Mandate realm. Futian announced directly without any superfluous words. Lord Taixian will be the first guest minister of the Heavenly Mandate Academy. The Dragon Master, Golden Raven Demonic Lord, Divine Elephant Emperor, Master of the 10,000 Divine Mountain, and the Master of the Celestial Gate of Vast Heaven make up the first batch of the Heavenly Mandate Academy's first guest ministers. The Sky River Great Elder will become the Dean of the Heavenly Mandate Academy. The hearts of everyone present shook. This arsenal seemed to consist of every top-notch faction in the Heavenly Mandate realm. The masters of the various factions made up the first batch of guest ministers, while the Sky River Great Elder took on the role of Dean. Every one of them was a figure with commanding influence. At this moment, a radiant ray of divine light descended from the skies. One figure floated down from the sky. Countless people looked toward the direction, only to see a terrifying pressure. The pressure had not been released deliberately. It was innate. The Dou clan of the Ziwei realm extends our congratulations, the person in front said with a bright voice. The Dou clan is willing to present 1,000 ancient techniques, 100 Renhuang-level ritual artifacts, 1,000 saint-level artifacts, 3 relics, 2 elders, 1 guest minister, and 100 disciples. However, the elders, guest ministers, and disciples are willing to accept the tests of the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Congratulations on the creation of the Heavenly Mandate Academy. The hearts of several people shook. What a generous gesture. The Dou clan of the Ziwei realm was the most influential faction in the Ziwei realm. They had come forward to congratulate Futian and present their gifts. Thank you for your gifts. Futian nodded with a smile. He did not hold back. He intended to accept everything, including the disciples. Another ray of divine light descended from the sky. Another group of figures flew down. The person in front was incredibly beautiful and charismatic. She was a lady with an extraordinary demeanor. She was dressed in a long black robe and looked like a queen. The goddess of the Shao clan from the Central Emperor realm brings along members of the Shao clan to extend our congratulations. A voice rang out. The hearts of many people shook. Was that lady the goddess of the Shao clan from the Central Emperor realm? Your disciple, Xiaomuyu, pays her respects. Xiaomuyu bowed toward Yi Futian with a smile on her face. A goddess as his disciple. Many people took a deep breath as they looked at Yi Futian. Was Yi Futian already that reputable in the other realms? Chapter 1696 The Overbearing Shen Clan. Yi Futian nodded with a smile. He heard Xiaomuyu say, "To congratulate the creation of the Heavenly Mandate Academy, I, representing the Shao clan, am giving you 3,000 ancient books, 100 Rinhuang-level ritual implements, 1,000 Saint-level ritual implements, and 5 of the ancient relics the Shao clan had obtained in the past. As for the matters regarding the guest minister, elder, and the disciples that would come to learn, I'll discuss it with you later. Thank you for the Shao clan's gifts, Muyu. It's been hard on you." Yi Futian nodded and said, "The clan of the 7 Slayers of the Ziwei realm is here to extend our congratulations." Another voice rang out at this moment. The powerful fighters from the clan of the 7 Slayers descended from the sky. "The Yuanyang clan of the Central Emperor realm is here to extend our congratulations." The Yuanyang clan had also arrived. Yuan Hong personally led the group here. Yi Futian had hinted at him when the Shao clan was conferring a goddess back then. Now that the Heavenly Mandate Academy had been set up, they were deliberating about whether to join the academy or not. "The Shangxia Divine Palace of the Higher Heavens realm is here to extend our congratulations." Another batch of powerful fighters arrived. Several people had looks of shock. The Higher Heavens realm neighbored the Heavenly Mandate realm. The Shangxia Divine Palace was a sacred place of cultivation in the Higher Heavens realm and had remarkable status. They had also come today. "The Yuyu Divine Palace of the Shadow realm is here to extend our congratulations." A crisp voice rang out. A group of figures appeared in the air. There were not many people in the group, and their faction seemed much weaker than the rest of the powerhouses. The person in front was unbelievably charismatic. Her aura did not pale in comparison to the goddess of the Shao clan, Xiaomuyu. She might even have the upper hand in terms of appearance. She looked like a goddess from the Yuyu Divine Palace. The goddess of the Yuyu Divine Palace, Changxi, had come to witness the spectacle. She did not expect that many factions to pay Yi Futian their respects. Since that was the case, she also stepped forward to congratulate Yi Futian. "Thank you, Goddess Changxi." Yi Futian nodded with a smile. At this moment, several powerful fighters were standing in the air in front of the Heavenly Mandate Academy. It was quite a spectacular scene. Beneath them, the Heavenly Mandate City was engulfed with commotion as they looked up at the figures. The Heavenly Mandate Academy was created today. It was a festive occasion of an unparalleled scale. Factions from all over the 9 realms had come to congratulate Yi Futian. Furthermore, these factions were all powerhouses. How glorious was this scene! Was this the influence that the white-haired teen had? In reality, when Yi Futian brought along the powerful fighters to extinguish the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty and the Violet Heavenly Palace, countless people in the Heavenly Mandate realm could not understand why these powerhouses would lend him a helping hand. However, they only realized when they saw the spectacular scene before their eyes that Yi Futian's influence outside the 9 realms had already grown larger than his influence in the Heavenly Mandate realm. What exactly did Yi Futian do when the God's Relic opened last year? "Let's enter the academy," Yi Futian said. The people nodded and stepped forward. All of them entered the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Yi Futian looked at the crowd. He had wanted to say something when he suddenly saw a radiant ray of golden divine light coming from the horizon. The light let out an immense roar. Lord Taixian knitted his brows and raised his hand toward the golden divine light. In that instant, a giant palm appeared in the air and pushed directly toward the golden divine light. Boom! A loud noise was heard. The golden divine light scattered. The giant palm was also shattered. However, even so, a ray of golden light still managed to pierce through the air and drill itself into the ground of the Heavenly Mandate Academy. A loud sound accompanied the impact. A hole appeared within the Heavenly Mandate Academy. "Who is it?" Several people let out an unusual look. Who would dare to mess up this festive occasion? Who would dare to be this insolent? Boom! Rays of golden divine light covered the sky. Countless people looked up at the sky and felt their hearts shake. They saw that a golden throne had appeared in the sky. A figure was sitting on the throne and looking down at everyone. The figure looked like an almighty deity. Many figures appeared behind him. All of the figures were clad in golden armor and looked just like deities. "The golden divine nation of the higher heaven realm!" many people exclaimed. The animosity between Futian and the golden divine nation was no longer a secret. Powerful fighters from the golden divine nation had also appeared when Futian and his group were attacking the heavenly mandate dynasty. They had wanted to kill Futian. However, they were unable to succeed as the forces Futian had gathered to attack the heavenly mandate dynasty were too strong. Now that the heavenly mandate academy was created, the king of the divine nation had come personally. He was a true powerhouse, a figure which stood at the very top. He still acted in such an arrogant manner even though many factions had come to congratulate Futian today. He sat alone on the throne in the sky. Other than Lord Taishian, no one who came today could hold their own against the king of the golden divine nation. The king of the golden divine nation sat silently on the throne. He had a piercing gaze as he scanned through the crowd at the heavenly mandate academy. He did not speak, but he had terrifying authority just by sitting there. Presently, everyone in the 9 supreme imperial realms knew about the animosity between Futian and the golden divine nation. 2 of the king's sons had died by Futian's hands. Now that Futian was trying to set up a faction in the heavenly mandate realm, was he trying to retaliate against the golden divine nation in the future? These factions who were joining the heavenly mandate academy today seemed to not fear the king at all. Today, the king displayed an attitude just by sitting there. If he did not fear the empty imperial palace, the king would have attacked Futian directly. Futian's gaze swept toward the figure in the air. He had a cold gaze. The king of the golden divine nation was posing a threat by sitting there. Futian had no way to deal with him. Lord Taishian also glanced at the other party. However, the other party did not directly cause trouble. He merely sat in the sky above the heavenly mandate academy. "Great Elder, now that you left the Sky River Temple, do you intend on setting up a faction of your own?" Another voice spread toward them. A group of spirited fighters appeared in the air. Their divine aura enveloped the air. It was incredibly terrifying. "Who are these people?" many people from the heavenly mandate realm asked. "Fighters from the Shin clan of the Central Emperor realm," someone said. It caused the hearts of countless people to tremble. They naturally had heard the name of the Shin clan. They were extremely overbearing. They were a superpower that stood at the top of the 9 supreme imperial realms. It looked like, despite Futian's massive influence, he also had a considerable number of enemies. This golden divine nation and the Shin clan were extremely unhappy about the creation of the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Of course, this unhappiness was also a form of fear. In the past, not many people would think much about Futian training in Futian Academy to avoid trouble. They allowed him to train there. However, no one expected him to engage in such terrifying actions after he left Futian Academy. He had become the overlord of the Heavenly Mandate Realm. The 3 greatest factions of the Heavenly Mandate Realm had been exterminated because of him. Even though the top-notch factions like the Golden Divine Nation and the Shin clan did not care about that, it did come across as a bad omen. The creation of the Heavenly Mandate Academy directly linked many influential factions together. It felt faintly like an alliance. This, to them, was clearly a bad thing. Especially when the Sky River Great Elder was the Dean of the Heavenly Mandate Academy. What would the Shin clan think about that? If the Heavenly Mandate Academy was to become sufficiently strong, would the Sky River Great Elder not make use of the might of the Heavenly Mandate Academy to attack the Shin clan? This posed a direct threat to the Shin clan. Futian had finally been regarded heavily by the Shin clan. The more festive the occasion was today, the worse matters looked to the Shin clan. The saga back then had passed. I came to the Heavenly Mandate Academy today to help my disciple spread his path. The Sky River Great Elder looked up at the powerful fighters of the Shin clan and said. They had come as he expected. The Shin clan had not truly forgiven him. Great Elder, you should return to the Tianhe realm. This place does not suit you. A powerful fighter from the Shin clan said. His tone was calm and collected, but it felt exceptionally forceful. He wanted the Sky River Great Elder to leave. He did not allow him to take up the role of Dean of the Heavenly Mandate Academy. They could let the Sky River Great Elder off if he stayed silently at the Tianhe realm. However, they would not allow him to set up another faction. Furthermore, the magnificent parade of today's Heavenly Mandate Academy would pose a direct threat to the Shin clan in the future. Futian was difficult to deal with. However, they would never allow the Sky River Great Elder to stay here. Is the Shin clan trying to control his freedom? Lord Taixian had a cold tone. He had not participated in the saga back then, nor could he have helped. Otherwise, he would also be implicated in the crisis. Today, the Shin clan was still being that overbearing. Yes. The person standing in front of the Shin clan's group replied. He looked toward Lord Taixian and said, Lord, this is a matter between the Shin clan and the Sky River Great Elder. We know that he is your old friend and we do respect you. However, you shouldn't interfere in this matter. Lord Taixian knitted his brows slightly. The Shin clan was as overbearing as always. However, the strength of the Shin clan was real. Even he, as he was today, could not fight against them directly. Furthermore, even if he disregarded the Shin clan, the king of the Golden Divine Nation, who was sitting on the throne in the sky, was also itching for a fight. If they were to erupt into conflict with the Shin clan, the Golden Divine Nation would not be polite and would join the battle. The king of the Golden Divine Nation had an extremely piercing gaze. He had expected the Shin clan to come. That was why he personally made a trip here. This was a threat. He wanted to see how confident the alliance of the Heavenly Mandate Academy was. Many top-notch factions had stepped forward to congratulate Futian and would send disciples into the Heavenly Mandate Academy to train. It looked like they were about to form an alliance. However, the king wanted to see how stable the alliance would be. Could they step forward to resist the overbearing Shin clan for this matter? In actuality, several top-notch factions in the crowd had animosity with Futian. For example, the Martial God clan from the Central Emperor Realm, the Celestial Worthy Temple, as well as the Sky-Reaching School. However, they had only come to witness the fanfare. Their animosity with Futian was not deep, and they did not need to step out. With the Shin clan around, all they had to do was witness the spectacle. The atmosphere quickly became suppressed. The vast space felt a little silent. There was no longer the bustle of the past. However, several people were still silently asking about the situation. They had not fully understood the animosity between these factions. A powerful member from the Shao clan took a step forward. He had not spoken a word when a powerful fighter from the Shin clan interrupted him. I'll repeat myself. This is a matter between the Shin clan and the Sky River Great Elder. It has nothing to do with the other factions. It is best that the rest of the people do not interfere. They only targeted the Sky River Great Elder. However, in actuality, they were instilling fear within the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Chapter 1697 Courage. Overbearing. The members of the Shin clan who have come today were pushy and overbearing. They did not listen to anyone and wanted to get the Sky River Great Elder back to the Tianhe realm. The Shin clan would never allow the Sky River Great Elder to leave the Tianhe realm. Even more so, they would not allow the Sky River Great Elder to nurture his own faction, especially a faction like the Heavenly Mandate Academy. A formless pressure enveloped the Heavenly Mandate Academy. This academy that had just been created was facing pressure from the Golden Divine Nation and the Shin clan. If the Sky River Great Elder was to announce that he would resign from the role of the Dean of the Heavenly Mandate Academy, then everything that happened today could only be described as ridiculous. The Heavenly Mandate Academy took its name from the Heavenly Mandate Realm. It would become a symbol of the Heavenly Mandate Realm in the future. Powerful fighters from the Heavenly Mandate Realm had stepped forward to observe the ceremony and congratulate Futian. There were even people from other realms who had come to congratulate him. What would it mean if the Dean was forced to resign in the blink of an eye? The reputation of the Heavenly Mandate Academy would collapse immediately. The Shin clan claimed that this was animosity between them and the Sky River Great Elder. However, they had stepped forward at this moment to put the Heavenly Mandate Academy on the spot. The Shin clan clearly did not wish to face a powerful Heavenly Mandate Academy. The Sky River Great Elder swept his gaze toward the members of the Shin clan. Indeed, the Shin clan was as overbearing as they were before. He was once an influential figure in the Central Emperor realm. What a joke! After the crisis he encountered in the Tianhe realm, the Shin clan still wanted to establish total control over him and not allow him to have freedom. He was in existence at the peak of Rehuang, yet he did not have any dignity. However, the Sky River Great Elder was extremely calm. It was as though he had grown used to this. He had made it past the war back then. There was nothing he could not tolerate. Compared to the Sky River Great Elder, the rest of the people present had ugly expressions. The powerful fighters of the Heavenly Mandate Academy, as well as the people who had come to celebrate, such as the Shao clan, Dou clan, and the Yuanang clan, had been in high spirits just now. However, the overbearing Shin clan had directly shattered their celebratory mood. It was as though the Shin clan had not considered their point of view. The Shin clan did not adopt a pacifist approach in dealing with this matter. Instead, they stepped forward directly with an obvious motive. They wanted to suppress the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Shin clan, you are too much of a bully! A voice rang out at that moment. Lord Taishian stood in the air above the library. He looked toward the powerful fighters of the Shin clan with a cold expression and said, "The Heavenly Mandate Academy has been created today. We would welcome you if you have come to have a drink. Otherwise, please excuse yourselves." The old man's calm voice seemed to harbor a hint of fury. He gave the Shin clan a forceful reply. In the past, Lord Taishian had traveled the realms and discussed the Great Path together with the Sky River Great Elder. He had been powerless during the saga back then, and had always blamed himself. How could he tolerate this situation now that he had broken past the bottleneck, and saw that the Shin clan was bullying the Shin clan and suppressing the Heavenly Mandate Academy? He had nothing more to ask now that he had cultivated his abilities to this level. This was the endpoint of his cultivation. Thus, he would rather do as his heart wished and feel better about himself. He did not care if he had to face the Shin clan or the Golden Divine Nation. While he spoke, a formless pressure of the Great Path enveloped an infinite space. The clouds in the sky were dyed golden. Many people looked up to see the radiant, golden clouds. The entire world seemed to have been enveloped by authoritative pressure. Anyone who was below the level of Rehuang found it difficult to breathe. Even though the war had not broken out, the pressuring aura made them feel extremely uncomfortable. The Lord ultimately stepped forward and made his attitude known. At this moment, Futian felt a little guilty. In actuality, he had pulled Lord Taishian over to the Heavenly Mandate Academy to make use of his strength. The Heavenly Mandate Academy required a figure of his level to oversee the place. Only then would the Academy be stable. Otherwise, they would still lack a force that stood at the very top even if all of the factions in the Heavenly Mandate realm came together. That was why he pulled the Sky River Great Elder over to be the Dean, and the Lord to be a guest minister. Before he came, his Grand Master, the Sky River Great Elder, had gone directly to the Taishian Mountain. The Great Elder then came together with the Lord. Futian knew that the two elders understood his plans. They knew of Futian's intentions, yet they were still willing to help him. The powerful fighters of the Shin clan were rather surprised. Lord Taishian had taken the stage and gave a forceful reply. The king of the Golden Divine Nation remained seated on his golden throne. He was authoritative and overbearing. It was as if all of this did not concern him, and that he had just come to witness the spectacle. "Lord, are you intending to interfere with the matter between the Shin clan and the Sky River Great Elder?" The powerful fighter leading the Shin clan's group said coldly. "It is the Shin clan that is forcefully interfering with the creation of the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Furthermore, what right does the Shin clan have to stop the Sky River Great Elder from being the Dean of the Heavenly Mandate Academy?" Lord Taishian continued. "I'll repeat myself. You can come in to have a drink if you want, but please excuse yourself if you have any other matters." The Shin clan was extremely powerful. They could be said to be one of the most powerful factions in the 9 supreme imperial realms. However, unless a figure who stood at the very top came, what could they do against Lord Taishian? He wanted to see if the Shin clan would attack. The powerful fighter from the Shin clan laughed when they heard Lord Taishuan's words. He lived up to his reputation as an existence who had broken through the limits of cultivation. He was forceful indeed. Though, did he want to fight against the Shin clan? The powerful fighter leading the Shin clan turned around and swept his gaze across the fighters on the ground. He said with a bright voice, "How many people in the Tianhe realm lost their lives because of the incident involving the Sky River Great Elder back then? 3,000 disciples. They were almost exterminated. Why does the Heavenly Mandate Academy want to continue implicating the people cultivating in the Heavenly Mandate realm?" There was an immense threat in his voice. He continued, "If the Sky River Great Elder were to become the Dean of the Heavenly Mandate Academy, then the disciples of the Heavenly Mandate Academy would be regarded as members of the Sky River Great Elder's faction. Thus, I wanted to advise all of you from the Heavenly Mandate realm to be cautious." The word cautious spread throughout the surroundings and impacted the ears of everyone who listened. The unbridled threat spread throughout the Heavenly Mandate city. It caused the countless fighters in the city to become silent instantly. Nearly 3,000 of the Sky River Great Elder's disciples had been slaughtered by the Shin clan back then. They were not hiding anything. If the Sky River Great Elder were going to become the Dean of the Heavenly Mandate Academy, then the Shin clan would make it such that no one would dare to cultivate in the Heavenly Mandate Academy. The King of the Golden Divine Nation, who was sitting on the throne, was also an immense threat. It was as though the heads of everyone present was doused with cold water. Countless people who had wanted to enroll in the Heavenly Mandate Academy to train seemed to have become more alert. "I am also curious as to how many disciples the Heavenly Mandate Academy can attract," the King of the Golden Divine Nation also said. The Shin clan had first suppressed the Sky River Great Elder. Now, they were interfering with the disciples. Their methods were vicious and forceful. As a place of spreading the Great Path, it would be humiliating if no one dared to enroll into the academy to train. "Since the Sky River Great Elder is going to be your dean, then you guys can continue," the powerful fighter of the Shin clan said coldly. He continued standing in the air high above the academy and looked down at everything under him. It was as though he was enjoying the power he wielded. Futian looked toward the powerful fighter from the Shin clan and the King of the Golden Divine Nation. He then looked at the vast crowd under him. He said loudly without hesitation, "The Heavenly Mandate Academy will accept disciples from all over the world. They have to go through a test. Those who pass the test can train in the outer sect of the Heavenly Mandate Academy. The core disciples of the Heavenly Mandate Academy shall be chosen from the outer sect disciples. The selection period for the first batch of outer sect disciples will continue for 3 months. It starts immediately. Those who wish to enter the academy to train can directly enter the Heavenly Mandate Academy and take the test." Futian surveyed the crowd after he spoke. There were countless figures in the vast Heavenly Mandate city, but none of them walked out. Several people whispered to one another. The atmosphere was dull. One could imagine just how bustling the Heavenly Mandate Academy would be if the Shin clan and the Golden Divine Nation was not here. Powerful fighters would have stepped into the Heavenly Mandate Academy one after the other to become the first batch of the Academy's disciples. However, under the threat of the two powerhouses, no one dared to act recklessly. The King of the Golden Divine Nation scanned the area under him. There was a faint look of mockery in his golden eyes. The Heavenly Mandate Academy had created quite the spectacle. They would be reduced to a joke if things ended like this. The Heavenly Mandate realm would remember this ridiculous day. The powerful fighter of the Shin clan did not look down. Instead, he shot his gaze in the direction of the Heavenly Mandate Academy. His gaze was ice cold. Did the Sky River Great Elder think that he would be free of the Shin clan if he did this? Or did he plan to use the strength of the Heavenly Mandate Academy to resist the Shin clan in the future? There was a group of people in an unassuming place amidst the endless crowd. A lady stepped forward. "Qianyu!" someone shouted. Yun Qianyu turned to look at the members of her family. "I want to go," Yun Qianyu shouted. Her life had been given to her by Yi Futian. She knew that Yi Futian had admitted that she was his disciple only to save her, but in her heart, she forever regarded Yi Futian as her teacher, no matter if her teacher remembered her existence or not. The powerful fighters of the Yun clan were rather hesitant. Those were two powerful factions. The king of the Golden Divine Nation was sitting on his throne. There were also powerful fighters from the Shin clan. No one dared to step out because they were afraid of being the first one. The first person who stepped out would definitely offend the two superpowers. Who knew what would happen to them? Thus, no one dared to be the first to step out. Qianyu, the current clan master of the Yun clan, looked toward Yun Qianyu and said, Go. If not for Yi Futian back then, his lineage would have been destroyed. He had to repay the kindness. And Yu Qianyu nodded with a smile. She then stepped forward and walked to the front. She walked past many figures and traversed through the crowd. Many people looked at her with a weird expression. What was she trying to do? Yun Qianyu's cultivation level was not high, and she was a lady. Did she want to be the first person to step forward? Yun Qianyu walked forward a step at a time and arrived at the perimeter of the Heavenly Mandate Academy. At this moment, countless gazes fell onto Yun Qianyu. Even the gazes of the Golden Divine Nation and the powerful fighters of the Shin clan landed on her. She was trembling slightly. Even though those were gazes, she felt a suffocating pressure. No one could understand what she was feeling right now. However, she continued to walk forward with her head held high. She did not retreat even though her body was trembling slightly. She walked into the Heavenly Mandate Academy and said, I wish to train in the Heavenly Mandate Academy and take the test. Qianyu. Yi Futian had a look of shock when he saw her. This was the lady he had first met when he entered the Heavenly Mandate Academy. He had almost forgotten about her existence. He did not expect her to step out at this moment. Yun Qianyu let out a radiant smile when she met Yi Futian's gaze. Her teacher might have forgotten about her, but she would never forget him. Chapter 1698 Strength of the Shin Clan? In the Heavenly Mandate Academy, Yun Qianyu had a radiant smile as she looked up at Yi Futian. She did not know what to call him. Would she embarrass Yi Futian if she called him his teacher? Qianyu, Yi Futian shouted with a smile. Come to my side. Yun Qianyu nodded seriously. She moved to the area behind Yi Futian. Who else is willing to attend the Heavenly Mandate Academy's test? Yi Futian continued to ask as he looked at the crowd. He saw two other figures step out. Yi Futian let out a shocked expression when he saw the two figures. They were both familiar faces. The Prince of the Crimson Dragon Realm, Qi Shang, and his wife Yu Shifei. The two of them walked forward. People from the cast crowd recognized them. Amongst the people who recognized them was an exceptional teen with the light of the divine fire in his eyes. He came from the Crimson Dragon Realm. It was Luo Yang. He had come to the Heavenly Mandate Realm along with Yi Futian back then. He was a little surprised that Qi Shang and Yu Shifei would step out at this time. The two of them walked into the Heavenly Mandate Academy and smiled at Yi Futian. We'll accept the test of the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Yi Futian nodded toward them and smiled. All right. The king of the Golden Divine Nation, Gai Tsang, and the powerful fighters of the Shin clan looked at the people. They did not expect there to be such courageous people at this time. They wanted to see how many people would display such courage and dared to enter the Heavenly Mandate Academy to train. I am willing to join the Heavenly Mandate Realm. Another person walked out. He had an exceptional demeanor, and his cultivation level was at the peak of the same plane. He was dressed in a long-sleeved shirt, and looked free-spirited and unrestrained. Chu Yu. The people in the Heavenly Mandate City let out a look of shock. Chu Yu was reputable within the Heavenly Mandate City and had exceptional potential in terms of cultivation. Even the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty wanted to pull him over to their side. Back then, the Prince of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty, Tianyu, had personally tried to sway Chu Yu and sparred with him. He praised Chu Yu highly and invited him to train together with him. However, Chu Yu had not accepted his invitation. He said that he did not want to join the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty for the moment. Instead, he wanted to focus on proving his path and entering the Renhong Plain. Tianyu did not force him. He said that he would look for Chuyu after he reached the Renhuang Plain. Many people thought that Chuyu would become a member of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty and support Tianyu after he stepped into the Renhong Plain. However, the dynasty had been destroyed before Chuyu reached the Renhuang Plain. I am Chuyu from Heavenly Mandate City. If the Heavenly Mandate Academy does not mind, I am willing to join the Heavenly Mandate Academy to train, Chuyu said as he looked at Futian. He was rather famous in Heavenly Mandate City. If Futian wanted to investigate him after the matter, he would easily be able to find out that he had interacted with the Heavenly Mandate dynasty, and even Tianyu. Futian knew what the other party meant when he heard that he was Chuyu from Heavenly Mandate City. He knew that the other party was worried that the Heavenly Mandate Academy would exclude people who have had contact with the Heavenly Mandate dynasty. The Heavenly Mandate Academy does not care about your background, Futian said. Welcome. Chuyu nodded and walked forward into the academy. Back then, he had not joined the Heavenly Mandate dynasty as it had not been a faction purely focused on cultivation and spreading the Great Path. Even though Tianyu thought of him highly, he would have to listen to Tianyu's orders if he entered the dynasty. He would not have entered the Heavenly Mandate dynasty even if he entered the Renhuang Plain. The Heavenly Mandate Academy was a good fit for him. As for the threat of the Golden Divine Nation and the Shin clan, he would have to face it sooner or later unless he decided never to join the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Since his fate was tied to that of the Heavenly Mandate Academy, and that he had already come to a decision, why not join the Academy earlier? This way, with his talent and potential, he might be able to come into contact with the top-notch figures of the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Opportunities were always presented alongside crises. After Chuyu walked out, several cultivators from the Heavenly Mandate City walked out one after the other and moved toward the Heavenly Mandate Academy. With someone in the lead, the rest of the people felt more courageous. It was most difficult for the people who were the earliest to step out. Many figures wavered in the direction of the Heavenly Mandate City as they walked toward the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Of course, the combined cultivation level of the people gathered around the Heavenly Mandate City was pathetically low. The situation would not have happened this way if the Golden Divine Nation and the Shin clan was not here. Many of the cultivators had no choice but to consider the future of the Heavenly Mandate Academy. It was an extreme risk. It would be bad if a war were to break out. They hoped that the academy that had just been set up in the Heavenly Mandate realm would not topple that quickly. This had significance across the generations. If the academy were to crumble, the Heavenly Mandate realm would be forced into a slump and be tossed behind by the top-notch factions of the other realms. Time passed. The vast space was still extremely quiet. Futian, Lord Taishian, and the rest of the powerful fighters looked on at the scene quietly. The Golden Divine Nation and the Shin clan did the same. Finally, the number of people entering the Heavenly Mandate Academy got fewer and fewer before the stream of people stopped. Futian counted the number of people. A little more than 300 people had entered the Heavenly Mandate Academy and were willing to take the test. He also noticed that most of the people were at the same plane. They all had exceptional demeanor. People who had the courage to step out during such a time proved several things. Most of the people in this group would have an exceptional talent for cultivation. We'll stop here today, Futian announced. The first batch of core disciples of the Heavenly Mandate Academy will have 1,000 people. The people who entered the Heavenly Mandate Academy today will be exempt from the test and will immediately become a core disciple of the Heavenly Mandate Academy. What do you think about that, Lord and Teacher? Sure. Lord Taishian nodded. He did not mind the arrangement. This caused many people to let out a look of shock. The Heavenly Mandate Academy was set up jointly by many influential factions. Undoubtedly, the factions from the Heavenly Mandate realm and the factions who had come here to congratulate Futian would send many people into the Heavenly Mandate Academy to train and occupy the spots for core disciples. That, coupled with the 300-odd people who had entered the Heavenly Mandate Academy today, meant that there might not be much of the 1,000 disciple quota left. This meant that those who wished to enter the Heavenly Mandate Academy could only fight for an extremely limited spot. The rest of the people would have to become outer sect disciples. Indeed, the first batch of people who entered the academy would receive special attention. They would be heavily nurtured. Of course, that was logical. Futian knew that if the Heavenly Mandate Academy could exist stably within the Heavenly Mandate realm, it would become a top-notch academy within the 3,000 realms of the Great Path in the future. He did not have to worry about the issue of the core disciples. Of the people that would be heavily nurtured by the Heavenly Mandate Academy, talent was but one aspect. They also had to have exceptional character. Only then could the academy flourish through the generations. The Heavenly Mandate Academy has been officially created. We'll be accepting disciples for the next 3 months. Today's session will end now. Please do as you see fit, Futian said as he looked at the Golden Divine Nation and the Shin clan. He sent them off. That means to say that the Heavenly Mandate Academy intends to stubbornly go about their matters? The powerful fighter from the Shin clan asked. He naturally referred to the matter of the Sky River Great Elder being the dean of the academy. None of your business, Lord Taishian replied directly. Now that he had trained himself to the level he was at, he had a calm state of mind. However, he felt a little angry at this moment. The Shin clan was meddling in too many things. Lord, you sure have a good amount of free time to be playing along with these cultivators from the Heavenly Mandate realm. It is just that you have no strength, just relying on the alliance of the Heavenly Mandate realm. You wish to create a fabled land for spreading the Great Path just with this? The powerful fighter from the Shin clan said with a cold laugh. In the 9 realms, only Futian Academy and the Shanxia Divine Palace could stand throughout the generations. How long can the Heavenly Mandate Academy last? Several people let out a weird expression. That was a direct threat to the Heavenly Mandate Academy. The Shin clan would never allow the Heavenly Mandate Academy to prosper. The existence of the Sky River Great Elder and Futian was a threat to the Shin clan. What strength? Futian asked. Everything in this universe starts from zero, as do any faction. Similarly, no matter how strong a faction is, there would come a day when it collapses. The Heavenly Mandate dynasty had stood in the Heavenly Mandate realm for countless years. But today, it had been buried under the foot of the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Conceited arrogance. The powerful fighter of the Shin clan looked at Futian. Was he threatening the Shin clan? What big words. You are right. However, in the countless years that the Heavenly Mandate dynasty had existed, how many factions in the Heavenly Mandate realm rose and collapsed? What can a newly created academy produce to compare itself with a top-notch faction that stands at the top of the 9 realms? The powerful fighter of the Shin clan replied calmly. At least in my generation, the Heavenly Mandate Academy will become stronger than the Shin clan. Futian replied forcefully. You sure do not mince your words. Pressure radiated from the body of the powerful fighter from the Shin clan. It enveloped the surroundings. He was going to become stronger than the Shin clan in his generation. The Heavenly Mandate Academy had produced 3 wielders of the perfect divine wheel in this generation. Was he disregarding the Shin clan because of that? While it is true that only Shin Hao had forged a perfect divine wheel in the Shin clan in this generation, but overall, the Shin clan had countless powerful fighters. How could the Heavenly Mandate Academy compare to the Shin clan? Mince my words? Futian looked at the other party. The powerful fighter of the Shin clan thought too highly of himself. Do you wish to have a go? He had just said that when the entire space became momentarily silent. Futian was asking the Shin clan if they wanted to have a go at it. Was he challenging Shin Hao from the Shin clan? Shin Hao stood within the Shin clan's group. Divine light radiated from his body as he stepped forward. However, the person at the front of the Shin clan's group stopped him and said, Shin Ling, you go. All right. A voice replied. At that moment, a youth with exceptional flair stepped forward. He was a lower-level Renhuang and had a 3rd-tier divine wheel. He had exceptional abilities. He knew that the other party had 3 wielders of the perfect divine wheel, and thus would not be so careless as to send a person with a 1st-tier or 2nd-tier divine wheel into battle. Thus, he chose Shin Ling. Shin Ling's battle capabilities were extremely strong. He nearly forged a perfect divine wheel in the past. Shin Ling glanced toward Futian. A terrifying divine light shot out from his eyes. Your opponent is not me. A radiant ray of golden divine light shot out from Yi Futian's eyes when he saw that Shenling was staring at him. He said, Yu Xing. The opponent had an exceptional demeanor and must be extremely powerful. His third senior, Gu Donglu, was the master of the Celestial Gate, and it was not convenient for him to fight. The sore master of Lihan would find it difficult to achieve victory. Thus, Yu Xing was the natural candidate. Boom! A figure stepped forward from within the Heavenly Mandate Academy. The earth shook when he stepped forward. Everyone in the vast surroundings felt the dull thud. Yu Xing's muscular figure stood in front of Shenling. In the academy, Yi Futian said, Even though the Shen clan sent out a wielder of a third-tier divine wheel, it's enough that the Heavenly Mandate Academy sent out a disciple with a first-tier divine wheel. Today, I hope to witness the strength of the Shen clan. Chapter 1699 Origins. Yu Xing stood before Shenling. They stood some distance apart. The might of the Renhuang Plain enveloped this space. Shenling's eyes changed, becoming a pair of divine eyes. They directly penetrated Yu Xing's eyes. However, he only saw a pair of frightening demonic eyes looking back at him. It was as though a demon was emerging from Yu Xing's eyes. Bang! Yu Xing took a step forward. A loud thud could be heard. In an instant, the space where Yu Xing stood seemed to sink downwards. Behind him, a towering figure appeared. It was hundreds of zhang tall, as though it was a peerless demon. In the instant that the 100 zhang tall demon appeared, illusions of demons seemed to appear everywhere. Tens of thousands of demons immediately covered the entire space. Shenling raised his head and looked around him. The domineering illusions of demons immediately sealed off this part of the sky. The vast might of the demons was everywhere, pressing down from the heavens above. The flawless level. The cultivators of the top forces of the 9 realms stared at Yu Xing. After Yi Futian, the sword master of Lihan, as well as Gu Donglu, was another flawless level presence at the Renhuang Plain. He was a demonic emperor. Rumor has it that Yu Xing was previously one of the 10 cultivators who entered the heavenly palace of God's relic. He had also obtained a divine item. In that case, him forging a flawless divine wheel was not too astonishing. It was still somewhat acceptable. The cultivators of Shen clan had ugly expressions. This was the 4th possessor of a flawless divine wheel in Yi Futian's group. No wonder his tone was so arrogant. At this moment, dazzling divine light burst forth from Shenling's body. It was as though his body was on fire. His blood vessels churned and bellowed. The brilliant light of Renhuang pierced through the demonic aura. Although Yu Xing was a possessor of a flawless divine wheel, his plane was still lower than that of Shenling. Shen clan had naturally considered that his opponent would be a flawless divine will possessor before sending him out to battle. Divine light swept out and cut through the space like sharp golden swords. Rumble. However, at this moment, Yu Xing took another step forward and stepped into the sky. At that moment, a truly peerless demon seemed to appear in the world. It stomped down with one foot. Under such immense pressure, Shenling's body actually sank downwards. This was the suppression of the Great Path. Bang! Shenling's aura was still bursting forth when Yu Xing took another step forward. Even the divine wheel in Shenling's body trembled. His body was once again pressed down. It was as though this part of the world was a space controlled by the demon. The expression of the cultivators of Shen clan shifted. They certainly could tell that Shenling was being suppressed. It was not that he did not want to retaliate. He did not dare, or might not have the ability to retaliate. Such a dominant demonic cultivator. Countless cultivators in Heavenly Mandate City looked towards Yu Xing's silhouette. His figure had not grown larger, but in the eyes of countless people, he had already merged together with the illusions of demons and had become tall and stalwart. It was as though he was a demon incarnate. Yu Xing took another step forward. This time, he traversed the space in one bound, directly stomping on Shenling's body. The illusions of demons around him seemed to all move at the same time. Shenling raised his head, and the sky above him was covered by these illusions of demons. This one stomp contained an unparalleled great path of suppression that immediately penetrated his figure. Rumble. This step descended from the heavens and forcefully stomped down on Shenling. With a huge rumble, Shenling's figure was stomped down into the ground. Cracks appeared, and a huge footprint formed on the ground. What level of power is this? Many thought. The hearts of the crowd were beating furiously. The cracks in the ground extended into the distance, and appeared below their feet. Many people lowered their heads and then looked up again at the demonic emperor in midair. He stood there like an eternal demon, and was extremely overbearing. A flash of blinding light shone. Shenling appeared from under the ground. He looked extremely pathetic. Although his attack had blocked most of Yuxing's power, and caused the power to pass through him and dissipate into the ground, he had still lost terribly. This was the first time he had lost so miserably in his life. It was humiliating. The cultivators of Shen clan stared at Yuxing. This person's ability was not limited to just having forged a flawless divine will. Aside from that, his own demonic power was extremely frightening. It would most likely be difficult for anyone at the lower level Renhuang plane to face him. Shen clan's understanding of cultivation and flawless divine wills definitely surpassed that of most people. Yi Futian's group made Shen clan feel very uncomfortable. Shen clan has rich and strong foundations. Why do you send such weak cultivators out to fight? We invite Shen clan to not hide and let the world see the powerful foundations of Shen clan. Yi Futian, who was in the Heavenly Mandate Academy, cried out loudly behind Yuxing, who was standing in midair. He appeared to be holding Shen clan in high esteem, but it was in mockery. This was the strong foundation of the Shen clan. It could not even withstand a single blow. It was stomped on by Yuxing with his foot. Shen Hao's figure stepped forward. He wanted to step out, but the cultivators of Shen clan still prevented him from doing so. Shen Hao was the symbol of this generation of Shen clan. There was no meaning even if he defeated this opponent. If Shen clan had to send Shen Hao out to do battle just because the Heavenly Mandate Academy sent out one of its students, they would rather not battle. We hope that you will not regret your decision today, a cultivator from Shen clan said to Yi Futian. They then turned and walked off. However, they did not leave the place, instead heading in the direction of Heavenly Mandate City. The Heavenly Mandate Academy was recruiting disciples. They would remain here and watch. At the same time, they would send cultivators back to Shen clan to report on the situation. The Heavenly Mandate Academy had 4 flawless divine will cultivators. Adding on to the relationship between the Shen clan and Sky River Great Elder and Yi Futian, the Heavenly Mandate Academy had to be restricted. Shen clan could not let the Heavenly Mandate Academy grow stronger and become a threat to them in the future. The ruler of Golden Divine Nation, Gai Tsang, swept a glance at Yi Futian. He then got up from his golden throne and led the cultivators of Golden Divine Nation as he turned and left. He left immediately by ripping apart the very fabric of space. Now Yi Futian's group had offended the Shen clan again. Golden Divine Nation, on the other hand, had nothing to worry about at the moment. They left. The crowd felt uneasy when they saw the 2 major forces leaving. Today, they witnessed the grand occasion of the establishment of the Heavenly Mandate Academy. At the same time, they also saw 2 top forces come over to disturb the Heavenly Mandate Academy. This storm would most likely not settle anytime soon, and could even continue for a very long time. It would most likely be difficult for Heavenly Mandate Academy to solidify their standing in the Heavenly Mandate realm. They would need to first get past Shen clan. The crowd was wondering, what would happen if Shen clan actually sent troops to the Heavenly Mandate realm? Although the members of the Heavenly Mandate realm did not know how powerful Shen clan was, they had heard that they were ranked among the top 3 forces of the Central Emperor realm. Although Shen clan was at a disadvantage this time, there were only a few cultivators of Shen clan here. This was merely a warning for Heavenly Mandate Academy. In the next 3 months, how many cultivators would join the Heavenly Mandate Academy? Yuxing turned and returned to the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Yi Futian looked at the crowd and said, "We will stop here for today." As he said this, he also turned and came before the group of cultivators before him and said, "Arrange the newly joined disciples of the Academy so that they can settle in." Understood. Someone came forward to make the arrangements. "Step down," Lord Taishan said. Immediately, a group of people descended from the sky and joined the group of cultivators. "For now, I will stay in the Heavenly Mandate Academy," Lord Taishian declared. He had already revealed his stance on the matter. Facing Shin Clan was still going to be tough. He naturally would not just leave right now. "Many thanks, Lord Taishian." Yi Futian nodded. If the situation was the same as it was back then in the God's Relic, Shin Clan might have made their move. However, right now, Shin Clan does not dare to openly attack Heavenly Mandate Academy. Lord Taishian then continued. If Shin Clan wants to declare war against the Heavenly Mandate Academy with so many forces backing it, they will need to bear the consequences. This time, it is different from back in the Tianhe realm. Shin Clan will not commit to such an endeavor. If I am unable to assume the position of College Chief of the Heavenly Mandate Academy, why don't you take it? Sky River Great Elder suggested as he looked at Lord Taishian. In reality, Lord Taishian was more suitable than he was to assume the position of College Chief. It was just that it was not appropriate for Yi Futian to be the one to bring it up. After all, Yi Futian and Lord Taishian were not related in any meaningful way, and Lord Taishian was a member of the higher heavens realm who cultivated on Taishian Mountain. He could help out as a guest, but Yi Futian had no standing to ask him to assume the position of College Chief. There is no need to do so. If Shin Clan refuses to give up, I will accompany you and permanently reside in the academy. Lord Taishian had clearly been angered. His expression was stern. Today, the Shin Clan was indeed being overbearing. An academy established by the power of the entire Heavenly Mandate realm is no pushover, Dragon Master said in a cold tone. Today, both Golden Divine Nation and Shin Clan had completely looked down on the Heavenly Mandate realm. Master, I will also train in the Heavenly Mandate Academy for the time being. Xiaomuyu spoke up. Yi Futian looked at her. He naturally knew that Xiaomuyu was doing so for the Heavenly Mandate Academy. That way, the cultivators of Shao Clan would also be here. Shin Clan would be even more reluctant to act hastily. We will also report back to the clan. If Shin Clan wants to act, they will need to consider it carefully, a cultivator from Shao Clan said. The Heavenly Mandate Academy already had 4 possessors of flawless divine wills. Their potential was too frightening. No wonder even Shin Clan could not sit still. Thank you, seniors, for your assistance. Yi Futian nodded his head slightly. Right now, Heavenly Mandate City was in an uproar. Almost everyone was discussing the events of the day. Information regarding the grudge between Shin Clan and Sky River Great Elder also gradually went around, as well as info on Sky River Great Elder and Yi Futian's relationship. After understanding all of this, the crowd began to comprehend Shin Clan's motives. They were afraid of the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Right now, in an inn in Heavenly Mandate City, many people were discussing this. A silhouette was sitting quietly in the corner, listening in on the discussions of the crowd. At that moment, a group of figures came up to the 2nd floor of the inn. Immediately, all eyes turned towards them. They instantly fell incredibly silent. The group that had arrived were members of Shin Clan. They walked towards a corner and sat down. One of their members said, "Did anyone see which lineage that demonic cultivator was from?" The crowd shook their heads and said, "There are very few incredible demonic cultivators in the world. Rumor has it that he had previously trained in Dragon's Gods. Order some men to investigate their origins. There is certainly more information about them in the Heavenly Mandate realm." The cultivator of Shin Clan continued saying. The might of Yi Futian, Yu Sheng, and their group had drawn the attention of the Shin Clan. They were beginning to investigate the origins of Yi Futian. The others nodded their heads. Then, the group fell silent. They remained very quiet, causing the entire inn to feel somewhat depressing. However, at that moment, a silhouette stood next to the cultivators of the Shin Clan. The members of the Shin Clan frowned. They looked towards the youth and asked, "What business do you have with us? I believe I know some things about the origins of Yi Futian's group." You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.